Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining the 2022 CNAS Annual National Security Conference. We're looking this year at security in the balance, and we'll be exploring how policymakers confront a range of national security challenges, from Russia and the war in the Ukraine to long-term competition with China, continuing reverberations from the global pandemic and domestic divisions and vulnerabilities. To navigate these sorts of challenges, America has to draw on its enduring strengths to sharpen its economic, its military, and its technological edges. It has to advance its international relationships and balance a national security portfolio across a range of regions and issues. As CNAS celebrates its 15th anniversary this year, the 2022 CNAS National Security Conference is convening leading experts to examine American power and purpose in our changing world. Today we'll have 5 unique panels that will explore pressing global challenges, so tune into any or all of these. We will include the future of Russia, down but not out, that's at 11 o'clock. Then Tech Matters, America's Strength in Technology Competition, that begins at 12:30. At 2 p.m. we'll do War in Ukraine, Declassifying Intelligence, and close the day at 3:30 with the panel U.S. China Policy in the Balance. First, we're going to begin our session with a conversation with Dr. Colin Kahl, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. Before I turn to Dr. Kahl in just a moment, I'd like to take a second to recognize our conference sponsors. They include American Rheinmetall Defense, the Boeing Company, Elbit Systems, Exeger, Leidos, Palace Advisors, and the Common Mission Project. I want to thank all of you and to our institutional donors who helped bring together this outstanding group of experts as part of the 2022 conference series, which goes today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. And thank you to our official media partner for this conference, that is Axios. Pleased to work with you. For those who are tuning in and would like to engage with the session, you can follow us on Twitter at CNASDC. You can tweet using the hashtag CNAS2022. If you want to join the conversation and submit questions, you can do so by using the chat on the official conference website, which is conference.cnas.org or cnas.org/live. And we'll try to get to as many questions as we can in the course of these conversations. So now I'm very pleased to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Colin Kahl. Prior to becoming Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Colin was the co-director of the Center for International Security and Cooperation at Stanford University. He previously served as National Security Advisor to Vice President Joe Biden from 2014 to 2017. He's been a professor in the Security Studies program at Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. And most importantly, of course, he was Senior Fellow at CNAS and Director of our Middle East program. So welcome, Dr. Kahl. It's great to have you back at CNAS. So,
Richard, it's great to be back.
Well, let's start the conversation with the issue on everybody's mind when the war in Ukraine and Russian aggression there. The reporting on this in the press, it seems to shift in tone over the past week and a half or so. There was all this exuberance and sort of surprise enthusiasm about Russian failures in the beginning and Ukraine ability to hold off the Russians, which now seems to be settling into some anxiety about whether Russia is in fact making progress in the east, whether Ukraine is losing the war, or sort of what the situation is. So can you give us a sense of what the current situation is and who's winning and who's losing, how you see it?
Sure. I mean, obviously it changes day to day, but I will say that just at the broadest level, there's no doubt that Russia has thus far failed to secure its strategic objectives. Vladimir Putin went into this war seeking to gobble Ukraine up. I think he had in his mind, he envisioned some kind of, a thunder run to Kyiv that changed the regime. The Russians were badly defeated in the Battle of Kyiv. They've also been pushed out of Kharkiv. They've had more progress in the south, and obviously the current fight is focused on the Donbass in the east. There has been, if you've been tracking the news in the last couple of weeks, the media narrative is that the Russians have been making gains. To some degree that is true, although the gains are really on any given day measured in blocks. They are not large sweeping breakthroughs of Ukrainian defenses. The Ukrainians remain stalwart defenders There are significant casualties, but that is true on both sides. So the Ukrainians are definitely taking casualties. The Russians are taking a lot of casualties as well, and the front lines are not moving very much. But the nature of the fight has shifted, and these days the fight is very much an artillery duel between the two sides, which is why we've kind of focused our efforts in getting the Ukrainians more and more artillery. Our efforts at the beginning of the conflict really focused on getting them the man-portable air defense systems like Stingers they needed, the anti-armor systems, loitering munitions, and tactical unmanned systems, and the Ukrainians used that to great effect. As the war has shifted to the east and become an artillery duel, we focused on getting them systems like M777 howitzers and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. We recently announced that we are going to be providing the Ukrainians HIMARS systems and the guided multiple launch rocket systems that accompany those. The Ukrainians are being trained on those systems as we speak. So, since the beginning of the Biden administration, I think we provided something like $5.3 billion in security assistance, and the vast majority of that, about $4.6 billion, has been committed to Ukraine just since the war began less than 4 months ago. And I don't really know kind of a historical precedent for the scope and scale of that assistance, and we'll continue to provide Ukraine what they need for the fight as the fight continues to evolve.
So you mentioned the obvious that Russia hasn't achieved its strategic objectives, wanted to take Kiev, regime change and so forth. Do you think that Putin has abandoned his strategic objective, or he's just failed for the moment to achieve them but still retains the drive to accomplish at some point in some way what he was hoping to accomplish at the beginning?
I think only one person on planet Earth knows knows the answer to that question with 100% certainty. But I think our sense is that he has not changed his overall objectives. That I think he has been forced to recognize that they had to narrow their operational objectives to focusing on the East. Clearly, he described what he calls the special military operation in the first instance as largely focused on the Donbass. So one could imagine a scenario in which that's all he thinks he needs to achieve. But I don't think so. I think you've heard a lot of rhetoric, from the days leading up to the invasion, but in the past week of kind of Putin. There's a little bit of him saying the quiet out loud as it relates to his imperial ambitions and seeking to reclaim territory that he believes, belonged to a glorious past of the Russian Empire. And so I still think he has designs on a significant portion of Ukraine, if not the whole country. That said, I do not think he can achieve those objectives. They may make tactical gains here and there. The Ukrainians are holding tough. I do not think the Russians have the capacity to achieve those grandiose objectives.
And you mentioned HIMARS and MLRS. There's the advisor to the Ukrainian president said we need 60 of these systems, and this would be a game changer. The Russian artillery can hit us on our lines. We want to be able to hit the Russians on their side of the lines. You have this 600-mile or so line running more or less north or south through the east. The U.S. and I believe the U.K. are also providing MLRS systems to Ukraine, but at least reportedly in quantities fewer than what have been asked for, and there's been some discussion of this. So what is the thinking in terms of the quantity of those kinds of systems, and what are they really a game changer the way at least one advisor to the Ukrainian president believes they would be?
Yeah, I mean, it's a significant capability. I mean, I think what you've seen is, the sense of Ukrainian anxiety about the artillery duel is palpable. And it is true that the Russians have significantly more artillery capability at the moment. That largely stems from the fact that, Ukraine had Soviet legacy artillery systems, and they've run low on ammunition, specifically the 152 millimeter Soviet legacy ammunition. In the early stages of the war, we were very focused on resupplying them with as much of that ammunition as existed in the former Warsaw Pact countries on the eastern flank. It's become more difficult to do that as ammunition levels have gone down. So we made the transition to NATO standard artillery systems, specifically the M777 howitzers. We've now provided 108 of those howitzers, plus more than 220,000 rounds of ammunition. They have a range of somewhat north of 30 kilometers, which is significant. But it is true that the Ukrainians have a need to be able to have more standoff from the Russian systems, and that's where the MLRS systems come in. So as I think a lot of your viewers know, HIMARS is basically it's a truck. It's a truck that has a canister of missiles on the back of it. The particular types of munitions we're providing are called GMLRS, guided multiple launch rocket systems, with a range of around 70 kilometers, and that will be useful to allow the Ukrainians to have more standoff. You mentioned the Brits. The Brits have also committed to providing M270 MLRS systems, which is essentially the same system. It's just on a Bradley fighting vehicle, tracked vehicle, instead of a truck, but it fires the same types of munitions. Because this is not a system the Ukrainians had historically, they have to get trained up on them. So we did provide an initial tranche of HIMARS systems. The Ukrainians are completing training as we speak. We expect those systems to get into the fight soon, and we're committed to continuing the flow of those munitions, and I know other allies and partners are too. So it's coming.
So if people read that, there's just a small handful of these systems that are provided, that's not the upper limit of this by any means. This is where it's starting, but not where this is ending. Is that fair?
It's absolutely fair, and in fact, we stated as such when we announced the last presidential drawdown package. It's also important, I think, some of your viewers may not realize this, but sometimes when you see images of MLRS systems firing off, it's like salvos of multiple rockets going off all at the same time. That's really not how this system is meant to operate. The GMLRS is a precision-guided munition.
And a big one.
And a big one, a 500-pound munition. So think of this more like the effect of an airstrike than launching off whole salvos. So in other words, you can do a lot with a little. Or you don't need a lot to have a significant effect. And we're going to provide the Ukrainians what they need to prosecute the targets inside Ukrainian territory that they're looking to go after.
All right, two more questions on the war, and then we'll get into some of the stuff related to NDS and things like that. But so one is just sort of your sense or your assessment of what's happening in Russia itself. So we saw protests on the streets, lots of arrests when the war broke out. There's talk about whether the oligarchs can or would restrain Putin, change Putin out, I guess, people who are losing their jobs in the military. Is your sense that, Russian society is in a mood for any sort of political change, or, is Putin, is he the guy? Is he still in charge and he's sort of doing his thing?
I mean, we don't have perfect visibility into what's going on inside Russia. I will say there are indications of more grumbling and finger pointing. Obviously, within military and intelligence circles, people going like this to try to explain why they're so significantly off plan. I'm sure nobody relishes the, having to go in and brief Putin on how things are going, because I think, the cost to the Russians have been significant. At the same time, Vladimir Putin controls the information ecosystem in Russia to a degree that I think most Americans can't appreciate. And there's, Russian nationalism is real, and there has been a rally around the flag effect. So I think, Putin, looking at his internal poll numbers, probably feels relatively confident in where he stands with the Russian people. And I think, Russian elites don't have a heck of a lot of places to go. So, my sense is that Vladimir Putin probably doesn't believe that the foundations are eroding underneath him. That said, our goal is not regime change in Russia. Our goal is in the first instance to make sure that Ukraine can defend itself, that a sovereign, independent, democratic Ukraine endures, that we give Ukraine the capability to strengthen their position at the bargaining table when inevitably the two sides sit down to talk about how this all ends, and to impose a cost on Russia in excess to whatever benefits Vladimir Putin hoped to achieve through this conflict. Not only because there has to be a cost when a country engages in unprovoked aggression in violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of another country, but also to send a message to Putin he shouldn't do this again, and to send a message to other would-be aggressors that there would be a real cost if they try to do this elsewhere.
And then the biggest question of all, and you just kind of hinted at this a bit with your mention of a negotiated outcome here, but how does this end?
I think we don't know It's if you were at the Pentagon, if you were drawing up doing a PowerPoint slide with a Venn diagram, it's not clear.
You would never want to do that, right?
Yeah, that never happens anymore. It's not clear whether the minimum requirements of either side match up with the maximum concessions either other side. And so at the end of the day, our position has been we're not going to tell the Ukrainians how to negotiate, what to negotiate, and when to negotiate. They're going to set those terms for themselves. Our role is to help them make sure that they can defend themselves against the Russian onslaught, and they've been doing an unbelievably courageous job at that, and to strengthen their hand whenever the negotiations do happen.
Great. Okay, so let's shift to the NDS, National Defense Strategy. You have had the pen on this and really intellectual architect of putting together the National Defense Strategy. One of the themes, not only in the NDS, but from the department from the beginning of this administration has been integrated deterrence. So what is this thing called integrated deterrence? Is this basically the department saying, well, the State Department should have to do stuff too, and why do we have to do everything in foreign policy? Is it just a synonym for whole of government solutions but with different words? How is integrated deterrence better than plain old deterrence?
Yeah, it's a good point. So first of all, I should say, policy does take the lead in writing the National Defense Strategy, and Mara Carlin and her team and our strategy shop have done a fantastic job. But at the end of the day, this is Secretary Austin's document, and he had an extraordinarily hands-on approach to this. I can't speak to how the process ran in other administrations or under other SecDefs, but I mean, we were briefing the Secretary every week or two for a year on the NDS. So, this has his imprint all over it. So the degree that it represents anybody's ideas, I think it very much represents Secretary Austin's ideas. And of course, Deputy Secretary Hicks has played an extraordinary role in the document, especially those elements emphasizing building the enduring advantages of the department in technology and force modernization and things. Integrated deterrence. Deterrence is not a new concept. And preferably we should integrate things and not disintegrate things. So I think, disintegrated deterrence would not have been the right way to go. But integrated, the word integrated is actually important, because what it does is it foot stomps the importance of, in this modern age, of integrating deterrence across domains. So not just land, air, sea, undersea, but also space, cyberspace, and the informational domains. Integrating across theaters, because even when you're thinking about competitors like China, adversaries like Russia, obviously the center of gravity for that competition may be in a particular place, the Indo-Pacific or Europe, but these are really a global competition, so you have to integrate across theaters. You have to integrate across the spectrum of conflict, because you have to think of everything from the gray zone to high intensity warfare that you're trying to deter. But you also need to be integrated in how you are going after this problem. The military obviously plays a prominent role, perhaps the prominent role, but there are other instruments of national power that can impose real cost and create real dilemmas for adversaries, not the least of which is the U.S. dominance in the global financial system. The sanctions that we've imposed on Russia will conservatively reduce the Russian economy by 10% this year. That will wipe out the last 15 years of economic growth in Russia. And the impact of sanctions are only getting started. The export controls that we've put on Russia will make it very difficult for the Russian military to reconstitute their standoff munitions, their precision-guided munitions. So we have real capabilities in the toolkit. And so this is not a reason for the Pentagon to do less and others to do more, but rather for us all to do more in service of a common objective. And then the last piece of integration, of course, is across our network of allies and partners, because this is a team sport. I think we're seeing that play out in real time in Europe, in how the NATO alliance is really showing up, not just showing up in supporting Ukraine, but also showing up in providing and backstopping vulnerable states on the eastern flank, not just the Baltics and Poland, but states like Romania and Bulgaria and Slovakia and Hungary. So we have to integrate our allies and partners into it. The notion of deterrence is not new, but I do think we're trying to think about the requirements of deterrence, not in different ways, not just in the aspect of integration that I just mentioned, but actually the logics that undergird deterrence. So first and foremost, at the heart of deterring most of the scenarios for armed conflict we are most concerned about, you have to have effective approaches to denial. And so what does that mean in terms of the capabilities we require to operate inside an adversary's A2AD bubbles, operate through those with all domain fires, so long-range fires, cyber effects, what we can be doing in space, the use of attritable and unmanned systems, new concepts for making the Marines and the Army more mobile, more all-domain. So really getting after this denial question and also working with our partners to make sure that frontline targets of potential aggression are porcupines and deploying the types of asymmetric capabilities that the Ukrainians have proven can tie a military power in knots if you're creative enough. So really strategies of denial. Also strategies of resilience, though. We know that countries like China and Russia and others have studied the American way of war. They understand the systems upon which the American way of war relies. That means in cyber, that means critical infrastructure, that means in space. And they have designed and developed capabilities to go after those systems. So we will certainly defend ourselves, and we will try to deter those any assault on our systems, but we also need to be resilient in the face of attacks on those systems so that we can ride out attacks and continue to operate. And the more that our adversaries understand that resilience, the more deterrence will operate. And then lastly, we have to be able to impose cost. At the highest level, that means making sure we have a nuclear triad that is credible as the ultimate backstop of our survival and the survival of our allies and partners. But it also means having the potent ability conventionally and through other domains to impose costs and to work with our allies, partners, and our interagency colleagues to be able to impose cost across the board. So the document, obviously currently only the classified version is out. It came out accompanied with our budget. We hope in the coming weeks or months we'll be releasing the NDS, the unclassified version, whenever the national security strategy is also released. And I think that'll allow folks who are listening in to kind of get a further peek under the hood.
And I'm curious about the notion of integrating deterrence across theaters. I mean, does that imply horizontal escalation? So we're at war trying to compete or deter an adversary in the Western Pacific, and so we are thinking about escalating in some other part of the globe, or does it mean something else in terms of what does integrating across theaters mean?
Yeah. So I think it means a couple of things. I mean, the first instance, the goal is to not have to fight the war. So in the first instance, it's not about horizontal escalation so much as using, the fact that the United States is more forward and more present alongside more allies and partners in more places around the world than any other global power to generate dilemmas. Mm-hmm. So that an adversary is never certain that if they take action in one place, they won't experience cost somewhere else. And therefore, they're less likely to engage in aggression in, say, the primary theater if they believe that that'll open up vulnerabilities for them elsewhere. I mean, I'll just say, an interesting question that we're seeing a bit of this in real time in the Russia-Ukraine situation, in the sense that the Russians have invested so much of their conventional combat power in Ukraine that they have to be mindful of dilemmas that are that exist elsewhere. So part of it is about generating those dilemmas. Part of it, though, is also understanding that countries like China are engaged in activities globally that generate that they hope to generate challenges for us. So think of this in terms of constructing overseas bases and dual-use facilities. Trying to own the technological backbone of countries in ways that would create real national security challenges for the United States. Those types of things. Setting up capabilities that allow them space domain awareness and the ability to hold at risk some of our assets in space and cyber in other countries. So we also have to be mindful of the way in which competitors are trying to spread out the playing field and make sure that our strategy accommodates that reality.
And then the last on the NDS, so it's not out, well, the unclassified version is not out yet, classified version is sent over to the Hill and other things, and the unclassified version will come out. But to the degree to which you can speak to some of the themes there, the 2018 NDS notably said we're not in this era of counterterrorism first kinds of operations, nor are we in nation building and things like that. But that great power competition with Russia and China, is the top priority of the department. What is continuous and what's a departure from the 2018 NDS?
Yeah, but first of all, I think the 2018 NDS is a terrific document, and all the folks who worked on that deserve a lot of credit for a really impactful document, and one that did, I think, make an important pivot away from the way in which the national defense strategy and, frankly, grand strategy more broadly had been oriented since 9/11. So I think it was an important inflection point. I think we see the 2022 document as building on the 2018 document, but also doing some things the 2018 document didn't do. So I think that, and part of that, that's not a critique, it's just the world has continued to evolve. So I think, there was a sense among a lot of analysts that the 2018 document talked about great power competition, but did not differentiate the challenge that China versus Russia posed to our interests. And so the 2022 NDS makes clear that China is the department's pacing challenge. And by that we mean China is really the only country with both the intent and the capability to systemically challenge the United States militarily, politically, diplomatically, economically, technologically, kind of across the board. And that is true not just in the moment, but for the foreseeable future. And so to the degree that there's one challenge that we have to orient our activities around and get after, it is that. The document identifies Russia essentially as an acute threat. So number two, but that term acute is actually really important, because acute suggests both temporally that it's very immediate and sharp. And I think that's obvious for everybody to see in the events that are unfolding in Europe. The other adversarial actors that are noted in the document will be familiar to people. North Korea, Iran, violent extremist organizations. These all continue to be threats against which we need to be vigilant, but we have to have priorities, and we will be prioritizing the China and Russia challenges, and then working with allies and partners to get after the other challenges, and remaining vigilant against ways in which those challenges could manifest in a way that directly threatens our vital interests. But the other way the document, I think, is different is that it focuses on some of the other ways in which U.S. national security and the joint force is being stressed by changes in the external environment, most notably climate change, which is having profound stresses not only on the world. If you think about water shortages and extreme weather events and food shortages, which could spawn mass migration and conflict and all these other scenarios upon which the DoD might be called upon to do things, but just the strain it's causing on the joint force itself, the huge threat that it poses to DoD infrastructure from flooding and other changes in the environment. That's true here in CONUS, it's true in the Indo-Pacific and elsewhere, but also just the demand signal it's putting on our force to respond. And I'll just give you one data point, which, 5 years ago, I believe that the U.S. National Guard spent 5,000 person days fighting wildfires. Last year, it was more than 180,000 person days fighting wildfires. So this is a real national security imperative, and one that this NDS raises up. In a way that I think was obviously not so much the case in 2018.
Yeah, this notion of China as a pacing threat, the long-term challenge, the premier long-term challenge, and Russia as the acute threat, sort of makes all the sense in the world to me. But I want to try out kind of why and see if this clicks with the thinking that you guys are doing. I mean, one, because it is such an obvious threat. I mean, you try to put out the fire that's burning, that's closest to you and all of this. And so, even if you believe China's the long-term challenge and you look at Ukraine got $40 billion appropriation out of Capitol Hill during the U.S. ASEAN summit, the U.S. guaranteed a total of $150 million in investment to all of Southeast Asia. So, the comparison looks kind of off there. The number of troops in Europe is higher than U.S. troops have been higher than it is in 20 years. If you go back to the beginning of the administration, the amount of diplomacy, of economic aid, of military aid, of everything is all disproportionately been dedicated to Ukraine and to the dealing with Russia because of this acute threat. But very importantly, the outcome of this and the lessons learned from this have a strong possibility of influencing how people, including the Chinese, think about what they're going to do and how the world might react to what China might do. And so if the lesson coming out of this is that you can grab territory by force, hunker down and get away with it, then that has a profound implication for this pacing challenge that we have in China. So is that part of the thinking here, or is it more this temporal sort of thing of, well, we got to deal with Russia today, but we'll sort of keep dealing with China over the long run?
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all, there's a lot in what you say that I agree with, and Richard, you and I have been friends for a long time, so you know how much it pains me to say that I agree with.
I know, I feel it too.
No, but first of all, the Russia-China challenges are not completely distinct challenges.
Yeah.
Increasingly, I think the alignment between Moscow and Beijing, and that was true before Ukraine. I think it's likely to be even more true after Ukraine. Russia is one of the few really global powers that's stood by. China is one of the few global powers that's really stood by Moscow, even though they portray themselves as being neutral. But I also just think that the sanctions and the export controls leave the Russians very few places to go other than to lean into China. So before the war, of course, they signed this statement, of a friendship without limits, essentially a relationship without limits. We're trending towards alignment. I think that trend is likely to continue. So the threats will merge. I do think the point you raise is that, potential adversaries and aggressors everywhere else in the world are looking at the global response in Ukraine. And what's happening in Ukraine matters not just because of the intrinsic importance of enabling Ukraine as a sovereign, independent, democratic nation that was attacked to defend itself, but also because there is such a thing as a free world and it's under attack by an autocratic power that's trying to snuff out a democracy in Europe. And other would-be aggressors around the world will draw lessons about how the international community responds. And I think, if I'm sitting in Beijing, I think the fundamental question to draw is, if they were to commit an act of aggression sometime in the future, will the world react the way that it did when China snuffed out democracy in Hong Kong?
Right.
Or will the world react more like they did when, in the case of Ukraine? And I think it's imperative for the leadership in Beijing to understand that where the world is now, the Ukraine scenario is a much more likely outcome than the Hong Kong scenario. I'd just say a couple of things. You are correct that we have more forces in Europe today than we've had in a while. We had 80,000 before the crisis. We have a little north of 100,000 now. It's not quite an apples to apples comparison. We still have more forces in the Indo-Pacific, and there are also different types of forces because of the maritime and air requirements in the Indo-Pacific. So we are confident that we can have a force posture in Europe that is sustainable, that deals with the Russian threat here and into the foreseeable future, that leverages the extraordinary power of the NATO alliance, which is getting more powerful, not less powerful, and that we still have sufficient resources to pace to China. So we're very cognizant of striking that balance, and I think we'll continue to do that.
Let me take a question from the audience here. So this is from Sangmin Lee. He says, Secretary Blinken yesterday said the Biden administration is prepared to make both short-term and longer-term adjustments to U.S. military posture to respond to North Korean provocations. Can you tell us more about what this adjustment is?
No, because I think the final decisions have not been made. I will say, though, that what's been clear is that North Korea this year is on a very active campaign to improve the research and development of their missile arsenal kind of across the board. It has been the most active period of missile launches since 2017. It's obviously very concerning to us. It's very concerning to South Korea and to Japan and others in the region. And everything that we do as it relates to our responses, but also any adjustments we may make in our posture, will in the first instance be done in close consultation with the ROK and with Japan. So, the previous administration made some decisions as it related to, exercises and the kind of the rhythm of readiness activities. I understand why those decisions were made. We have a new government in South Korea. I think there'll be conversations about what the steady state of our readiness activities needs to look like going forward. But I don't want to outpace those conversations. Clearly, nothing North Korea is doing is driving a wedge between us and our closest allies in Asia. It's having the exact opposite effect of driving us and the South Koreans and the Japanese more closely together. And I will just say, that's a broader trend you actually see across the Indo-Pacific. I mean, I think that in recent years, we were talking about China a minute ago, there's been a real wake-up call across the Indo-Pacific. And whether you're talking about, the types of signals that Japanese officials and Australian officials have sent about their concerns about China, whether you think about AUKUS and what that signifies, whether you think about how the Quad has really matured into an extraordinary grouping of democracies that share a whole host of interests across the board. I think we've now had 4 leader summits in the Quad just in this administration. So I think there's a lot of potential across the Indo-Pacific for us to work closely with our allies and partners on a whole host of challenges, North Korea being one, but China being another.
Well, and of course, it's not for nothing that you see all the signing up for sanctions on Russia across the Indo-Pacific, right? So, yes, India is left out, but Japan and South Korea and Singapore and New Zealand and Australia and other countries are in. And, they're in, at least in part, because of this signal that the world needs to send to would-be aggressors that there's a price to pay for this kind of thing. And even if reckless Putin is willing to pay it, maybe someone else isn't.
I would just say, just on that, I do think that there's an interest in the signal being sent in both directions. So you also saw in the China-EU summit, for example, that the EU did not allow China to not talk about Ukraine, right? That in other words, that Europe wants to send China messages that Europe will respond in a similar fashion if China engages in aggression. And I think the advanced economies and democracies in the Indo-Pacific have been sending a signal to Russia and other aggressors that they'll respond to events in Europe. Because at the end of the day, these are events with global consequence, and they are in part a contest between autocracies contemplating aggression and advanced democracies that have to stand together against such aggression.
And what do you think the lessons are the Chinese are starting to take away from this? I mean, is it that, wow, it's actually harder to take a territory by force when it doesn't have 100 miles of water between your border and them, or the world does respond? Or are they looking at the other way? Well, yeah, the world responds, but there's a lot of countries that don't embrace the sanctions, and that's with minor economy Russia and big economy China might not be subject to that kind of coercion. I mean, or militarily, what do you think that they're taking away from this?
Obviously too soon to tell, and we don't have perfect visibility, obviously, into how PRC and PLA leadership are talking about this. But I think there are some lessons that I think are worth thinking about. One is, I suspect they are surprised at the quality of U.S. and Western intelligence relative to their own intelligence capabilities, in the sense that they did not predict that Russia was going to do this. The United States and some of our closest allies did predict that Russia was doing that was an intelligence failure for the PRC, and so I think they'll have to work through what the implications of that are. I suspect they are surprised by the degree to which the United States and other Western democracies were effective in the information domain. I think that the PRC leadership is very focused on kind of winning the propaganda contest and shaping the information environment, and I suspect they believe they're much better at it than Western democracies are. I think what we've done is we've been first out with the truth. We've taken some risk to downgrade some intelligence and share information. And we established credibility because the things we warned about turned out to be true. And so the relationship between intelligence and information, I think, is something they likely took note of. I suspect they're taking note of the Russians on paper looked like the second best military in the world the day that they invaded Ukraine. And yet the logistical difficulties, the difficulties with morale, the difficulties with training, the difficulties with planning, the difficulties with doctrine, and the tenacity and creativity of the Ukrainians to leverage advanced asymmetric capabilities. I think one lesson of that is you can spend hundreds of billions of dollars on military modernization. Turns out in real life this stuff is really hard, and that the targets of aggression have a number of opportunities and strategies of denial that can be very effective. So I suspect that is one. And then the other is the one you mentioned, which is I think they are likely surprised by the degree to which the advanced economies around the world, not just in Europe, but in North America and the Indo-Pacific, responded to aggression in Ukraine with very severe sanctions and export controls that keep coming every week, just about, and to include measures that create some damage to our own economies. And so again, it comes back to this question of, if China were to engage in aggression, would this be a replay of the Hong Kong scenario in which the world just moved on, or would it look more like the Ukraine scenario in which the advanced economies of the world really imposed a price? And I think what this crisis is suggesting is that the latter is more likely than the former. And so I hope that that's soaking in Beijing and elsewhere.
And what lessons is the department drawing from this that are applicable to the Taiwan scenario, or presumably some other attempted territorial conquest type of scenario? I mean, one thing that it strikes me is that we have for a long time thought about resistance, including sea mines and IEDs and sort of low-level insurgent tactics, but it's the high-end stuff that's making a difference with the Ukrainian resistance, and the role, obviously, of the countries providing that assistance is sort of all important to maintaining the ability of the Ukrainians to resist. I mean, is that the kind of thing that we're learning out of this? Are there other lessons that the department is taking away from the experience that we've seen since February 24th?
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes when people describe asymmetric strategies of conflict, what comes to mind is our experiences in Iraq and Afghanistan, the IEDs on the side of the road, those types of things. I think what the Ukraine conflict has highlighted is, but not uniquely, I think you've also seen this in other conflicts in Ethiopia, Nagorno-Karabakh, other recent conflicts, high-end asymmetric capabilities.
Right.
So, in the Ukraine context, advanced anti-armor systems like Javelin, advanced man-portable air defense systems, Stingers, been around for a while, still proven to be very effective. Other air defense systems, creative use of UAVs. We've seen what the Ukrainians have been able to, how they've been able to use, the TB2 drone, how they've used with great effect the loitering munitions that the United States and other allies and partners have provided. Also, as in this current phase, I think we'll start to see the impact of precision MLRS systems, and then of course there's the coastal defense technologies that have been, not as front and center in the Ukraine conflict, but still very relevant to the conflict, and perhaps increasingly so in the weeks to come. So I think those are the types of technologies that other frontline states and potential targets of aggression will probably draw lessons from that. I think the other thing they'll draw the lesson from is that tenacity pays off, in the sense that you can turn a conflict that one party thought was a fait accompli into a protracted conflict that generates the sympathy and solidarity of much of the world, and that magnifies the cost imposed on an aggressor. So I suspect other would-be victims of aggression are drawing some lessons from that experience too.
Okay, last question, and then we'll let you get back to the people's work, so to speak. The nuclear posture review isn't out yet, but will be. Part of the administration's approach to nuclear posture is informed by the president's desire to reduce the role of nuclear weapons in U.S. security policy. But isn't it the case that Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Putin's rattling of the nuclear saber, North Korea may test a nuclear weapon here soon, but has already done so in the past and is starting to fire off missiles again, China increasing its nuclear arsenal? Isn't the fact that actually the role that nuclear weapons play in deterring foreign aggression increasing in U.S. security policy, as opposed to what the president has said, and that it should be reduced?
I mean, I think. Well, so first of all, the classified NPR was released with the NDS to the Hill alongside our budget, And this was the first time. The reason we did that was this was the first time, at least that I'm aware of, that all the major strategic reviews of the department were nested under the National Defense Strategy at the same time. So we sent up the National Defense Strategy, the NPR, and the Missile Defense Review all at the same time. We will release an unclassified NPR when we release the unclassified NDS following the National Security Strategy. You're right, Richard, that the salience of nuclear weapons remains significant. We talked about North Korea. There are challenges with the progression of Iran's nuclear program. We've seen Russia rattle nuclear sabers in this context. They obviously have a large arsenal of what they call non-strategic nuclear weapons, which is a bit of a misnomer because I think we view any use of a nuclear weapon as a strategic event. But kind of battlefield tactical nuclear weapons. China is in the midst of a breathtaking expansion of its nuclear arsenal, probably tripling or quadrupling their arsenal over the next decade. So clearly, the salience of nuclear weapons for our adversaries is significant. This is not a new challenge in the sense that nuclear weapons have been around for a long time. The prospect of confronting two nuclear peers quantitatively and qualitatively would be a new phenomenon. We don't face that in the current moment, but by sometime in the 2030s, that may be the case. Nuclear weapons continue to play a very important role in our national security strategy, our national defense strategy. The fundamental role of those nuclear weapons is to deter other countries from using nuclear weapons. And that remains the fundamental purpose of nuclear weapons. We have extraordinary capabilities across other domains to get after the full range of threats that pose to us. And part of making integrated deterrence real is to make sure that while nuclear weapons remain the ultimate backstop to our national survival and the defense of our allies, that we have considerable additional capabilities to deny and disrupt what our adversaries are trying to do and impose significant cost on them short of nuclear use. If for no other reason, because we want the threshold for nuclear use, period. As long as nuclear weapons exist, you want the threshold for nuclear use to be as high as possible.
Undersecretary Colin Kahl, thank you so much for speaking with us today. Really appreciate it. Thanks to all of our viewers for tuning in for this session. Our next session, which will be on the future of Russia, down but not out. That'll begin in just a few moments, so stick around for that and then for much more.
Sometimes we tend not to.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism. The United States faces a challenge like no other in its history, a strategic competition with a rising China. Technology is at the center of this competition. Leaders who can harness technology for economic, political, and military power will have an outsized influence on shaping our world. America needs a national technology strategy to drive innovation, mitigate risk, and compete for security and prosperity. But America cannot compete alone. The U.S. approach to technology must involve partnering with like-minded countries. America benefits from a network of allies and partners, including the world's top technology and economic leaders, and it must capitalize on this advantage. A technology alliance is the best way for tech-leading democracies to work together on big issues such as groundbreaking research and development, securing supply chains, and defending technology norms rooted in democratic values. The core group should include the world's tech-leading democracies. These countries should engage on technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G telecommunications, semiconductors, and energy storage. And they should engage on issues including standard setting, export controls, and investment reviews. To do this well, stakeholders from industry and civil society should have a seat at the table. If tech-leading democracies fail to work together, they're unlikely to win the global competition. At stake is the ability to shape a democratic technological future. Collaborating with partners and allies matters because the countries that adopt new technologies and shape their use will write the future rules of the road. A technology alliance of democratic countries will empower citizens, compete economically, and help states protect their security, all without having to compromise shared values or national sovereignty. Tech-leading democracies need to form an alliance to ensure that the future of innovation is inclusive, prosperous, and secure.
All right. Hello and welcome everyone to our discussion on the future of Russia. I'm Dave Lawler. I'm the World News Editor for Axios. And thank you to CNAS for inviting Axios once again to partner with you for this great conference. We have a fantastic discussion for you today. We're taking on a debate that's really been looming out there since late February when Vladimir Putin decided to move into Ukraine and he was repelled from Kyiv. He was hit by stronger sanctions than many of us expected. And all of a sudden, this idea started to bubble up that maybe we'd overestimated the Russian threat. So we're going to interrogate those ideas today with an absolutely all-star panel. Eddie Fishman is an adjunct senior fellow at CNAS, where he focuses on the intersection of economics and national security. He's also a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council and an adjunct professor at Columbia. And he previously served as an advisor to Secretary of State John Kerry on Europe and Eurasia. And while in the Obama administration, he also played a key role in developing international sanctions to respond to Russia's interventions in Ukraine. So Eddie's the perfect guy to help us with the sanctions piece of this puzzle about the future of Russia. Richard Connolly is director of the consultancy Eastern Advisory Group and an associate fellow at the Royal United Services Institute in London. He specializes on the Russian economy. And he literally wrote the books on Russia's response to sanctions and the Russian economy. Those were the titles of the books. So Richard will tackle the future of the Russian economy and how it intersects with Russia's military capabilities. Mike Kaufman is research program director in the Russia Studies program at CNA and a fellow at the Wilson Center's Kennan Institute. And if you're anything like me, he's also been an essential follow on Twitter during the war in Ukraine. He's the guy who every reporter covering this war, myself included, has turned to understand what's going on with Russia's military. So that's where he comes in to this discussion about the future of Russia. And Andrea Kendall-Taylor is a senior fellow and director of the Transatlantic Security Program at CNIS and an adjunct professor at Georgetown School of Foreign Service. Prior to joining CNIS, she was Deputy National Intelligence Officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council. And before that, she was a senior Russia analyst at CIA. So she's going to look at the future of Russia's posture toward the U.S. And how we should think about Vladimir Putin's hold on power as well going forward. So with these four great panelists, we should get a well-rounded and nuanced perspective on where Russia stands today as a global power and also as a threat to the West, and how that may or may not change going forward and coming out of the war in Ukraine. So to frame that discussion, I just want to take a quick look at where we are today. So Russia's military has clearly taken enormous losses in terms of troops and materiel over the past 3.5 months fighting in Ukraine, but it is making gradual progress in the Donbass, and Putin is always ready to remind us that he's sitting on a big pile of nuclear weapons. Russia's global reputation has taken a blow as a result of the war, though it might not be quite as significant as many Western policymakers perhaps hoped when you look at the number of leaders, particularly in the developing world, who are continuing to court close relations with Russia. And sanctions are clearly hampering Russia's economy, though for now, oil and gas prices are very high and Russia still has customers. And Putin has made, a strategic blunder in Ukraine, but he's also tightened his control of the media at home. And from what we can tell, at least sitting where I am in Washington, it seems that Russians may be rallying around the flag to a certain effect. So that brings us to the title of today's panel, Down But Not Out. And I do want to make this discussion as interactive as possible. So please submit your questions throughout using the chat, and I'll try to integrate them as we go once we get to the Q&A portion. But first, I'm going to turn it over to each of these experts for some opening remarks, starting with Eddie on the economics and the sanctions piece of this discussion. So over to you, Eddie.
Thanks so much, Dave. So sanctions will definitely set the bounds of what's possible for Russia's economy in the years to come. They will severely constrain Russia's ability to grow economically and to produce advanced technology. But the extent to which they curtail Russian power, which is really the topic we're discussing today, will hinge on what happens in the months ahead. Let me explain. So sanctions have been unprecedented in their speed and scale. Within just weeks of Putin's invasion, they intensified from about a 2 out of 10 in intensity to an 8 out of 10. But sanctions are not yet comprehensive. Most notably, they continue to permit Russia to earn billions selling oil, gas, and other commodities around the world. And at the current pace, Russia will earn nearly $300 billion selling energy this year, which is a significant increase actually from last year. The EU did recently announce an oil embargo, but it's not clear that this will actually eviscerate Russia's overall export revenues. This weakness in the sanctions, the weakness that allows Russia to continue to generate billions of dollars selling oil and gas, has led to a record first quarter current account surplus of more than $95 billion. And just for context, that is a threefold increase from last year's tally in the first quarter, which was about $28 billion. So I want to be clear, this doesn't mean that Putin's economy is in good shape. The GDP of Russia will contract by as much as 10% this year. Russia itself projects an 8% contraction. And Russia's imports of manufactured goods, which is a critical sort of metric, are declining precipitously, down 50% in March compared with preceding months. And this is not just from Western countries, and this is an important point. Even neutral and pro-Russian countries have decreased their exports to Russia by almost 50%. And that's largely because of the risk imposed by the really sweeping financial sanctions imposed by the West. All of that said, we have reached the limit of pressure that we can impose on Russia without aggressively targeting oil and gas sales. It's because energy is really the crux of Russia's economy, accounting for 50% of export revenues and as much as 40% of the budget. And so far, Western sanctions on Russia's oil exports have focused specifically on domestic embargoes. And this may make us feel good. It may make us feel good in the U.S. or Europe, that we can morally state that we are not, will no longer be funding Putin's war sort of, implicitly through buying oil and gas. But unfortunately, oil is a commodity sold on global markets. And so far, Russia has been able to reroute its purchases to countries outside of the sanctions coalition. For instance, before the invasion, India imported effectively no oil from Russia. Today, it's getting about 20% of its oil imports from Russia, some 800,000 barrels per day. India has already bought more oil from Russia in 2022 than it did in all of 2021. China and Turkey, meanwhile, have also significantly increased their purchases of Russian oil, each by more than 50% from last year's tally. All of this underscores a key point. The main objective of Western sanctions, if they're really going to curtail Russian power, needs to be cutting revenue going into Russia, not oil flowing out. So how do we do this? It sounds hard, right? But actually, there's a precedent for a global strategy to cut a country's export revenues. And that was the global oil sanctions we imposed on Iran in the lead up to the JCPOA. And this sanctions regime was composed of two parts. First, it involved threatening secondary sanctions against buyers of Iranian oil, including buyers in places like China, unless they significantly reduce their purchases every 6 months. Something like this is possible against Russia, or potentially even better, something maybe we'll talk about, would be instead of requiring volume reductions, you could require price reductions. You've heard of this concept of a price cap that could be imposed on Russian oil sales. The second piece of the Iran oil sanctions was requiring Iranian oil revenues to accrue in escrow accounts outside of Iran. This led to tens of billions of dollars of Iranian oil proceeds growing in accounts in places like China, India, and Turkey that could only be used for bilateral trade in non-sanctioned goods. A policy like this, again, is definitely possible against Russia, but we haven't done it yet. So why? Why haven't we done it yet? And the answer is that doing policies like this will require the West to make hard choices, specifically threatening sanctions against Chinese, Indian, Turkish companies, and other companies outside of the sanctions coalition. In other words, it would require the West to prioritize the Russian threat, potentially at the expense of other priorities. And I think this is the key question that's going to face Western sanctions in the weeks and months ahead, because I think absent this, there's going to remain a gaping hole in the sanctions program, and we're not going to get from that 8 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10, where we are with Iran. So to sum up, the current sanctions are here to stay. There will be no deus ex machina for Putin. As he did in my day in 2014, Putin is going to try to wait the West out. I don't suspect he's going to curtail his war in Ukraine in order to trade for sanctions. But this policy, this strategy of trying to wait the West out is going to fail again. I'm sure of this. I believe the West will stay unified. The biggest unanswered question is whether the West is willing to do what it takes to maximize sanctions and actually cut Russia's export revenues. If not, sanctions will limit Russia's capacity for growth, but they won't put hard constraints on Putin's foreign policy. And in that case, we may well see more adventurism from Moscow, not less, in the future.
Thanks so much, Eddie. And I think maybe we'll return to that idea of trying to wait the West out. But for now, let's turn to Richard for the impact of sanctions and export controls on Russia's defense industrial base.
Thanks, Dave. So in my short remarks, I'd like to address the question of whether the impact of sanctions imposed by the US and its allies are likely to weaken Russia's economy and, more importantly, its defense industrial base in the years ahead, and whether that will in turn affect Russia's ability to rebuild its military forces. And a related question to that is just how badly Russia's forces have been damaged in the war so far. For some, it's taken such a mauling that it no longer represents a military threat beyond its borders and won't for years to come. So I think it's important to also look at that. So I'll make 3 points. First one, what's the likely impact of sanctions on the defense industrial base in the near future? At this stage, it seems clear, as Eddie's pointed out, that the Russian economy is going to be smaller over the next few years than pre-war forecasts would have suggested. Yet despite this shrinking economy, because of this, these elevated export receipts, the Russian state's ability to finance the war and its military remains pretty robust. Looking at the broad picture, as Eddie pointed out, there's a record current account surplus, which in turn is based on a record trade surplus. And this has led in the first quarter to a large federal budget surplus. And all of this could rise even further if commodity prices were to rise as well, even above where they are now. So the Russian state doesn't look as though it's going to run out of funds soon. Indeed, Russian Ministry of Finance data for the first 4 months of the year showed that military spending has doubled what it was intended to do in the budget at the end of last year. And if it remains at this level for the rest of the year, which is a big if, Russia could end up spending anywhere up to 8 to 10% of GDP, because it's going to be spending more on weapons and more on the war and have a smaller economy. And for as long as commodity prices remain high, this looks eminently feasible. Even in the event that Moscow has to run a budget deficit, it's got plenty of fiscal room to do this. It has an extremely low debt level. It doesn't need to borrow abroad. It can borrow from domestic sources of cash. And as I say, at the moment, it has this very positive cash flow. So for as long as the political will is there in the Kremlin, and for as long as export prices remain high, I don't see any immediate financial constraints confronting the Kremlin. Which brings me to the second point. If the money's there, will they be able to use it to replace any lost equipment and to rebuild the military? And many are pinning their hopes on sanctions eroding the defense industry's capacity to produce. But again, I think we should be careful about getting too excited about this. So a number of reasons. Number one, the Russian defense industry has historically always maintained high reserves, large reserves of components. I'd be very surprised if they weren't high on the eve of the war. And therefore, I would imagine that defense industrial enterprises will continue to produce in the months to come. I also wouldn't exaggerate the technological requirements of the defense industry in Russia. We've seen a lot of off-the-shelf Western tech in these systems lost over Ukraine. And we can see that because they've been using it for the whole 8 years that they've been under sanctions, it's not that difficult to source. And that leads me to another point. We shouldn't overstate the efficacy of sanctions. Countries adapt. Combination of espionage, illicit trade through third parties, new trade partners, some targeted import substitution, all of this together is, I think, likely to prevent any sharp collapse in military output. And as I say, looking at the weapons that we've seen used in Ukraine, we can see that a lot of these are using components that were supposed to be sanctioned. So we can see that they've already found ways to circumvent this. There's also certain subsectors of the Russian defense industry that are much more self-sufficient than others. So Russia's ability, for instance, to produce nuclear weapons and their delivery systems has always been very, the self-sufficiency there has always been very high. I wouldn't expect sanctions to affect Russia's ability to build nuclear-powered submarines, ballistic missiles, etc. That takes me to my third and final point. Just how much is Russia going to need to replace, given that it's likely to have the money, and I think its defense industry will continue to perform at least at a reasonably sufficient rate. So much of the analytical coverage so far suggests that Russia has, and Dave pointed out in his opening remarks, that Russia's taken a real mauling, and it's going to take years for Russia to be able to present a military threat to any of its neighbors again. But if we look carefully at the confirmed losses of Russian equipment observed in Ukraine, we see a slightly different picture. And if we use the Oryx data, which I think is the best open source information available on Russian losses, and if we see that as a lower bound for Russian equipment losses, in practice they're probably a bit higher, and we look at the composition, we can see that actually Russia's only lost around 250 tanks, main battle tanks, of the type that have been produced in the last decade. All of the other ones that it's lost, 550 or so, were all built maybe in the late Soviet period or were modernized in the 1990s. But the really more modern stuff, the T-32B3Ms, the T-90Ms, these have been lost in much smaller numbers. It's not going to take Russia much longer than a year or two to replace this type of equipment. We can illustrate the point by looking at combat aircraft. If we look, according to the Ukrainian MOD, Russia's lost something like 200 combat aircraft. If we look at the Oryx data, we've got a total of 31 confirmed aircraft losses. Of these, 14 would have been Soviet-era aircraft. Only 16 modern, that is produced in the last decade, aircraft have been confirmed as being destroyed. Now, put that in some context. Russia took delivery of around about 400 new combat aircraft over the past decade, along with several hundred more modernized airframes. So Russia's a long way off from having its military capacity completely undermined. And this, of course, informs what it's going to need to rebuild in the future. It's not going to take long to replace lost combat aircraft. It's not going to take long to replace the modern ground equipment. Where Russia's probably going to have to produce harder and run harder is in the realm of PGMs. Russia's used, according to some estimates, as nearly 3,000 long-range PGMs to date. To put that in some context, the United States used about 725 Tomahawks in the early stages of Operation Iraqi Freedom. So Russia's been using these long-range PGMs at the same intensity as the US has in previous wars. So it's normal to use them at this rate in a high-intensity modern war. But they are adjusting accordingly. Only this morning, the Deputy Prime Minister, Yuri Borisov, was talking about the fact that the Votkinsk factory, which produces Iskander, missiles for the Iskander system, has been working 3-shift patterns around the clock, and he's recruiting an extra 500 staff. And we're seeing reports of this all across the defense industry, suggesting, of course, that an absence of components is not yet a problem. So in sum, I'd say that Russia's defense industry might not have as big a job as we think in terms of its need to replenish lost equipment whenever, in the near future. It's going to be able to afford to do this, and we shouldn't underestimate the ability of its industry to adapt to these new and changing circumstances. I'll hand over to you, Dave. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. And there has been this idea out there that the combination of sanctions and military losses would really cripple Russia's ability to wage this war and maybe other wars in the future. And you've made a pretty convincing case that that may not be the case. I want to turn it over to Mike to sort of pick up where you left off on where the Russian military may be heading. So over to you, Mike.
Thanks, Dave. And great points by Richard. I agree with him that I think the Russian military might rebuild a lot faster than other folks expect. But let me focus on my part of the conversation, which is the actual war. And first, I have to say, we have to take care not to learn the wrong lessons from this war. Russia does not have a Potemkin military. Second, not appreciating the importance of context for how we assess military power, which is very significant because you have to ask not just what do we understand about how Russia's performed in Ukraine, but what does that actually tell us about the future for the Russian military or the military conflicts or scenarios that we might be concerned about. So early conclusions about Russian performance in this war, in my view, overly draw from the first 3 weeks, a bungled regime change operation where Russian forces were not prepared or organized for a serious campaign. Russian forces drove in expecting Ukraine to surrender, thinking they might win within a few days. They took very heavy casualties, lost a lot of their best troops. And on the balance of that equation, between whether it was mostly a bad plan or a bad army, I think it's fair to say that the opening round of the war was more of a bad plan. Much, though far from all of Russia's performance in the early phase of the war, can be tied to the peculiarity of this terribly conceived plan and the political assumptions of the leadership. Since then, they have adjusted substantially. Russian forces are now prosecuting the offensive in Ukraine in a manner much closer to how they train and organize the fight. Despite a depleted force, they are making incremental gains, and the war appears likely to become protracted. The Russian military is leveraging fires, air power much more effectively, showing it is better at combined arms than it was in the earlier period of the war. And so we need to really temper those early impressions, right? And we can't get into a place where we tell ourselves that the Russian military is not capable of doing these things, and then barely a month later actually seeing them doing a lot of these things that they supposedly can't do, right? Many of the problems in the Russian military, though, are structural. It is very far from just a bad plan. I think we overestimate the Russian military in terms of training, leadership, discipline, and their army has significant deficiencies. One of the biggest ones was a visible difficulty or an ability in scaling military operations. What a military can do with 10 battalions and can't necessarily do with 100 or more. So they had very little experience in large-scale military operations and clearly fell flat on that score. But we are also witnessing the Russian military adapt, adjust, and we have to ask, are we assessing them based on where they were on February 23rd or what that force is likely to look like in the future? And equally, I have to comment, there's considerable overconfidence amongst Western militaries, at least in some circles that I've had the opportunity to engage with, that they would have done tremendously better in a similar scenario. And I'm sorry, but I'm not so sure. We too have not fought a determinant opponent with parity of capability like this in a very long time. So there's a lot of validation and backpatting in Western circles that I don't think is necessarily warranted. Now, for my other point, which is it may be tempting to believe that just because Ukraine has done remarkably well against Russian forces, a NATO victory could be taken for granted in almost any scenario, and it might be an easy fight. That is the wrong lesson to take away from this war, and also that's just not how things work. Military power needs a context to express itself, always. It does not exist in the abstract. It cannot be measured that way. There is no such thing as U.S. is number 1, China's number 2, and Russia's number 3. It all depends on the scenario and the contingency that you're exploring. Poor U.S. military performance in Grenada didn't mean that the United States would lose a conventional war to the Soviet Union in Europe. Poor Soviet performance in the Winter War against Finland in 1939 to 1940 led Germany to draw some of the wrong lessons about the extent of the rot in the Red Army, right? So scenarios dramatically alter your expectations of military performance, and you can't just completely throw away the context of Ukraine and assume that in a different war, a more capable military establishment would have a much easier time. In NATO context, Russian planning would have been very differently, as would the geography of the fight, the logistical challenges for the Russian military, and so forth. A 20% loss of Ukrainian territory in a Baltic context means losing entire countries, or at least an entire country. And if I showed you just a map of how far the Russian military got into Ukraine in the first couple of weeks of the war and laid it over a map of something like the Baltics and Poland, you would walk away with a lot of concerns just based on that very crude and rudimentary comparison. So, in my view, defense communities unfortunately tend not to do nuance well. So we often swing from exaggerating to understating the threat and then back again. Yes, it's true we overestimate the Russian military, but we need to assess things soberly, right? We are still learning a lot about this war. And the early takes, I hate to tell you, are almost always wrong. I know you're thinking that's impossible. All the newly minted Russian military analysts on Twitter, how could they be wrong? I'm going to tell you that we're actually learning a great deal about the early period of the war that I think suggests that this was far from overdetermined, and a great deal about how Russian military has adjusted in performance in recent weeks. I don't want to oversell that story, but I just want to end by saying there are few things as consistent in foreign policy discourse as writing Russia off as a power, but the old aphorism for me typically holds that Russia is never as strong nor as weak as she looks. Thanks. I'll turn it back over to Dave.
Thanks, Mike. And a helpful reminder to those of us writing about the war that your reactions from the first 2 weeks don't necessarily hold for the entirety of the conflict. And I'll also say that I wish we were doing this in person to see all of you face to face, but between Mike's painting, Richard's cat, and all of your bookshelves, this has actually been quite it's been a visual feast for me as well. Now I want to turn over to Andrea to talk about the political will in Moscow to confront the U.S. and the West.
Great. Okay, well, this has already been such a tremendous panel. I'm really happy to be here. So we've already heard from my fellow panelists about the economic picture, focusing on the effects of sanctions on the economy, also on Russia's defense industrial base and the state of the Russian military. And I think the underlying message there is that Russia still retains many capabilities. And so then the question becomes, what should we expect about Russia's intent or its will to sustain confrontation with the West? And that's what I want to get into and focus on two parts of that question. One is the political international picture, and then I'll turn to the domestic piece. And Dave, as you mentioned in your opening, I think it is a reality that many people have focused on, that Russia is not as isolated as we like to think. Of course, the transatlantic community has been extremely united, but much of the rest of the world is hedging. A lot of countries that have historical relationships with Russia aren't ready to jettison those. Other countries are extremely concerned that high fuel prices and food prices is going to cause instability within their countries. And Russia, for its part, is really going to very great lengths to control the narrative and to frame the United States and Europe as to blame for this war, and that the United States and Europe are to blame for the sanctions. I've even heard anecdotally from senior U.S. officials in some of the meetings that they've had with counterparts in some African countries that they've been asked about, what about those chemical weapons facilities in Ukraine? So the point is that clearly Russian disinformation is extremely pervasive. And Russia is also working to flip the script. The Kremlin, for example, said that they would allow grain to leave Ukraine if the West removed some of the sanctions. So again, that leaves many countries blaming the United States and Europe. And by the way, as Russia works to control how other countries are understanding this war, they have the support of China, who largely echoes these Kremlin talking points. And so for me, on this international piece, the point really is that Russia is not as isolated as we like to think. And this creates a more permissive environment for Russia to really stay the course in terms of its intentions to undermine the United States and the West. Now, to speak about those intentions, of course, looking at the domestic piece, of course, this war is having a very significant impact on Russia's domestic politics. I would say it's difficult for me to imagine a Russia coming out of this war that is anything but intent on sustaining its confrontation with the West. And I think one of the dynamics I find very notable is the way that the Kremlin has unleashed this torrent of ultra-nationalist rhetoric to whip up support for the war. You have Putin openly talking about national traitors, the need to cleanse them from society, and there has been, to some degree, a receptive audience for those narratives. This war has become a great patriotic war that a large segment of Russian society stands behind and supports. It is, of course, difficult to assess true Russian sentiment when the Kremlin has increased repression so dramatically. There is polling, though, that shows, there has been an uptick in support for Putin from 71% to 83% now, most recently in May. I take the analytic point that polling in these highly repressive regimes is problematic. But I think it's safe to say that there is a sizable segment of the Russian population that supports the war, in large part because the state media and Kremlin propaganda convinces them of their ideas. And so I think for me, the point is we can't overlook the Kremlin's ability to control the narrative inside Russia. And that's problematic because now you have a President Putin who is likening himself to Peter the Great. It was just this week, it was marking the 350th anniversary of Peter the Great, that Putin is out there saying that Peter the Great wasn't taking anything, he was taking it back. And he added to that it is our responsibility also to take back and to strengthen. And I think that's how Putin sees his mission. It's to take back and to claim what was once Russian. And so here, again, a Russia that is weakened in this war is not a less dangerous Russia. Putin will retain the intent to challenge the West so long as he is there. And we can talk about this in Q&A, but I would say there's very few signs that he's at risk of losing power anytime soon. The final point I want to make, of course, is that's not the only plausible scenario, and it's not impossible to imagine that this war could precipitate an earlier than expected departure for Putin. I would say Putin's hold on power, although it is secure, is considerably weaker now than it was prior to the conflict. And so I don't want to necessarily overstate public support for the war, because there is quite clearly a segment of society who opposes it, but who can't, because of the repression, vocalize their opposition. So to talk about, but what does that mean over the longer term? And I would say, unfortunately, that there's a strong chance that even in a post-Putin world, that many of the contours of Russian foreign policy will persist. And I say that after looking at a lot of leadership changes in countries that look like Russia, where you've had these autocrats in power 20 years or more. In 75% of cases, most like Russia, authoritarianism persists beyond the departure of the leader. And I would say that we would be likely to even see the same regime persist in Russia in cases in which Putin dies in office, or if you see some sort of elite transfer. And in both of those cases, it's someone from within the same ruling elite that would likely emerge as Russia's next leader. And I think so long as that regime persists, my expectation is then that the contours of Russian foreign policy persist along with it. There are other scenarios. It's possible that the regime could fall with Putin and that you could see more meaningful change in leadership. It's also possible that even a new leader from the same regime could at least lead to a change in tone in relations with Russia. And, we saw that for a time when Medvedev was at the helm there for a while. So, of course, those more optimistic outcomes are possible, but I think it's important that we're realistic that they are lower probability outcomes and that we do need to be prepared for a long-term confrontation with Russia, along with, I think, lasting capabilities that my colleagues talked about. So back over to you, Dave.
Great. Thanks so much, Andrea. And I think you put your finger on an important point, which is that even if we're counting tanks and GDP after this war, during this war, and Russia is numerically weaker, it doesn't necessarily mean Russia's less dangerous. It does depend on decision-making in the Kremlin, right? Please keep the audience questions coming. By the way, we've got several, and I said at the beginning that I was going to integrate as many of them as I could. So to show I'm serious about that, I'll go straight to a question from Rachel, who has a question for Eddie. She asks, could you comment on the mechanisms to cut the price, I assume that's of oil, and how best to bring on board countries that are wary of Western policies? And I'll layer another question on top of that, Eddie. There's this idea out there that this war is going to make Russia more reliant on China, certainly economically. Are we seeing that happen already? What's your read on the China piece to Rachel's question as well? So over to you, Eddie.
Sure. Thanks, Dave, and Rachel, thanks for the question. So before answering that, I just want to dovetail on something Andrea said, which is that undoubtedly Russia will emerge from this conflict with strong intent to continue challenging the West. I think we're past the point of trying to change Putin's calculus or psychology about the wisdom of challenging the West. Clearly, that is going to be really continue to be the centerpiece of his claims to domestic legitimacy, being the kind of Russian ruler standing up to aggressive forces in the West. So I think what that means is that we need to think about sanctions less in terms of how they can affect Putin's psychology, which unfortunately I think is a fool's errand. But really we need to sort of think in terms of a more pedestrian goal of degrading Russian capabilities. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin took some flack by saying that, one of our goals was to weaken Russia. But I think in that comment was a real kernel of truth. And that's really what we're left with right now. So onto your question on the price cap, the point of trying to curtail Russian export revenues is, to sort of, to go into what Richard said, is to make it harder for Russia to kind of have its cake and eat it too, to fund government salaries, to pay pensions, to keep afloat industries that are really there just because of state support, as well as paying for its military capabilities, right? So I think that forcing Putin to make those hard choices is really important, and that's why you do a price cap. So how would this work? There's really two components. The first is the West would come out and basically state a price for oil, say $30 a barrel. You could choose anything really, that's close to Russia's marginal cost of production. And then what you would do is you would have two prongs of sanctions. One would be primary sanctions. So the U.S. and the EU would prohibit Western companies from providing shipping, insurance, port services, et cetera, to cargoes of Russian oil that exceed the price cap. So for instance, if a tanker of Russian oil was being sent to China for a price that exceeded that cap, and a U.S. company or a British company was providing insurance for that tanker, that would be illegal, right? So there would be significant risk in sort of added to shipments of Russian oil. And then secondly, you would actually threaten secondary sanctions against buyers of Russian oil cargoes that exceed the price cap. So in this instance, again, perhaps the Chinese bank who's processing the payment for the cargo of Russian oil that exceeds the cap would be sanctioned. I think the important thing here in terms of how to bring others on board is that the negative incentive, the threat of sanctions here is actually not the most salient point. It's actually the positive incentive. It's the positive incentive for countries like China, India, and Turkey to buy Russian oil at a steep discount, to sort of lock in and potentially increase some of the discounts they've already been able to get in recent months. So, I think it's important to note that China, India, Turkey, others are not buying Russian oil out of charity. They're not doing this because they love Putin and they want to, throw a lifeline to Putin. They're doing it because they think it's in their economic interest. And frankly, they're getting Russian oil at a discount. So this price cap maneuver, the reason I'm personally in favor of it is it actually provides a significant positive incentive for China, India, and Turkey to comply with this price cap. And we actually saw last month, the Indians have been driving really hard bargains with the Russians, trying to lock in prices as low as $70 a barrel, while Brent right now is trading at over $120 a barrel. So I think that's how it would work mechanically. From a practical standpoint, you really only need the U.S. to be on board. It would sort of a nice to have the EU on board, but not strictly necessary from the point of sanctions, because this would be ultimately enforced by financial sanctions. And as we've seen in the past, really unilateralism is okay and is sufficient. When the U.S. unilaterally pulled out of the JCPOA and reinstated similar secondary oil sanctions against Iran, it worked as well as you could have expected. Iranian oil exports really collapsed. So in terms of China, just quickly touching on that, I do think that we have to be honest with ourselves that the combination of this war and the sanctions is pushing Russia and China more closely together. What it really is doing is it's making Russia more dependent on China, because now if Russia were to lose the Chinese market, there's really nowhere else to turn. So I do think that's a negative sort of externality of the Western response to the war. But I would caveat that this has been happening now for quite some time, right? Russia-China relations have gotten much closer since the 2014 Russian invasion of Ukraine, and their economic ties have grown substantially since then. So I think this just kind of locks in a trend that was already taking place.
Got it. Thanks, Eddie. And Richard, I want to turn to you for, first of all, I'd be interested in your response to Eddie's comments on sanctions, but also in your opening, you laid out quite a strong counter argument to all of the various things where we think Russia might be weaker than it actually is. Where do you see the vulnerabilities in the Russian economy and defense industrial base? Are there really areas where they are vulnerable coming out of those wars. So over to you, Richard.
Thanks, Dave. I mean, Eddie's highlighted the main vulnerability insofar as that's Russia's dependence on hydrocarbon export revenues to fund the entire edifice in the Russian economy. There are lots of non-hydrocarbon firms that rely on the revenues generated by the sale, the export of oil, gas, and other metals and minerals for their survival, because these revenues get redistributed around the economy by the leadership. So if there is a way, and Eddie's just outlined, I think, some quite plausible, although not ones without potential problems, but he's nevertheless put forward, I think, some quite plausible proposals for how you would try to use that dependence on hydrocarbons to against them. So that's one thing. If you can reduce the revenues available, then you can have an impact on the wider economy, because, as Eddie pointed out, you force then the leadership to deal with scarcity. If your resources are relatively scarce, you have to prioritize. And if there's a war going on and you want to allocate your resources towards the military and you want to spend more on, let's say, rearmament, then that leaves fewer funds available for spending on health, education, supporting the economy in the face of what is, by all accounts, going to be a pretty sharp and severe recession. So that's the first vulnerability, the biggest one. The problem with it, of course, is that it is a sort of a double-edged sword insofar as some of the things that we might do in order to be able to reduce Russia's hydrocarbon revenues can, in fact, have the unintended consequences of pushing them up, at least in the short run. Personally, whenever I get asked this question, I always think the most obvious response, and it's not one that I know some people would be happy with, would be to increase pumping oil as much as you possibly can. Convince the Saudis to do it as much as they can. Convince U.S. private producers to do it as much as they can. If you could do that, you would see oil prices come down, especially given that high prices lately, I think, will cause some demand destruction in the medium term. By that, I mean possibly even in a few months. So if you could disrupt the supply-demand balance and take prices lower, and then, as Eddie pointed out, Russian oil is already trading at discount, then that, I think, is the way that you do it. But again, and Eddie made this point, it means prioritizing weakening Russia over other policy objectives, such as moving towards a greener economy. And that's something that, of course, has to be taken into account. So we live in a world where policymakers have multiple objectives, not just dealing with Russia. The second primary principal weakness, and certainly insofar as the defense industry is concerned, has been this dependence on components. Electronic components, machine tools used in the production of goods across the defense industry, but also across Russian manufacturing more broadly. And that's where Russia's experienced the biggest hit so far. You know, that's where most of this sharp decline in imports is manifested. So if there is a way to make sure that Russia is unable to purchase, acquire in whatever way, alternatives to those components that it's no longer accessing from the West, then that, I think, will be a good thing. Because even if the Russians can circumvent the sanctions, it's going to impose a cost. And that cost means that, you know, for every component that they have to pay 50% more, then, you know, it again imposes resource constraints. Again, though, and that was the point in my presentation, we also have to be quite, I think, realistic about just how much heavy lifting sanctions can do on this front. There are multiple ways in which countries adapt, not necessarily to a new optimal future, but countries nevertheless adapt to pretty heavy sanctions. South Africa, Iran, even North Korea continues in the way in which it does with the same regime, doing the things that we countries wanted it not to do. And they are much smaller countries with a much less diverse manufacturing base than Russia. You have to bear in mind, for all Russia's manufacturing weaknesses and for the fact that it's supposed to be a gas station with missiles, it remains one of the world's top 10 producers in dollar terms of manufactured goods. So again, we have to be realistic about what we're expecting from sanctions. I think they play a vital role in statecraft and in our policy towards Russia. And as Eddie pointed out, I think they're likely to impose a growing cost over time. But expecting that they're going to suddenly result in Russian defense firms not being able to produce, you know, in the next coming weeks or months, I think is entirely implausible. We've seen people pointing to, you know, sort of dubious media reports of Russian defense plants not being able to produce. This was within the first few days of the war, and I just, pulled what little hair I have left out of my head and thought, there's no way that we're going to be able to have that sort of impact that quickly. We should be looking more to the medium to long run here if we are to exploit these vulnerabilities. And it all has to be done in a joined up way. And that isn't always happening, I think, at the moment. Sometimes we're doing some things with one hand that actually reduces our ability to do things with the other.
Can I add one really quick point? Because Richard raises a really important thing that I was hoping would come up in our panel, and that is the story of adaptation. One of the things that Mike and Richard and I are working on, and some of the work that we're doing, is kind of thinking through then the more kind of vulnerable that Russia feels in terms of its conventional capabilities, the more we're likely to see the Kremlin double down on a lot of the asymmetric tools it includes, or that it has in its arsenal, including cyber and especially the nuclear piece. And I invite Mike and Richard again to kind of comment on that. But again, it's this idea that even though Russia many of its conventional forces may be deteriorated, a lot of the things that U.S. defense planners worry about most, whether it's the nuclear weapons, integrated air defense subs that Mike talked about, those have been largely untouched by the war. And again, the more Russia feels concerned about its conventional capabilities, I think the more that they are going to double down and rely on the nuclear deterrence and potentially escalation piece. And that's something that U.S. and NATO defense planners need to be thinking a lot about. And it gets back to that idea, down but not out. Weaken Russia is not necessarily a less dangerous one, because it does have these other tools in its toolkit that it can still rely on.
Great. And Andrea, you actually just addressed a question we got from Vanessa, which was if Russia's conventional military or defense industrial base is weakened, what could they turn to if they feel threatened? What are the and nuclear is an issue that she raised. Mike, I'll turn to you with that, but I also want to layer in a question from Michelle, which was what can the U.S. military planners take away from the war so far? I know you gave us a good talking to about not drawing conclusions too early in the war, early on, so that may still be in play in your answer. But if you were sitting in the Pentagon, what should people be learning from how Russia has fought this war so far?
Sure, that's a good question. So, I'd say at the end of the day, force employment matters more so than capability on paper. And one of the hardest lessons of this is that qualitative and quantitative superiority on paper is not necessarily definitive of outcomes. I mean, one of the things I've learned is that we have challenges too, in a lot of the areas where I see Russian military problems. And we, the United States, but particularly Europeans, are not necessarily set up for a sustained great power war. If you look at the rate of attrition and you look at the amount of munitions being used, NATO's already out of a lot of key munitions that it provided to Ukraine that will take years to replace. And this is not a war that NATO's in, but it is a war in which European countries and the United States are materially contributing to. And if you look at the way we tend to think about, I think, warfighting scenarios, they're often very much tied to the operational level and not thinking through the likelihood that these kind of wars become protracted. There is no early on culminating point. There's a huge amount of attrition. Militaries try to see their way through the conflict when their assumptions are proven wrong. They adapt over time, and wars never, well, I won't say never, it's a terrible word, but they rarely end the way they begin, right? So you can't use straight line analysis and assume that the war is going to continue going on the way it has. And this conflict is great evidence of that. So there's much here to ponder, just in general, in how we think about defense planning, about our own requirements. I think the wrong takeaway is always to think that, oh, well, the Russian military is not good conventionally. The real problem is going to be nuclear weapons moving forward. And folks will want to sort of focus on China just because it's a natural intellectual proclivity. I'll tell you that in many ways is the wrong takeaway, and history consistently proves that's the wrong takeaway. And then the last question, I think that the earlier person, Vanessa, had, yes, so beyond conventional military capability, right, Russia also has a very diverse arsenal of theater nuclear weapons, strategic nuclear weapons, anti-satellite capabilities, offensive cyber capabilities, which may be the dog that didn't bark in this conflict, but I strongly discourage people from subscribing to the school of analysis that says just because you haven't seen somebody use something yet, it means that they either don't have it or can't do it, right? And cyber is one of those areas where I encourage sober assessment, considering that there's still a lot we haven't seen there that could happen. So there's a whole host of other capabilities that Russia has that have not been diminished by this conflict or haven't even been used in it, or that this particular war is not necessarily representative of what that would look like in a context of a fight, let's say, between Russia and NATO. Just I encourage those kind of trying to balance that conversation a bit more.
A quick follow-up, Mike, on you mentioned cyber. Many of us were writing that if this invasion happened, it would likely be simultaneous, military invasion and massive cyber intervention by Russia. It didn't happen that way, or at least on the scale that people expected. Quickly, what do you draw? Do you draw any conclusions from that, or why do you think it may be that we haven't seen Russia use cyber capabilities in Ukraine on a massive scale?
So in general, I think what we got wrong is that the Russian invasion was not a combined arms operation oriented to the Ukrainian military, right? The kind of campaign that, let's say, NATO might organize. It was really meant as a regime change operation where they expected to win very quickly for the Ukrainian military and political leadership to surrender. And the question as to why we haven't seen some of these cyber capabilities. Well, I can only speculate. Obviously, I do not know, and we always have to be honest about the things we don't know. One reason could be the same reason we didn't see an organized air power campaign to attain air superiority or a sustained strike campaign. Russia used very few of its precision-guided munitions in the early days, although by now they've used thousands, because they didn't actually intend a sustained campaign like this. Another reason is because very likely they intended an occupation to begin within days, and they didn't want to damage and destroy the critical infrastructure that they would need to run the country they thought they were going to take over, right, relatively easily, okay? And there are other reasons potentially as well. Maybe they wanted to hold in reserve and not use a lot of these cards, and to have them in reserve and not tip their hand in terms of what they can do vis-a-vis NATO. I don't know. I'm simply offering the potential reasons, right? We're still figuring out a lot about the early part of the war, and we're discovering much more about those early days and weeks of who did what and how things unfolded that now give us a better picture than the initial takes, right? And that's unfortunately how history works. And I often have very disappointing answers for folks because I tell them, listen, we're still debating about what happened in World War I. So you have to moderate your expectations 100 days into this war into assuming that we might have all the answers about how things unfolded in the early weeks. And I think we are seeing much more, some of those capabilities in play much more now.
Got it. And Andrea, I want to circle back to you. You raised Russia's nuclear arsenal, as did Vanessa in her question. In what ways does that constrain the way that the U.S., both responds to Russia's aggression in Ukraine, but U.S. policy toward Russia, on a broader scale, the fear that at some point Russia nuclear weapons could be in play when it comes to Russia?
I think that's something that's still being widely debated within the administration. I think it's certainly, one of the primary reasons why this administration has been so careful about entering into a direct military confrontation with Russia, right? That I think has been, for this administration, one of the overarching principles as it's making decisions about how far they want to go in terms of providing Ukraine with the arms that they are asking for. That imperative to avoid a direct military confrontation, in large part given that Russia is a nuclear-powered state and that, it is very likely that if we got into a confrontation, it could very quickly escalate to that nuclear level. It's something that we're also debating in the analytic community. So what if, for example, there's been a lot of discussion about whether or not Putin could turn to the use of a tactical nuclear weapon in this war, either to try to dissuade greater Western support, and how would the United States and the West respond? I think my sense is that certainly if Putin used, if it was something for demonstration effect, kind of a high altitude test, I think that there would be a lot of voices advocating that the United States should not be deterred in that situation and that we would proceed. We would look for opportunities, and President Biden has said as much, that there would be, I think he said a symmetric response, but I don't think that's what he actually meant, but that the United States would respond in some appropriate fashion, and that we would consider doing what it is that we needed to do in order to support Ukraine in that case. Because there's an imperative to demonstrate that nuclear weapons can't dissuade us in certain instances, right? So it's obviously a fine line. I think it's a big question that's going to be extremely relevant moving forward for the reason that we've talked about, that if Russia is damaged and is feeling wounded conventionally, then the nuclear threat, the potential of escalation and use in some sort of military confrontation, the nuclear piece, I think, takes on outsized importance for the Kremlin as they, for example, are using up precision-guided, their PGMs that I think, again, would potentially shorten the pathway to nuclear war. I think these are all the things that defense planners, both in the United States and NATO, need to be contemplating about how we would respond, A, to that nuclear use, and to a Kremlin that might be more reliant on that in the future. And I imagine those discussions are happening at NATO and in other places.
Got it. And we now have about 5 minutes left. Thank you for all these questions that are coming in. I'll try to squeeze a couple of them in. Eddie, I'll turn to you with John's questions. What are some ways to further delegitimize Putin's grip on power? Obviously, this is a crucial question and a hard one to answer, but I want to ask you in the sanctions context, because we've heard some analysts inside Russia, or in some cases newly outside of Russia, say that actually the more you sanction Russia, the more resentment of the West grows inside Russia, and actually that can help Putin's domestic position. Do you worry about that?
Yeah, I think with sanctions, you always worry about a rally around the flag effect, right? I think that oftentimes there is sort of an effort, almost always there's an effort internally for governments to blame sanctions on external actors, and as opposed to saying, hey, we invaded Ukraine and that's why there are now sanctions on you, you blame it on the West. And I think so far that's working in Russia, and that's normal, right? Normally when sanctions are first imposed, the blame oftentimes goes on the sender of the sanctions. I think the real question is what happens over time, right? I think in 2014, we saw a similar spike in Putin's popularity after the annexation of Crimea, but that popularity softened quite a bit in the coming years when the Russian economy moved into recession. You saw standards of living decrease pretty substantially. This was also a period of lower oil prices. So I think what I'll be looking for really is to what extent, especially over time, if this war does kind of ossify into a war of attrition, that Putin, doesn't really have any major victory to claim, I do think that you're going to see Russian living standards suffer considerably. You will see growing unemployment, growing inflation. And, I think it's going to be hard over time for Putin, who, I'll remind you, his first claim to power wasn't, to be the next Peter the Great. It was, to stabilize Russia after a very chaotic 1990s in which, we did see standards of living decrease from what they were in the Soviet times, right? And so if that is erased, if sort of the bump in living standards that Putin delivered from sort of 2000 when he came into power to present, if that is erased in the coming years, I do think that Putin will struggle to retain domestic legitimacy. I don't think that he can maintain, popular support in Russia just by fanning the flames of irredentis nationalism indefinitely.
Got it. And Richard, I'll turn to you with this question as well. I know we only have a few minutes left here, but should policymakers be thinking about how to weaken Putin's hold on power? And if they are, do we actually know what might be effective in that regard?
I don't know about whether they ought to or they ought not. I mean, I think that's, I think it's pretty evident that people are trying to. Now, whether or not we know the levers to pull in order to make that happen, I think is a very different question. As Eddie pointed out, then if we take living standards over the last decade, they've barely grown. Now, that's for a number of homegrown Russian reasons, but it will have sanctions will have played some part in that, and certainly over the course of the near future may play an even larger role in restricting Russian living standards, restricting the availability of goods and services to the average Russian, etc. The question is this politically important? Is this going to be enough to cause people to express their dissatisfaction to the regime and ask for something to change, i.e. for that regime to either change its policy or to step aside and let somebody else in? Again, to Andrea's point earlier about the methodology, the problems when you're looking at public opinion poll data, but my sense is that the key constituencies that support Putin remain pretty much in place. And that despite sanctions and despite external pressure, what they'll do is use fewer resources, a smaller resource pie, and just make sure that they allocate them towards those key constituencies that keep the regime in place. So that means the costs will be borne by the people who look to the West, by the people who spoke, several languages, traveled to New York and London a lot, who maybe had property abroad. They're the people who are going to suffer the most and are suffering the most. But I think, for those people working in the sort of more industrial towns who would vote for Putin and united Russia, I think that the regime will do enough to keep these people on side. So I think you'd have to use a lot of levers beyond what we've already discussed to even get to a point where their lives become so bad that they want to come out in the streets and complain. So I'm quite skeptical as to what levers can be used to achieve that effect, at least in the in the foreseeable future.
And I think skeptical is perhaps the right word to describe all of our panelists' reaction to this narrative that we were talking about. This idea that Russia would emerge from this war severely weakened, less of a threat to the West, an economic basket case, maybe even a political time bomb. I think we heard some very strong counterpoints across all of those various areas. I have many more questions. Our audience has many more questions that I unfortunately didn't get to, but in the interest of finishing on time, as we said, I'm going to unfortunately have to wrap it up. Thanks so much to Eddie, Richard, Andrea, and Mike for their wonderful and very insightful commentary. And thank you again to CNAS for holding this panel and for bringing Axios on board as the media partner. Our next panel will be Tech Matters. That will begin at 12:30. So maybe get yourself some lunch if you're on the East Coast and come back and join us in 30 minutes for another great discussion. And thanks again to all of you in the audience for engaging and for your great questions as well. So that's it from us on the Russia panel.
The United States is set for a prolonged period of competition with Russia, but especially China. The two countries are increasingly aligned, especially in their desire to counter the United States, and that will create challenges that the United States is going to have to navigate.
The Russia-China partnership is most problematic in the areas in which it amplifies the challenge that China poses to the United States, particularly in two domains, democracy and human rights, and in the defense realm. China and Russia are aligned in weakening and interfering in democracies around the world, and they're also bolstering autocrats, providing them the training and the technology to better muzzle their own citizens. At the same time, at the international level, they are weakening human rights protections and also proposing new norms in emerging areas such as internet sovereignty and cyber.
In the defense domain, Russia is amplifying China's military capabilities, basically making it easier for China to keep the United States out of its backyard. And in the technology domain, too, the two countries are increasingly working together, raising the risk that Russia and China together can out-innovate the United States, which would strain an already stressed U.S. defense budget. Some people have talked about driving a wedge between Russia and China, but that's unlikely to be effective. Instead, over the longer term, Washington needs to think about how it can change Russia's calculus such that it views some cooperation with the United States not just as possible, but also preferable to its growing subservience to Beijing.
So the United States needs to respond to the China-Russia partnership in a few key ways. The first is by monitoring and preparing for the relationship. This includes better intelligence sharing, wargaming, and we also need to be taking advantage of the fissures that exist between China and Russia going forward. At the same time, we need to be creating headwinds against the China-Russia entente, and that includes working with our allies and partners, bolstering our democracy and bolstering the resilience of democracies around the world.
The increasing cooperation between Russia and China is a challenge, but it's not an insurmountable one. I think as long as the United States is mindful and proactive and leverages its assets, things like allies and partners, that it's a challenge that the United States is well equipped to overcome.
The United States faces a challenge like no other in its history, a strategic competition with a rising China. Technology is at the center of this competition. Leaders who can harness technology for economic, political, and military power will have an outsized influence on shaping our world. America needs a national technology strategy to drive innovation, mitigate risk, and compete for security and prosperity. But America cannot compete alone. The U.S. approach to technology must involve partnering with like-minded countries. America benefits from a network of allies and partners, including the world's top technology and economic leaders, and it must capitalize on this advantage. A technology alliance is the best way for tech-leading democracies to work together on big issues such as groundbreaking research and development, securing supply chains, and defending technology norms rooted in democratic values. The core group should include the world's tech-leading democracies. These countries should engage on technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G telecommunications, semiconductors, and energy storage. And they should engage on issues including standard setting, export controls, and investment reviews. To do this well, stakeholders from industry and civil society should have a seat at the table. If tech-leading democracies fail to work together, they're unlikely to win the global competition. At stake is the ability to shape a democratic technological future. Collaborating with partners and allies matters because the countries that adopt new technologies and shape their use will write the future rules of the road. A technology alliance of democratic countries will empower citizens, compete economically, and help states protect their security, all without having to compromise shared values or national sovereignty. Tech-leading democracies need to form an alliance to ensure that the future of innovation is inclusive, prosperous, and secure. The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism. The United States faces a challenge like no other in its history, a strategic competition with a rising China. Technology is at the center of this competition. Leaders who can harness technology for economic, political, and military power will have an outsized influence on shaping our world. America needs a national technology strategy to drive innovation, mitigate risk, and compete for security and prosperity. But America cannot compete alone. The U.S. approach to technology must involve partnering with like-minded countries. America benefits from a network of allies and partners, including the world's top technology and economic leaders, and it must capitalize on this advantage. A technology alliance is the best way for tech-leading democracies to work together on big issues such as groundbreaking research and development, securing supply chains, and defending technology norms rooted in democratic values. The core group should include the world's tech-leading democracies. These countries should engage on technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G telecommunications, semiconductors, and energy storage. And they should engage on issues including standard setting, export controls, and investment reviews. To do this well, stakeholders from industry and civil society should have a seat at the table. If tech-leading democracies fail to work together, they're unlikely to win the global competition. At stake is the ability to shape a democratic technological future. Collaborating with partners and allies matters, because the countries that adopt new technologies and shape their use will write the future rules of the road. A technology alliance of democratic countries will empower citizens, compete economically, and help states protect their security, all without having to compromise shared values or national sovereignty. Tech-leading democracies need to form an alliance to ensure that the future of innovation is inclusive, prosperous, and secure.
The United States is set for a prolonged period of competition with Russia, but especially China. The two countries are increasingly aligned, especially in their desire to counter the United States, and that will create challenges that the United States is going to have to navigate.
The Russia-China partnership is most problematic in the areas in which it amplifies the challenge that China poses to the United States, particularly in two domains, democracy and human rights, and in the defense realm. China and Russia are aligned in weakening and interfering in democracies around the world, and they're also bolstering autocrats, providing them the training and the technology to better muzzle their own citizens. At the same time, at the international level, they are weakening human rights protections and also proposing new norms in emerging areas such as internet sovereignty and cyber.
In the defense domain, Russia is amplifying China's military capabilities, basically making it easier for China to keep the United States out of its backyard. And in the technology domain, too, the two countries are increasingly working together, raising the risk that Russia and China together can out-innovate the United States, which would strain an already stressed U.S. defense budget. Some people have talked about driving a wedge between Russia and China, but that's unlikely to be effective. Instead, over the longer term, Washington needs to think about how it can change Russia's calculus such that it views some cooperation with the United States not just as possible, but also preferable to its growing subservience to Beijing.
So the United States needs to respond to the China-Russia partnership in a few key ways. The first is by monitoring and preparing for the relationship. This includes better intelligence sharing, wargaming, and we also need to be taking advantage of the fissures that exist between China and Russia going forward. At the same time, we need to be creating headwinds against the China-Russia entente, and that includes working with our allies and partners bolstering our democracy and bolstering the resilience of democracies around the world.
The increasing cooperation between Russia and China is a challenge, but it's not an insurmountable one. I think as long as the United States is mindful and proactive and leverages its assets, things like allies and partners, that it's a challenge that the United States is well equipped to overcome.
The United States faces a challenge like no other in its history, a strategic competition with a rising China. Technology is at the center of this competition. Leaders who can harness technology for economic, political, and military power will have an outsized influence on shaping our world. America needs a national technology strategy to drive innovation, mitigate risk, and compete for security and prosperity. But America cannot compete alone. The U.S. approach to technology must involve partnering with like-minded countries. America benefits from a network of allies and partners, including the world's top technology and economic leaders, and it must capitalize on this advantage. A technology alliance is the best way for tech-leading democracies to work together on big issues such as groundbreaking research and development, securing supply chains, and defending technology norms rooted in democratic values. The core group should include the world's tech-leading democracies. These countries should engage on technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G telecommunications, semiconductors, and energy storage. And they should engage on issues including standard setting, export controls, and investment reviews. To do this well, stakeholders from industry and civil society should have a seat at the table. If tech-leading democracies fail to work together, they're unlikely to win the global competition. At stake is the ability to shape a democratic technological future. Collaborating with partners and allies matters, because the countries that adopt new technologies and shape their use will write the future rules of the road. A technology alliance of democratic countries will empower citizens, compete economically, and help states protect their security, all without having to compromise shared values or national sovereignty. Tech-leading democracies need to form an alliance to ensure that the future of innovation is inclusive, prosperous, and secure. The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism. The United States faces a challenge like no other in its history, a strategic competition with a rising China. Technology is at the center of this competition. Leaders who can harness technology for economic, political, and military power will have an outsized influence on shaping our world. America needs a national technology strategy to drive innovation, mitigate risk, and compete for security and prosperity. But America cannot compete alone. The U.S. approach to technology must involve partnering with like-minded countries. America benefits from a network of allies and partners, including the world's top technology and economic leaders, and it must capitalize on this advantage. A technology alliance is the best way for tech-leading democracies to work together on big issues such as groundbreaking research and development, securing supply chains, and defending technology norms rooted in democratic values. The core group should include the world's tech-leading democracies. These countries should engage on technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G telecommunications, semiconductors, and energy storage. And they should engage on issues including standard setting, export controls, and investment reviews. To do this well, stakeholders from industry and civil society should have a seat at the table. If tech-leading democracies fail to work together, they're unlikely to win the global competition. At stake is the ability to shape a democratic technological future. Collaborating with partners and allies matters, because the countries that adopt new technologies and shape their use will write the future rules of the road. A technology alliance of democratic countries will empower citizens, compete economically, and help states protect their security, all without having to compromise shared values or national sovereignty. Tech-leading democracies need to form an alliance to ensure that the future of innovation is inclusive, prosperous, and secure.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Martin Rasser, Senior Fellow and Director of the Technology National Security Program here at the Center for New American Security. Welcome to Tech Matters. For the next 90 minutes, we will dive deep into the world of technology. So why is this so important? Technology matters because it is the bedrock of America's economic strength, its global influence, and U.S. military power. It's front and center in a global strategic competition that will shape our lives and those of our children and grandchildren. Technological leadership, how a country invents, innovates, and deploys technologies to compete economically and to secure its interests, will shape the coming years to a remarkable degree. We're going to focus on America's strengths and how the United States can maintain that leadership. There are three thrusts to doing so. One is to promote American competitiveness. Two is to protect America's technological advantages. And three is to partner with allies and other trusted countries. Together, we're going to explore how the United States should promote, protect, and partner to maintain its standing as the world's premier technology power. We'll hear from leaders in government and industry and from CNAS experts. And we'll do so in a variety of formats with fireside chats, lightning talks, and a panel discussion. And I want you to join the conversation. Please use the Ask a Question feature on the cnas.org/live website, or you can pose your question by tweeting it with the hashtag CNAS2022 to hear from our amazing lineup of speakers. So let's get started. It's a distinct pleasure to introduce our first two guests, leading voices in Congress on technology and why tech matters. Congressman Jim Himes represents Connecticut's 4th Congressional District. He serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, as well as the House Financial Services Committee. Before running for office, Congressman Himes was a Rhodes Scholar, Vice President at Goldman Sachs, and was very active in local politics. Congressman Brad Wenstrup represents the people of Ohio's 2nd Congressional District and serves on the House Committee on Ways and Means and the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He brings experience as a doctor, Army Reserve officer, Iraq War veteran, and small business owner. So Congressman, welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Thanks. Great to have you here. So let's start with a framing question for both of you. So I'd like to hear from you what you consider to be one of the key strengths that America has in technology and innovation, one that you find particularly important. And as a legislator, how can you help to steward that strength? Let's go to Congressman Himes to kick things off.
Yeah, well, Martin, thanks. Thanks for having us. Thank you to CNAS, and I'm delighted to be on with my friend and colleague from the Intelligence Committee, Brad Wenstrup. Great place to start, right? Because we have to really understand what gives the United States its technological edge. You know, why are innovations largely invented and ultimately commercialized in the United States? And you know, you could probably spend an hour on that topic alone. But let me just cover the wave tops as I see them. And let me just very quickly mention 3 or 4 things. Number one, you know, we just have in this country a culture of entrepreneurialism, which which is unmatched, right? And what does that really mean? Yes, it's, young people scribbling on napkins, in cafes outside of Stanford and whatnot, but it's more complicated than that, right? It's also the fact that in this country, we have a bankruptcy regime that is based on the notion that, hey, sometimes things go wrong and you ought to be able to make a fresh start of it. That's not true in most Western nations, right? In Asia, a bankruptcy is probably a lifetime sentence to not having the opportunity to take another whack at it. And as people on this conference will know, there are venture capitalists that actually won't fund somebody who hasn't gone through the kind of disaster that a lot of startup companies can do. So that culture of entrepreneurialism, I think, is really important. Concentration of academic institutions. Look, it's no surprise that an awful lot of innovation comes out of Palo Alto and Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Austin, and a few other areas where you're doing cutting-edge research. The depths and flexibility and size of our capital markets. Things get funded in the United States that wouldn't get funded anywhere else in the world. I think I would, if there's probably 10 other things, but I would probably hold those three things up as, if not quite unique, certainly pretty differentiating. Oh, last thing I'll say too is, because I think this is ultimately where we're going to go in this conversation, is a pretty substantial commitment of the government to do basic, and I do really mean basic, research and development, going back to Vannevar Bush and President Eisenhower, where they decided that they had to learn from the Manhattan Project and see how you could expand that concept of federal research to result in all of the good things that federal research has resulted in over the generations.
Thank you, Congressman. Yeah, you hit on some key points, right? And I think some in particular that are uniquely American, as you pointed out, and definitely things that we should celebrate and promote as best we can. Congressman Wenstrup.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. And it's good to be with you, and good to be with Jim. And I think Jim touched on a lot of things that are really important, and what makes America unique, and our abilities to try and make things even better. I think a lot of what makes the United States a strong place to innovate is our freedom and our opportunities, freedom to innovate, freedom to operate without authoritarian controls, and the opportunities to grow that exist. And I think it comes down a lot of times to our free market and our values compared to nationalized industries in countries like China. We also have seen more and more in the United States public-private partnerships and commercial partnerships. We're seeing that within DoD, and we're seeing that across the realm, where engaging with our commercial markets has helped our government function better. So that, again, even greater opportunity. Like my friend Mr. Himes, who's on financial services, intelligence isn't the only committee that I serve on. I'm also on the House Ways and Means Committee, and a lot of the work that we do on Ways and Means is working towards policies to ensure that the United States is globally competitive, and it's a place where businesses and innovators choose to operate right here in the United States. And we also want to empower that person that may be drawing on a napkin, not necessarily outside of a large academic institution or some place with a large amount of dollars, but maybe make ways where someone can move forward with a new idea on less. So from my perspective, Congress can work on pro-growth tax policies that allow Americans free to trade and foster competition and creativity especially, and do that within our economy in the United States, and make this the place in which tech innovation and opportunity continues to thrive, and we all stand to win from that.
Excellent. Thank you both. So let's talk a little bit about competitiveness, since you both raised that issue. A big bill being considered in the Congress now, the America Competes Act. This has been in the works for quite some time. Now, you have each introduced a provision to that bill. Could you tell us a little bit about your specific amendment and how that fits into the bigger picture?
Yeah, you want me to go first?
Go ahead, bud.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the amendment I offered would require the Director of National Intelligence, working with the State Department and the Department of Defense, to assess and report to Congress on the Chinese Communist Party and their investments in global port infrastructure and what they have done since January of 2012. So we're hoping to get with this provision a better picture of how China, whether it's through a government entity or state-owned enterprise, we want to see how they're leveraging strategic investments in global port infrastructures for malign purposes. So this includes looking at existing and future communist China investment. You know, a lot of times what they like to do is establish a military presence at these ports. So assessing China's current and future ability to use these commercial ports for military purposes and what that means for United States security. Because often these investments are couched, if you will, as economic development for commercial use, but there's growing concern that these footholds are being used, unfortunately, are going to be used for military purposes. Like they may tell a country, oh, we're going to build a nice port for you for your fishing industry, but it also happens to be a port that could house one of their carriers. I mean, these are some of the things that we're looking at. So you look around the world where some of these investments are being made, they're awfully close to U.S. military interests in other strategic areas. And I can, points of concern I have is in Australia and in Djibouti. But I also think it's important, part of a much broader issue, which is taking a look at the very strategic steps that China is taking to expand its reach and influence. So time and time again, we see China using some of their tools, but it's really more for political outcomes and bullying some of our allies and sometimes the United States. So the reason my amendment seeks to assess investments that are being made by President Xi, that we want to see what has happened since he took office and the China's Belt and Road Initiative was launched, because the initiative itself is a particular challenge for the United States on a number of fronts: economic, political, security-wise, and global health. So there's a long-term driving plan of Chinese government policy, but what we need to do in the United States, and I think Jim would agree with me on this, is that we need to be better disciplined about long-term planning here in the United States, rather than just looking at 1, 2, 4, 5-year increments. We need to start looking at 10, 20, 30-year increments. And this is going to require some good bipartisan hard work and a sustained commitment to do that. But I think in the big picture, amendments like mine, you know, are out there to gather data, to inform us on the policies that we make, and so that we can make good decisions, not only for now, but for future generations.
Yeah, couldn't agree more on the need for longer term strategic thinking on these and a whole host of other issues. Congressman Himes, over to you.
Yeah, I agree with Brad. You know, the question was American competitiveness, right? And I really do believe, for all the reasons that we've outlined, we have an advantage over all of our peer nations, certainly over our competitors on the underlying structure of innovation. But it is incredibly dispiriting, you know, to invest billions of dollars in research, private and public, only to have the intellectual property stolen by China or someone else. China, of course, being the number one perpetrator of that sort of IP theft. And so I think we could do a lot better. And that doesn't just take the form of hacking, as Brad was pointing out. That takes the form of, you know, investments in cutting edge companies. So I think that's really important. And we've got a lot of work to do, I think. I also think it's important, by the way, we've got to not let ourselves collapse into a mindset which is 100% anti-China. And the reason I say that is because we can't, right? They hold some $4 or $5 trillion of our debt. Probably nothing that you see on this screen here, or a significant portion of what you see on this screen here, was probably made in China. And the trade between the United States and China is really essential to the economic health of both countries. So where I want to highlight that for innovation is that and this is really hard, we need to be thoughtful about the fact that innovation often comes from collaboration and the open exchange of ideas in academic conferences. And even as we do what Brad is correctly calling for, which is particularly in those areas that have national security implications, crack down on the IP theft, crack down on the sort of gray zone attempts to get at our intellectual property, we want to be careful not to let this become an absolute, they are our enemies and therefore there is no possibility for cooperation, because that's just not true. I do, however, want to just abstract a little bit from the specific question on China to say, look, if we're serious about innovation, we got to look at why we've been an innovative economy over time, and make sure that we don't lose that thought, right? And at the very top of that list, I'll put a topic that is politically controversial, but that is at the very core of our innovative capacity, which is immigration, right? We have ugly arguments up here around immigration. One of the things that I think we do agree on in a bipartisan way is that whether it's Sergey Brin at Google or Andy Grove at Intel, or the kind of innovation that Brad was making reference to happening in small shops, in medium-sized cities, a lot of that is driven by innovation. And there's the famous idea, I think it was Tom Friedman that had it, we've got this advantage in education. We ought to staple a green card to every PhD that we issue. We can't let the political dialogue become such that we stop being the country to which every really smart innovator on the planet wants to come to. So again, I'm glad that we're doing the Competes Act and the bill that we're talking about here. My amendment is actually not all that relevant to competitiveness. It's more relevant to cryptocurrency and making sure that cryptocurrencies are not used for ill. But even as we think about things like supply chains and semiconductors, we just can't lose sight of those sort of foundational elements of American innovation over time.
No, thank you for that. You raised the point of the centrality of foreign talent to America's innovative capacity. The reality of it is, right, that there is a shortfall of talent that we need, and for all these industries, whether it's semiconductors, biotechnology, quantum information science. So hopefully we can find that right balance, right, where we can protect what we need to, but also remain open. But Congressman Hymes, you raised specifically the point of being able to still collaborate with China. What are some areas that you still see as promising for some type of cooperative R&D relationship, joint scientific research relationship with an authoritarian country like China?
Yeah, it's a very fraught and difficult question to answer right now, because it's arguably U.S. China relations are at something of a low point. But let me give you the very quick answer to that, which is Brad and I spend a lot of time thinking about and working on technologies that, it's an overused word, but I'm going to use it anyway, which are sort of existential in nature, right? Quantum computing, right? The country that gets the first, capable quantum computer could conceivably crack all, code out there, all encryption. There's aspects of AI that have profound national security implications. This is kind of analogous to the way we thought about nuclear technology in the late 40s. This is stuff that you really don't want to be, you don't want to be last at the table with the technology. There's probably elements of biosynthesis. I would say that in those areas, we have to do all that we can to stay ahead. By the way, part of that means monitoring what is coming out of other centers of research, including Beijing. But those are areas where obviously there's a competitive existential national security element where we don't, where we want to be super duper careful. But, areas like drug development. Now, that's a hard thing to say right now given COVID, but, areas like drug development, areas of, hybridized crops, there's an awful lot of smart people in China where in those areas where we don't have a national security competition, we shouldn't wall off the progress of innovation that could cure diseases or make for better crop yields just because, hey, we don't necessarily want to partner up on quantum computing.
Congressman Wenstrup, any thoughts you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I would agree with Jim wholeheartedly that you just cannot go from the relationships that we've had with China when it comes to trade and just cut it off immediately. But I do want us to look forward to the future, especially those that pertain to our national security and our national health security. Those are very important things that we have to make sure that we can maintain ourselves. But you just can't cut it off right now. Jim mentioned all the stuff behind him. Maybe a large percentage of those things maybe were made in China. We do see that. I know more and more Americans are picking up everything they get and see made in China, made in China. Well, so to me, it's important for our security in some ways to have trade relationships. But let's make sure they're not ones that leave us vulnerable. And so, in the military side of me, I look at things, we want to use diplomacy, we want to use shared intelligence when it's important, especially with our allies. We want to use our military last, and then economically what we can do that can enhance our national security. And I think we have to go towards that trend without just saying cut off everything from China. As Jim mentioned, I agree with him wholeheartedly on that.
Right, I appreciate that. Thank you. Congressman Wenstrup, let's talk about supply chain resilience for a moment. So, the United States faces considerable challenges and constraints in ensuring it has reliable access to key inputs, not just for its economic security, but just for the day-to-day functioning of society. There's a general desire to reduce dependence on authoritarian states like China for those inputs. How are you thinking about onshoring research, reshoring, in other words, bringing things back home for manufacturing here? And when would a concept like friendshoring, so where we rely on trusted partners, other countries to produce certain items, how are you viewing those issues?
Well, I've taken a strong view on this and been diving into it deeply for some time. And it kind of is a good follow-up for what we were just talking about. But we know this has been a problem for several years, because even in 2018, the DoD assessed that there is a surprising level of foreign dependence on competitor nations that exist out there. And COVID-19 really highlighted our supply chain problems and our disruptions and saw that we are vulnerable in so many ways. As a physician and a soldier, I was first drawn to this issue as a matter of national security and national health security, especially seeing what happened at the height of the pandemic and our inability to source protective equipment and medical supplies. If you'd have told me when I served in Iraq as a surgeon that my protective equipment and pharmaceuticals relied on China, I would have said, how did we get here? And we probably never should have let our nation, especially our military, be put in such a vulnerable position. But that's where we are, so let's respond to it. I have introduced legislation to try to help incentivize domestic medical manufacturing, especially in advanced medical manufacturing equipment. And so we're trying to address the issues that we've seen in our medical supply chains. But there's other areas of critical importance as well. It's not just our medical supplies that we need to be concerned about. It's everything in everyday life. I'm encouraging companies across the board to do what we're doing in the military, which is to review everything that's in our supply chain and understand where we get it and who owns the company, and all the way down on the medical side to active pharmaceutical ingredients, so that we can really consider what we need to do and consider what our risk is. And it's important. So, for example, in Ohio, we're fortunate. We're seeing Intel coming to Ohio to make a huge investment there on chips. But we have to look at the critical resources that are necessary. And if we're relying on China and Russia, from fertilizer inputs to rare earth minerals that make up our batteries and more, we're still vulnerable. So we have to make strategic investments in creating strategic incentives for these types of areas where we are at risk, to somewhat get the government out of the way and address the supply demands that we really need in the United States. And we need to develop a path to resiliency in our supply chain. And I even think about what we saw during COVID, when we saw some companies step up and make other products that they weren't making. In my district, we have a company that makes shoelaces. Well, they converted to making the straps for masks. We saw New Balance start to make masks. But maybe we need to have a manufacturing reserve for when we are at risk. And our alliances, to answer your question, are a key strength. It's really important, because we can't do this all on our own. But let's make more partnerships with our allies rather than with our adversaries. And I think that that's a win-win for us and all of our allies. And so we want to harness innovation, allow advancements, but have our allies be part of the process without sacrificing our own security.
Congressman Hyams, would you like to weigh in on the supply chain issue?
Well, just, I mean, very briefly, I've maybe add a couple of thoughts that Brad didn't put out there, because I agree, I think, with everything he said. It's a weird moment, right? I mean, it's a weird moment for me because I'm a little bit of a rare bird in that I'm a free trade Democrat, and you know, there's a reason why supply chains extend all over the world, and that reason is that that's the way we get lowest cost goods, right? And all too often when we talk about onshoring or, you know, making sure our supply chains aren't overextended, that's fine. Everything Brad said is exactly right. And when you're talking about national security stuff or existential stuff, you know, like whether it's drugs or masks or tanks or the chips that go into fighters, yeah, you better make sure you've got a plan B for when those supply chains collapse. But let's also be very clear that if you start doing a lot of onshoring, if you start doing industrial policy, which used to be a dirty word, certainly in the Republican Party, and let's face it, the Competes Act is industrial policy, right? We're putting whatever it is, $50 or $60 billion into an American private industry. It's hard to escape the fact that the reason supply chains got extended will come back to haunt you, which in higher prices. And at a point in time where Americans are struggling with inflation, they should just be mindful of that fact. So what does that really mean? I think Brad's exactly right. I think you have to be really thoughtful about those things where you just need to maintain a domestic manufacturing capacity. Those would be, you know, look at what the Russians are discovering right now. They can't rebuild their tanks because they can't get the chips to do so. We just don't ever want to be in that position, and that has all sorts of implication for semiconductors. But we also need to be conscious of the fact that if we decide to put up, you know, autarkic walls around our country, there will be a dramatic increase in the price of things that people experience. Certainly consumer goods. Again, back to this notion that an awful lot of what's behind me in this screen here was probably made in China. So we do need to be conscious of that, and without sounding, you know, like some, you know, naive hippie, you know, let's also, even as we sort of strengthen supply chains and defend supply chains against catastrophe, let's try to make catastrophe less likely. You know, we can't stop pandemics, but I think that we can learn from what was egregious mismanagement around the world of the early days of the pandemic, starting with China's failure to, you know, disclose the information that we needed to try to make these catastrophes less likely. I mean, we're doing an awful lot of thinking about what happens if the Chinese invade Taiwan in the semiconductor world. Let's do that thinking, but let's also invest a lot of time and energy in creating a world where it's a lot less likely that China does that, because the catastrophe that represents, forget about the human and moral terms, the catastrophe that represents to not just global supply chains, but to the global economy is just not one that we want to experience.
Yeah, you raised industrial policy, right? There's so much going on in Capitol Hill, which truly is industrial policy. America Competes, you seek a whole slew of other bills. So CNAS actually just released a report a few weeks ago laying out a framework for what a new American industrial policy should look like. And, you know, first step, of course, is really explaining to the American people why industrial policy in this current context is not just a good thing, but also necessary. And I think you're seeing that in a lot of the legislation that you and your colleagues are putting forward now. But we have to be smart about it, right? Because we don't want to erode those distinct American advantages that we all hold dear. So one aspect of industrial policy, Congressman Hyams, that you have spoken about is you know, these concepts of public-private partnerships. Specifically with your role on the HPSI, what are some barriers that you see to government bringing in technologies from industry? And how are you conceiving of a new kind of public-private partnership to overcome some of those hurdles?
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that question. It was the subject of a report I did when I chaired the Committee on Strategic Technologies and Advanced Research. And let's start with why this is so important. You know, what's different today than ever. I'm always suspicious of arguments that things are different today, but there's two fairly dramatically different things with respect to innovation and the way we think about national security and innovation versus the era of Eisenhower, right, or even the 60s, 70s, or 80s. And that is that you've got private companies, I'm thinking of the Googles and the Facebooks, that have almost sovereign-like ability to invest in research and development, right? Literally tens of billions of dollars that can be invested. That never used to be true. You've also got a situation where in the advanced technologies of tomorrow, whether they be the quantum computing we were talking about, various forms of artificial intelligence, biosynthesis, the cutting edge of that research, with a few exceptions, is really being done in small private companies out there. And so it's not a matter of choice, right? For those two reasons, if we care about our national security, we need, you said public partnership. I think that's probably right, but it can take a lot of different forms. We really need to make sure that the intelligence community and the defense establishment generally knows and has access to the people who are on the cutting edge of quantum computing, of AI, of all of these things. And we're not set up to do that today. Bill Burns, director of CIA, of course, has made this a very significant priority, and rightly so, because we will lose the races if the government does not have access to the kind of thinking that is happening in the private sector. So what does that actually mean? Let me throw a few things out there. It means security clearance is granted a hell of a lot faster than the roughly average year and a half that we have today. It means programs that are attractive inside for people in the DoD or the intelligence community to go spend a couple of years in Silicon Valley without necessarily, losing their tracks to promotion or whatever it is that whatever path it is that they're on. It means making it a lot easier, and here we really fall down. It means making it a lot easier for the Pentagon in particular, not known for its necessarily immensely flexible acquisition process, to go out to those companies that may have an innovative edge on the traditional prime contractors to acquire. We're not anywhere near where we need to be in all 3 or 4 of those areas, and it could not be more serious. Again, it may have been true back in 1946 that a bunch of scientists paid by the government in Los Alamos were the ones who were going to come up with the critical national security inventions. That is far from true today.
Oh, thank you, Congressman. I appreciate that. So we are unfortunately just about out of time, but Congressman Wenstrup, I do have one final quick question for you, given that you know that I'm from the Cincinnati area.
Okay.
Skyline or Gold Star?
Skyline.
Oh, absolutely. Okay,
It's
fantastic.
A silly question, Jim.
Yeah. All right. So the all-important Cincinnati chili question.
How about you?
Answered. Yeah, no, definitely Skyline.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So Congressman Jim Hines.
Are these baseball players? Or?
And Congressman Brad Wenstrup, thank you so much for joining us today. This was a fantastic discussion. It is now my pleasure to Megan Lamberth on the stage, and she will introduce our next guest and our next segment. Thank you both so much.
Hey, Martin, thanks so much. Unfortunately, no more chili questions for the rest of the
All right. We'll save that for next time.
That's right. My name is Megan Lamberth. I'm an associate fellow on the CNAS Technology and National Security team. It's my pleasure to introduce Alan Estevez, Undersecretary of Commerce for Industry and Security. As Undersecretary, Estevez leads the Commerce Department's Bureau of Industry and Security, or BID. Before arriving to the Commerce Department, Undersecretary Estevez had a distinguished 36-year career at the Department of Defense. His last position at the Pentagon was as Principal Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics. For the next 25 minutes, we'll have a conversation on a range of topics, including protecting America's technology advantages, securing its supply chains, and responding to threats posed by U.S. adversaries such as China or Russia. As a reminder, you can join in the conversation by asking a question in the chat on cnas.org/live or on Twitter using the hashtag CNAS2022. Undersecretary Estevez, welcome and thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Megan, and thanks to CNAS for having me. And I appreciate your opener that there would be no chili questions because I didn't even know they made chili in Cincinnati.
Yeah, no,
Well,
no,
apologies to Martin.
no tough questions like that. Well, sir, you've been in the office for a couple of months now. Can you give us a sense of what's on your mind now that you're in the seat?
Sure. And let me briefly cover 4 things so that we can get into the dialogue. First, no surprise, Russia's on my mind. Not because I wanted it to be on my mind, but because Vladimir Putin seems to have put it on all our minds, and unfortunately on the backs of the Ukrainian people. So we in Commerce and in BIS in particular have used our export controls in conjunction with 37 like-minded nations to essentially put a stranglehold on Russia's ability to sustain its forces over time. Now, unfortunately, these things they're not like a guillotine coming down and slicing you off. These things do take time to impact, but just a couple of quick stats on our own export controls. Over the period of time since Russia's invasion on February 24th, our U.S. exports have declined about, 95% by value since the time of the invasion. And in 2 particular areas, semiconductors, global semiconductor exports to Russia have declined by 90% since the time of the invasion. What that means, and I heard Congressman Hines talking about this a moment ago, is that Russia will not be able to sustain its military over time because you need semiconductors to build just about any piece of top military gear. In the aviation sector and aerospace, our U.S. exports to Russia have declined 99.9%. So again, an area where they need U.S. imports to sustain their aviation sector, they're not getting it. Now, of course, Russia's going to try to go around that, but they'll never be able to do it in the capability that they'll need to really sustain forces. So I feel really good about that. I feel terrible about what's happening to the Ukrainian people, but over time, we will degrade their capability. We also have some enforcement actions that are going on. We put 5 Russian airlines on temporary denial orders. That means those airlines cannot get parts to sustain themselves. I would not fly on any of those airlines if I had the opportunity to. Unfortunately, I will not have the opportunity to. Next, what's on my mind, and what was on my mind before I got here and before Putin invaded Ukraine, is China. And I will channel my former colleague, Frank Kendall, Secretary of the Air Force, and saying China, China, China is what I keep thinking about. Around China, and I appreciate that CNAS has written a whole slew of things, including some really good articles about my office on this. And we put 81 entities on 81 Chinese parties on the entity list since Secretary Raimondo took over in Commerce. We're continuing to look at our China policies and make assessments of what our choke points and what our red lines are. We're doing that in conjunction with the interagency and the National Security Council. The bottom line on our China policy is that we need to ensure that the U.S. retains technological overmatch. In other words, China cannot build capability that they will then use against us or against their neighbors, for that matter, in any kind of conflict. And I am dedicated to ensuring that, having come from the background of the Defense Department. Next on the agenda is we have created this coalition with 37 like-minded nations. All those nations are also looking at what comes next. And what I'd like to do is build a new export control regime for the 21st century around high technology, and especially high technology in a place that says there's no difference between dual use military, so civil military fusion. So we need to work with our partners on that, and we have a great coalition and great momentum, and I intend to do that. Because the reality is, for export controls to work, they have to be done on a multilateral basis unless the U.S. is the only technological supplier. And for most cases in today's world, that is not the case. So we need to do that on a multilateral basis. Sometimes it'll be bilaterally, sometimes it'll be plurilaterally. But essentially, we need to do that with our allies. And we will continue to work on that. And then finally, everything I've been talking about has been on the defensive side. We do need to play a little offense here. There's a bill before Congress called the Bipartisan Innovation Act. You seek compete. There's been some other names for it as it's morphed through time. For me, it's all about chips. And we need to get that passed because we do need to play offense. We need to wean ourselves off foreign dependency and build some redundancy in our supply chains in order to protect our national security. So let me stop there, Megan, and let's start talking.
Thank you, Undersecretary Estevez. You've touched on so many things that I wanted to ask you about, so this is perfect. But I guess I'll start with, so over the past few years, the BIS, the Bureau of Industry and Security, it seems its mission has expanded in lots of ways. We've written about some of this at CNAS, and particularly in the U.S. China tech competition realm. Can you talk a little bit more about how BIS's mission set has shifted or expanded, and how, as a bureau, it's responded to that expanded mission?
Sure. And I think it's two factors there, Megan. I'm not sure that the mission has really changed per se, but what's changed is the dynamic in the world. So, when I was at the Pentagon, I started talking about supply chains. Most people would yawn and sort of shut their eyes a little bit. And now everyone wants to talk about supply chains. It's on the front page of the Washington Post, New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal every day. Point one. Point two, as China has become more aggressive, more belligerent, more active in its tech sector, the importance of managing the relationship with China through export controls has risen. So we always had the mission to control technology. I view my job here as the Chief Technology Protection Officer of the United States. But what has changed is the way people are using technology, especially in dual-use technology spaces. So if I can't manage an end user, because if the country says any end user can be used for military goods, we have to relook the way that we're managing our export control system. So those are the things that have changed and made the export control capabilities of the United States exercised through BIS all the more important.
Thank you, sir. I love this. I've heard you refer to yourself as this Chief Technology Protection Officer, which I really love. Can you expand on that a bit, of like why you see yourself as specifically that role?
Well, first of all, when I tell people I'm the Undersecretary for Industry and Security, they don't know what that means. Right? So I have to kind of boil it down, especially when you're outside the Washington bubble. I know most of the people on this call probably have some semblance of an idea of what BIS is and what it does. But if we think about ourselves, and I go back to my statement before about ensuring that the United States and its allies retain technological overmatch, we have to ensure that our potential adversaries do not achieve that overmatch against us. In the Pentagon, when I was in the acquisition business, we'd always say we never want our forces to go into combat in a fair fight. We always want them to have the best gear, best capabilities, and best doctrine to go into that fight. Well, if people are diverting U.S. tech or allied tech to build out their military to defeat us, then we need to stop that. So that's protecting our tech from being used against us. And that's what I think I mean when I say I'm the Chief Technology Protection Officer.
I like it. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, so going back to something that you mentioned in your opening, obviously supply chains are on everyone's mind, both within Washington, but also across the United States with shortages and for a long time now. And so we've heard a lot in the news about the semiconductor supply chain specifically, and how many of its critical components or materials or perhaps expertise exist outside of the United States. In your mind, how should the U.S. be collaborating more closely with its allies, or what does that look like for you?
Well, fortunately, we do have friends and allies, which many of our adversaries do not have. So we need to work together with them as we all start. First of all, let me back up. The COVID experience certainly exacerbated and brought to the attention of many people who then didn't think about what a supply chain was, the importance of supply chains and the shortages. First, it was PPE and the things we needed to protect ourselves during the COVID, the first blush of COVID, and then as shortages came because people were out sick, because they couldn't work in certain areas, and of course that's still going on to a great extent in China right now. The semiconductor supply chain came to the forefront, and people start realizing that I need, as my friend Congresswoman Slotkin would say, a 15-cent chip for an automobile, otherwise the factory is down. So people started realizing that it was about chips. They are in everything. So it's not even always about the most advanced chips. It's about, chips at all varies of, legacy chips that are out there that are needed in the automotive sector and needed in other sectors that drive our economy. We globally have put ourselves in a situation where we're reliant on single sources or single source areas over the last 40 years as we've globalized our trade. And, that's not going to turn around in a year or two. That's going to be a long-term turnaround. But, we're not going to be able to do that all in the United States. There are certain countries that have capabilities, and we're going to rely on those countries. Fortunately, many of those countries are our allies. And what we do want to do is ensure that we're not relying on adversaries for a particular capability. And in certain circumstances, we are today. I always hate to name those sectors because why broadcast it to the people who already know, but I just can't do it. But our allies have those capabilities, some of those capabilities too. So we need to work this together. And when there's things like shortages on things like semiconductors, working with the Europeans right now, we're talking about alert systems under the TTC to do that. So it's something that we can really do much better together than do alone.
Totally agree. But continuing on this topic of allies for a second, and you mentioned this earlier, could you talk a little bit more about this idea of a new multilateral export control regime among like-minded countries? And do you think there's a need for a new regime, or are we okay with existing structures?
Well, so the main dual-use regime is Wassenaar, which I have to note that Russia is a member of Wassenaar, so that immediately causes a problem looking forward to the future. But when we really start talking about advancing tech and the tech space, and things like quantum, things like artificial intelligence, things like biosecurity, as we mentioned in the last panel, we and our allies have certain advantages on that. And we're all working in different things, sometimes together, sometimes alone. But I go back to the overmatch issue. We have to put our controls on those technologies together, because if one country is doing it for their own mercantile interests and others are not, we're all at a disadvantage. Export controls cannot work as a one, right? To use, again, an analogy of one of my predecessors, Eric Hirschhorn, if you stop a control unilaterally, you're only damming half the river. And as anyone knows, if you dam half the river, the water's still flowing. You can't have that work. So it has to be done together. I'd focus it on tech initially. There's probably some other spaces that we want to work into the new regime. And again, it has to be focused on what do people mean when they say civil military fusion. And if I can't manage an end user and an end use, then I need to get with my teammates, my allies, and work a regime around that.
Thank you, sir. Expanding out for a second, and perhaps for maybe some viewers that aren't as familiar with all the functions of the Commerce Department, How does BIS and technology protection more broadly fit into the commerce, like the Department of Commerce's goals and Secretary Raimondo's priorities?
Sure. And bear with me. I've been in the Department of Commerce for all of 2 months now. Commerce has a wide range of things that it's tasked to do, ranging from NOAA, looking at the environment and the weather and oceans, and, critical capabilities around that. Certainly focused about some of our green challenges around climate in NOAA, to the Patent Office, to the Census Office, to our trade agency, all different parts of commerce. We have the telecommunications agency in commerce. So those are all different parts of commerce. And the Secretary's goal is to make sure that we're not acting in stovepipes and we're acting together, which is a good thing to do. And again, I've come from a defense background where, in OSD, trying to bring together the military services sometimes was a challenge. But at the end of the day, those services all have pretty much the same mission in protecting the United States and defeating the United States enemies along with their allies. Here you have some disparate missions, so there's sometimes less overlap, but there are things that we can do together. Certainly, I work with the trade agency very closely, doing some work with the telecommunications agency right now as well, in protecting the infrastructure of the United States in the information and telecommunications sector. For BIS in particular, again, we are the people who would raise that we have to protect national security on this, and and then we would balance out some of those things. National security never being compromised from our standpoint. Both the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary realize the importance of export controls since they've gotten here, both from the two countries that I mentioned, China and Russia, just immediately bring that to the forefront. So the things that I'm talking about that we're doing are definitely in their wheelhouse.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for you about just the speed of technological change. We talk about how law and policy can often struggle to keep pace with just the sheer speed of change in technology. And so from your vantage point, from the Commerce Department and your long history at the Defense Department, do you think there are ways in which the government can better address this challenge? Or do you think it's a challenge, at all, I suppose?
It's a challenge from a tech protection standpoint. From an innovation standpoint, it's a great thing, right? The fact that we have an innovative economy and innovative ecosystem is all to our benefit. So, if you ask me things that keep me up at night, is what am I not protecting that I should be protecting that our adversaries might be investing in, including investing in it here if I can't see it. So a couple of thoughts in those areas. One, and frankly, I'm heading over to the Pentagon this afternoon to meet my old colleague, Heidi Shue, and Bill LaPlante. Heidi's the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering. Dr. LaPlante, the Undersecretary for ANS, for Acquisition and Sustainment, and I've had this conversation. The Department of Defense is a buyer of technology. I'm more or less a regulator of technology. And then I have a component, which I forgot to mention when I was mentioning colleagues across the Commerce Department. We also have NIST in the Commerce Department with an Undersecretary. So Lori Lacasio and I are collaborating on a number of areas, including this one. So I want to work with the Pentagon on what technologies are they chasing, what companies are they looking at, so I can get ahead of them 1-2 steps and work on whether we need a protection regime around any particular technology. You can't export control a broad bucket of technology. You can't export control AI, biodefense, for example, or biosecurity. I have to have a particular instance, an algorithm, toxin capability that someone's developing to put a control around. But I can look at those sectors and figure out where those controls need to be. So, and frankly, I mentioned DoD. I need to collaborate with OSTP and energy and some of the other cabinet departments that are also out there as buyers of technology in order to ensure that we're getting the right controls out there.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's interesting to hear how your job interacts, with the Pentagon and the broader government. That's neat. Unfortunately,
part of that, Megan, is because I just can't, I happen to know everybody.
That's right. Yeah.
For obvious reasons, and I just think that way. So.
Sure. We unfortunately have time for just one more question, but very briefly, would like to hear from you. Maybe one or two big challenges that you see ahead in the coming months for BIS.
Well, I think I've outlined those big challenges already. There's going to be nothing new that I'm going to say here. Obviously, figuring out what the right checkpoints, what the right controls to put on China. Well, again, to Congressman Hein's point, Chinese it's not about killing your economy. It's about having China operate within the rules of engagement of the international community. You got to stop them from stealing intellectual property, coercive behavior in their economy, coercive behavior with nations, human rights abuses, right? And we can't allow our technology or the technologies of our allies to be being used for that. Working with our allies on what those balances is frankly a challenge. However, I think we have great momentum. We do have like-minded nations to work with, and I think while it's a challenge, we will get there. Russia, we cannot let up. We got to continue looking. We're going to make sure that we're enforcing the sanctions that we put in place, the export controls we put in place. As I mentioned, some of them, we're working with our allies on those as well. In fact, my Assistant Secretary for Enforcement was just in Europe, along with the Deputy Secretary, talking to specific nations and with the European EC on that particular topic. Because we know the Russians are going to try to get around the sanctions, the natural tendency. And then we also need to look at what the Chinese are doing in that space, and we're going to continue to do that. All those are major challenges. All those make my life very exciting, and frankly, I'm thrilled to be here doing it.
Well, we appreciate all that you do, sir, and it sounds like you have a lot on your plate for the coming months. But unfortunately, we have to end here, but we really appreciate you joining us and for your candor. We'll have to bring you back soon.
Happy to do it. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate the article CNAS puts out and the visibility you've given to this office.
We appreciate it. Thanks, sir.
You bet.
Moving on to our next portion of the session, I'm very excited to welcome CNAS Vice President and Director of Studies, Paul Share, for a short lightning talk on a key component of tech competitiveness. Paul?
Thank you, Megan. The United States is at risk of losing its technological edge. Technology is a key enabler of political, economic, and military power. And for decades, the United States has benefited from being the global technology leader. Yet China is now challenging the United States for technology leadership. China is already a major global power in critical technologies, such as artificial intelligence, 5G wireless, and biotechnology. To stay ahead, the United States must increase spending on research and development and harness America's asymmetric advantages in human capital and alliances. U.S. technology leadership is not a birthright, and the United States must revitalize its strengths to remain a global technology leader. The last several decades have seen a steady decline in U.S. government investment in science technology. In 1960, the United States, through both public and private spending, accounted for nearly 70% of global research and development. Globalization and waning government investment caused the U.S. share of global R&D to decline to less than 30% today. China has been rapidly growing its scientific base, increasing spending an average of 15% annually since the late 1990s. On its current trajectory, China will overtake the United States in total national R&D spending by the mid-2020s. To effectively compete with China, the U.S. government must invest in basic research and development. It is especially imperative that the United States leads in transformative general-purpose technologies such as microelectronics and biotechnology that will lay the foundation for the next generation of technological advances. Congressional leaders in the House and Senate are working together to pass bipartisan legislation to increase federal R&D spending. Increasing federal investment is essential to securing another generation of American technological leadership. But more money alone is not enough. Innovation comes from people, and the United States must harness its greatest asymmetric advantage over China, its status as the destination of choice for scientists and engineers around the world. As a nation of 330 million people, the United States will always be at a disadvantage when competing against a country of 1.4 billion. But by drawing on the best and brightest minds from the world's 7.9 billion people, the United States can remain at the forefront of science technology. U.S. policymakers must expand high-skilled immigration and work closely with private companies and universities to ensure that the government isn't stifling innovation by restricting the private sector's access to global talent. The United States must protect against unwanted technology transfer, but do so in a way that maintains America's position as a magnet for global talent. America's alliances are another asymmetric strength, and the United States must increase cooperation with other democratic, technology-leading nations on research and development, export controls, supply chain security, standard setting, and other areas. In this global contest, it is vitally important that democratic nations lead in the development and implementation of technology to ensure it is used consistent with democratic values and not authoritarian ones. Even in the best case, the United States will be competing in a highly globalized and commercially driven technology landscape, one in which breakthroughs will be available to friends and competitors alike. The kind of generational leap-ahead advances like stealth that powered earlier waves of American military dominance are highly unlikely in the current technology environment. The U.S. government must transform its institutions to more effectively spin in commercial technologies and innovate faster than competitors. The United States can't win a 21st century technology competition with a 20th century bureaucracy. Chinese General Secretary Xi Jinping said last year, "Science and technology has become the main battleground of global power rivalry. The United States must reform its institutions, increase investment, and harness its strengths to stay ahead in this new era of technology competition." Thank you.
Paul, thanks so much for underscoring just how important the federal government's role is in U.S. tech competitiveness. I'd now like to welcome my colleagues Hannah Kelly and Nigel Vinson for their lightning talk. Hannah and Nigel, take it away.
Thanks, Megan. The United States has led the world in research, development, and manufacturing for decades, largely due to its strong domestic and foreign talent bases. But waning birth rates and retiring baby boomers, a shortfall in industry and government tech talent, and restrictive immigration laws threaten America's leadership as technologies evolve and further embed in the fabric of everyday life. The United States has long boasted a strong domestic talent base with extensive grade school and elite university systems, leading-edge national laboratories, and robust public-private partnerships that achieve feats like the moonshot and Operation Warp Speed. But the country must constantly cultivate its domestic talent to outrun global competitors, particularly in 4 key areas. First, the United States must make STEM and trade jobs more attractive to U.S. students, emphasizing their financial appeal, national security applications, and relevant government opportunities. Second, the United States should work to mitigate societal stressors like food insecurity, the healthcare and housing crises, and crippling student debt, so that individuals can strive and achieve. The Biden administration's Build Back Better framework speaks to this, but implementation is slow, and the fact remains, you can't innovate when you're in survival mode. Washington needs bipartisan consensus to tackle these practical issues if it wants U.S. innovation to not only survive, but thrive. Third,
The United States should lower barriers of entry to federal jobs by simplifying application processes and accelerating security clearances for low-risk candidates. Government is losing tech talent to private industry, not because they don't want to serve, but because they can't afford to wait in hiring limbo. And finally, the U.S. government must reimagine and reanimate public-private partnerships. Talent lost to industry isn't entirely inaccessible if Washington pursues more nimble contracts with longer time horizons. America must recommit to the development and retention of its domestic talent, not only shoring up technical competencies, but investing in a society where innovation can flourish. This call to action goes hand in hand with America's approach to foreign talent.
Like Hannah said, the bedrock of the U.S.'s technological edge is its talent, and America's ability to attract foreign expertise has only sharpened that competitive edge. The United States has always been a top destination for the world's most brilliant minds. With its elite universities, world-class innovation hubs, and promise of a better life. But in recent years, other destinations have become just as attractive to foreign talent. The United States government has sought to introduce legislation and initiatives such as the Keep STEM Talent Act of 2022 in the U.S. Digital Core to retain foreign STEM talent. Through legislation and government-led initiatives, the United States needs to reevaluate how it attracts foreign talent. America must treat talent as a limited resource, establishing clear objectives to bolster its foreign inflow. First, Washington should take a more pragmatic approach to immigration. Though deeply steeped in partisan politics, the United States must tackle immigration reform to secure the advantages of foreign talent and maintain U.S. national and economic securities. Second, America should make better use of its alliances to create economic, education, and innovation networks that benefit global talent exchanges. The United States should especially prioritize talent from allied and partner countries with growing tech hubs, such as South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and the Netherlands. And lastly, the United States should identify specific gaps in the U.S. domestic talent capacity to allow for better targeting, pitching, and placing of foreign talent in the near term, while the country builds out more robust domestic capacity in the medium to long term. The United States must do more to develop and retain STEM experts and skilled workers for its technology sectors. By carefully cultivating its domestic talent base and attracting more critical foreign talent, America can cement its technological and economic leadership for generations to come.
Thank you, Hannah and Nigel, for that succinct argument for why talent is so important for America's technology competitiveness. I'm now excited to welcome my colleague, Alexandra Seymour, who is moderating a stellar panel of tech experts. Alexandra?
All right, thank you so much, Megan, and good afternoon, everyone. As Megan said, my name is Alexandra Seymour, and I'm an Associate Fellow with the Technology and National Security Program here at CNAS. And as Megan said, we have a stellar panel on deck to close us out for the afternoon. This is going to be our last session of Tech Matters, and we're going to have a great discussion about innovation, industry's role, and many other things. We have our panelists come with a range of experiences in industry and in government. So I'd like to introduce them now all to you. So first we have Gilman Louie. He is currently the CEO of America's Frontier Fund, and he was recently appointed to the President's Intelligence Advisory Board. He previously served as a commissioner on the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, and he was an early CEO of In-Q-Tel. Second, we have Jacqueline Tane. She's currently the founder and CEO of Gamebreaker AI. And she previously served as the acting deputy director of the DoD Joint Artificial Intelligence Center, and she's worked in the IC and on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Third, we have Pablo Chavez. Pablo is an adjunct senior fellow with CNAS, and he brings a wealth of expertise from his positions leading government affairs and public policy at Google, Microsoft, and LinkedIn. And he's also served on Capitol Hill. And finally, we have Lauren Zabrick. Lauren is currently the executive director for the cyber project at the Harvard Kennedy School Belfer Center. She previously worked in intelligence for the U.S. Air Force and for NGA, and she played a key role in building the public sector business practice at the startup Recorded Future. I really want to welcome everybody here to the discussion. I'm really looking forward to it. And I think we can just dive straight into everything we have. So the first thing that I wanted to discuss, and I think this has been touched on in some of the previous panels leading up to the session by Congressman Himes and Congressman Wenstrup, as well as by Hannah, I know in her last discussion, is about public-private partnerships. I'd like to ask all of you, what should they look like? I think we've had a lot of discussions surrounding this about the need to have them. And I'd particularly be interested in your thoughts, Lauren, first on information sharing, because I know that this has been a big discussion regarding cybersecurity, and particularly with critical infrastructure and our need to secure it. What are some of the types of information that need to be shared? How should we be doing this? And for everyone else, as you continue to weigh in, feel free to take this public-private partnership question in any direction as you see fit. But Lauren, I'll pass it to you first. Ooh. Lauren, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, thought I unmuted myself. Thank you so much for having me today. And yes, the concept of information sharing, especially in cybersecurity, has been a key research area for me. And last summer, we published a paper that really investigated the ecosystem and provided some recommendations. And just last week, we released an article that kind of built off that paper on how can we get to an even stronger information sharing ecosystem. Beyond that, though, we want to see this move not only from information sharing, but also to this idea of working together in a time of crisis, right? In times of disaster, because more and more that is happening and will happen. But really, we think the key issue there is trust in relationships. That is the foundation for public-private partnerships. So how do you build that? It's really about going out down to the state and the local level, making those relationships. And in that article, we recommended that CISA could really build on the momentum that they've built up for over the last couple of years, and really invest in their regional offices. But more than that, it comes down to facilitating it, making it easy, putting those structures and the policies in place to do that, and making sure that the people and the organizations that you're working with do again have that trust to be able to share information, sit side by side, have this sort of shared consciousness. So those are some of the key issues that we've been looking at.
Yeah, thank you for that, Lauren. I think that certainly is a key component to anything we're going to build in terms of partnerships, is having that trust element. I'd be curious to hear from either you, Jacqueline, or you, Pablo, as well on this issue about trust and relationship building. I know that both of you have worked both in the industry side as well as in government, so I know you've interacted on both ends. So curious to hear either of your thoughts.
I'm happy to jump in, and Pablo, you can go next if that's okay. Thanks again to CNAS and to my distinguished panelists, co-panelists here for having me. The relationship aspect of this is key, as Lauren said, as sort of a lot of people have written about recently. I think it's the relationships between industry and government. The relationships between the different branches of government are particularly critical at this juncture. The relationships between, people that hold different political views are incredibly important right now in the interest of advancing common causes and things that we really need to focus on. And the relationship aspect, I think, is something that any of us could touch on and should and continue to sort of talk about. The thing that I actually want to draw out of what Lauren just said, though, is the policy. And anyone who knows me is going to sort of not be surprised by the fact that this is the angle that I attach myself to. When I say policy, I mean both the sort of, the statute, the policy, and also the sub-regulatory guidance. So if we talk about information sharing and what we need to be able to do with industry, with government, et cetera, I use this statistic a lot. In the Department of Defense alone, there are over 5,000 security classification guidance documents. That's not statute, that's sub-regulatory guidance, that's department policy, right? And being able to sift through those and figure out what they mean and what they mean in terms of the ability to information share and how archaic they are or how relevant they still are to the context, I think is really critical and something that we need to invest a lot of time and focus both in the executive branch and in the legislative branch on, but also to really work with our industry partners to figure out what makes the most sense now in today's context, in the environment that we're living in terms of what we're trying to do here.
I totally agree with what Jackie was saying, and also commend Lauren's points, and also commend Lauren's work to you. She does a tremendous amount of work on privacy and security at the Belfer Center. That's really, really terrific. Thanks also for me for the opportunity to join. Alexander, I know you haven't been at CNAS for a long time, so this is, I think, the first time that you're doing this, and you come to CNAS with a lot of AI and startup and private sector experience, which is terrific for CNAS. All I would say on this private partnerships thing is, that there's kind of a couple of angles that I've kind of been thinking about and focusing on recently. One is kind of at the very micro end of the spectrum. The other one is the macro end of the spectrum. Lauren was talking about the information sharing in the cybersecurity context issue. Legislation was recently passed by Congress, signed by the president on this. Jen Easterly, the head of CISA, talks a lot about exactly what you're saying, which is building up trust, but it's building up trust with individuals, and it's actually critically important, I think, for DoD, for the U.S. government more broadly, to find those individuals around the country that can come in and be helpful. The example that comes to mind recently is Craig Martell, who's now heading up AI and other technology efforts at DoD. Craig and I work together at LinkedIn. He has a tremendous amount of experience in the private sector, but he obviously had like these very strong relationships with DoD that ultimately came to fruition, really kind of decades later, which is, outstanding. At the macro level, I would say that we really need to think about the public-private partnerships, not just in the domestic context, but also in the international context. Echoing what Jackie was saying about, kind of how we're coming into, we're in this environment of low trust. We have an administration that is saying that one of the key components of, one of its policy goals effectively is to build up trust internationally. These public-private partnerships can, certainly in the technology space, be done not just with the private sector, but also with our partner governments and ally governments. And I think that's something that I know CNAS has been focused on that we shouldn't lose sight of.
Yeah, absolutely, Pablo. I think that's great. And CNAS has been focused on this too in terms of how we work in a multilateral framework with, with allies and partners and what that should look like and how we should be collaborating and laying that foundation. I'd like to pivot a little bit from this question to something that I think is key within this discussion about public-private partnerships, and that's within our investments in technology, what the landscape looks like, how we prioritize them, what this looks like going forward. So Gilman, I'd like to ask you this specifically because I know you were an early CEO over at In-Q-Tel. You're working at America's Frontier Fund right now too and doing a lot of work on this front. So if you could just give us an overview of how the landscape has evolved, and I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on where you think that it's going as well.
Alexandra, thank you for having me, and thanks CNAS for putting together this great panel. When I started off at In-Q-Tel, that was back in 1999. It almost seems like yesterday, but it was close to 20 years ago. And that was a period in 1999 that we were entering into a start of a new technology cycle. And while the markets at that time were chaotic, if anybody remembers kind of the crash of 2000, the technology cycle was actually beginning because of the key foundational technologies that Silicon Valley invested in over a period of 25 years. You think about the great companies in the 1990s, right? Intel, which brought us the x86, the reemergence or reimagination of Apple. Early 2000, we had Google. You had companies like Qualcomm and NVIDIA. Cisco, these were the companies that created the infrastructure that allowed the ride that all of us in technology took for 20 years. The frothiness of the market was because we were able to create technologies on top of that foundational stack. So we had, from a software point of view, a complete generation of new applications, SaaS-based architectures and the cloud. All that came because those hard foundational technology investments took place over that 25 years that preceded the creation of In-Q-Tel. If you go to where we are today, we're at the end of that cycle, right? We're heading up to the edges of Moore's law, right? Our infrastructure is extremely brittle. You take a look at our high-speed connectivity today in the U.S., it's literally a fifth of the speed of what's available over in Asia. Our 5G networks are slower than their 5G networks. They're making hardware investments and what we call deep tech investments, and we're not. We've in some ways been spoiled by this concept of all investments go up and to the right. And to do the next round of investments, it requires a much deeper understanding of science and tech. It requires more patience. It requires a deeper understanding of the technologies. And also equally important is that we have to engage with the whole of America, not just the 5 technology centers that have created the 90% of innovation jobs, San Diego, San Francisco, San Jose, Seattle, and Boston. But we have to actually get to, the heartland of America and put all of those talented research universities to work. We have the capability, but the market needs to take a step back and return to the way it was back in the 1980s, to take the risks, to make those deeper technology investments, to bring back onshore the capability and the capacity to build again. I think if we do that, we're going to have a great next 20 years. But if we don't, we're going to find ourselves in a situation where we'll be unable to compete because the foundational technologies won't be there to support the new tech and apps that we built on top of them.
Yeah, thank you for that great overview, Gilman. And I'd like to bring everyone else back into this as well. And Gilman, feel free to answer this also. In terms of what are the types of investments that we should be making in the technology areas where we should be prioritizing? I know that you've all had a range of experiences with different types of technologies. And I know you, Jacqueline, you've just started your own company as well and taken that leap. So I would be curious to hear any of your thoughts on where we should be prioritizing our investments and how we can be maximizing them.
I'm more than happy just to lead off on back of my last discussion. Look, at the foundational technologies, what's at the heart of it, I think that American Congress has it right. I think it starts with chips, right? Microelectronics. If you do not have leadership in microelectronics, if you cannot control the supply chain, if you're dependent on competitor nations providing you the raw materials and the production capabilities to build that, the U.S. could find itself in the same place Russia is finding itself in Ukraine, where you're scraping, you're desoldering chips out of, washing machines to try to keep your systems running. We can't afford that. Once you have that microelectronics capability and you're staying on top of that, then you can build the AI and ML stacks above that, all the new applications, like the quantum sciences, which also depend on the microelectronics, pretty much everything. Whether it's your F-150 to the next generation defense systems, all depend on chips.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in on that. I think where I think that we should invest in is really the workforce. So building on top of what Gilman just said, it's not just degree programs, it's things like trade schools and other certifications, because, we can't expect everyone to have a degree or even want a degree. We don't need a degree for a lot of these career fields, but yeah, we have to make sure that we are investing not only in our capabilities, but our people, because we have so much talent here and so much ability to innovate and do some great things. So I'd love to see the investments here in our workforce and our, education system, yes, universities and colleges, but beyond that.
I couldn't agree more with both of my colleagues. I mean, I think, not to toot Gilman's horn too much, but if you look at the AFF website, you see the categories of tech, the deep tech that we really need to sort of start significantly investing in, today, way more so than we have to this point. I totally agree with Lauren that there's a huge workforce component. We need to think non-traditionally about workforce and degrees or not degrees or certifications and training. I think, we just heard sort of on the back of the last keynote or panel that there are a lot of really interesting proposals in Congress about, being able to retain foreign STEM talent here in the country after they've completed some schooling here or certifications, et cetera. I think we need to really sort of think very differently about the totality of this ecosystem and what it's going to take to actually generate the returns that we're trying to generate here. The part of this that I would just kind of bolster with is it's not just about the tech development, right, or procurement. It's also about really educating the people that are going to interact with the tech as to how to use it, how to procure it, et cetera. And I will just reference my own, significant experience in the Department of Defense, the intel community with, many of my colleagues on the screen sort of share. We have a challenge right now, and Craig Martell, who Pablo, referenced, is seeing that in real time. We have a challenge with the level of nuance and sort of differentiation that people within the department, within the different federal agencies and state and local are able to make when they look at technology. It is very difficult if you've not grown up with this, if you've not invested in it, if you've not sort of worked with it, to determine, is this company a real sort of AI company, or is this company selling you something and has a great marketing department, right? It's actually really difficult to tell those things if you don't have experience and sort of hands-on expertise in the field. And so I think there's also this really big educational component in terms of the people that are going to interact with, procure, look at the supply chain implications of the acquisitions, et cetera, that we need to think about.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think that it comes back to what Gilman was saying before, too, that this truly is a whole of society effort. It can't just be focusing on the companies and the tech development, but we need to make sure that everyone is included. We're bringing more people into our workforce that maybe traditionally didn't envision themselves in these roles or didn't realize because of the ways that we think about credentials as well for these roles. So thinking about different ways to recruit and retain talent.
Let me add to that, but I think that's a really good point. For us to get to the next wave, to do what we call the sixth wave, we need to be able to build things again in America. That means we need the trades. We don't have the plumbers, the electricians, the technicians to operate and build those fabs that we all want to be onshore on America. We don't have the talent available that are not about degrees, but about being able to be a skilled workforce to do the advanced manufacturing, to put the arts together with the sciences, and to have new kinds of creativity that's in our imagination that's kind of been the backbone of America. So this is a lot more than just simply STEM talent, right? That this is, it was unfortunate over the last 30 years that we walked them, and we're now paying the price because we don't have that kind of infrastructure necessary for us and the talent, the people. I mean, we got great trade skills. I mean, the unions have done a great job to keep those skills up. We just don't have enough people to actually do this.
Agreed. And it's really going to take this strategic, not only investment, but strategic planning, to the line that we're, on the path towards this, really going to come down to some very visionary whole of society strategy.
Absolutely. Coming close on time, but I want to ask you all one more question related to this and focus more on the company side too, is we hear a lot about the valley of death in companies. There are tons of companies that maybe they get early stage investment and they don't survive all the way through. Is this something that you all think that we need to be concerned about? Is it something that is normal? And I'm also curious, perhaps I'll start with you, Jacqueline, because I know that you're running your own company now. What are some of the things that you think that companies can do to better advocate for themselves and demonstrate their products beyond just, I think, as you were saying before, do we know if it's just a good marketing, gig, or is it actually a good product? Some of the things you think to make a company effective to see it through.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I'll just really quickly, I think, yes, this is a real problem. The Valley of Death has been written about extensively, and certainly it is a real phenomenon. It exists. I think we continue to have the same conversation about it, which I think is a challenge. I think we need to really talk very seriously about incentives on all sides of the equation, and sort of looking at both the internal policies and the sort of policies that would govern the industry government relations with respect to those incentives. I think that, one of the things that a lot of the amazing technology companies that I'm actually advising, in addition to my own, are struggling with is just getting their name recognized, getting in the door with the right people, because it's really opaque. You don't know how to go in, through whom, to whom to speak with. And so I think the government, frankly, needs to do a much better job. And I'm working on that side of the house too, to try and help that, of making it a lot easier to cross those barriers to entry for the companies, not just an open door policy where we see everybody and take, an hour a day with 47 companies. That's not realistic. But there has to be some strategic thought, to Lauren's point about, how do we create these thresholds? How do we create these kind of evaluation criteria and help the companies that really have something to offer significantly and seriously, both at early stages and later stages, get in the door with the right people at the right time?
If I could jump in, I totally agree. I think that it's funny because, I think we all have the same reaction about, the value of death issue has been, talked about. And there's been a number of, of panels on this. It's actually like a great time to be talking about this now, because, if we're worried about this value of death issue, there's like a whole like Mojave Desert problem that's happening with, with the downturn of, the economy, with public markets, cooling down, with venture capital, certainly in later stage financings, starting to decrease. And I think that it's quite important for us to kind of like think about, the fact that it is not just this particular moment in time for the company, but also, just the overall like change in the business model in terms of what it takes to support, a software company. The change in the business model for the DoD. I mean, we've gone from 51 contractor primes and aerospace companies in the late 90s to about 5 now. So we need to kind of like re-diversify and bolster, our industrial base. And then I think finally, it's important for us to take advantage of the momentum that we're seeing with Gilman, for example. There are folks like Andreessen Horowitz with Catherine Boyle there. There's a number of, of companies, Anduril, Shield AI, Rebellion. These are unicorns, right, that are focused on the defense industry. And this is all like momentum that I think that we can take advantage of. And it's why it's precisely, I think, the right time for us to be looking at these issues again.
Yeah, I think, go ahead, Lauren.
I was just going to say, my sense is, and I've only sort of worked in the private sector a little bit when I was at Recorded Future, but my sense is that it's just not easy, right, for these companies to, to understand the process, to go through the process of, getting funding and moving that tech from, their environments to and scaling it throughout. And, a lot of times I don't think people know exactly who to talk to, especially to get that help. And that's why I admire this, people on this panel, especially Jacqueline with, creating her own company and trying to do this. And so that's why, I think it goes back to this concept of trust and relationships. And, one organization I particularly admire is the National Security Innovation Network, because I think they're doing a very good job with that, with creating those relationships, on the ground and trying to facilitate that, those relationships and trying to move that technology. So, I think focusing still on those areas, I think, are key.
Yeah, I think the valley of death is real. It's even a bigger valley when you're talking about hardware and deep tech. Deep means deeper valley. And it is really clear that China has a active strategy in crossing their chasms, from technology to actually scale. We have a lot of great programs within the DoD and the government. The real challenge is they don't scale very well, right? If we need the next generation of Lockheed Martins, the next IBM, the next Intel to be able to actually do this. That requires a different kind of capital than software companies. And we as a country, as we have in the past, whether it was World War II or in the space race or during the Cold War, we as a country, both in the government side and the industry, have to make those hard investments to build out the next infrastructure to be successful. It's not going to be cheap, and it can't be done in 4 quarters. It really requires a very thoughtful strategy, and that's why we recommended when I was on the AI Commission that we really do need a national technology strategy that brings industry together with academia, with government, and to really, really rethink how we do innovation here and fund it in America.
I think that is a great note to end on, and I cannot thank all of you enough for being here and for joining us and for sharing your insights on many different topics across industry and innovation. Thank you, Lauren, Jacqueline, Gilman, and Pablo. We really appreciated you all being here. So this concludes Tech Matters, our session for today. Our next panel is going to begin just in a couple of minutes. We ran a little bit over, but it is War in Ukraine, Declassifying Intel, moderated by my colleague, Carrie Cordero. You are not going to want to miss it, so please stick around. Thank you all.
The United States is set for a prolonged period of competition with Russia, but especially China. The two countries are increasingly aligned, especially in their desire to counter the United States, and that will create challenges that the United States is going to have to navigate.
The Russia-China partnership is most problematic in the areas in which it amplifies the challenge that China poses to the United States, particularly in 2 domains, democracy and human rights, and in the defense realm. China and Russia are aligned in weakening and interfering in democracies around the world, and they're also bolstering autocrats, providing them the training and the technology to better muzzle their own citizens. At the same time, at the international level, they are weakening human rights protections and also proposing new norms in emerging areas such as internet sovereignty and cyber.
In the defense domain, Russia is amplifying China's military capabilities, basically making it easier for China to keep the United States out of its backyard. And in the technology domain, too, the two countries are increasingly working together, raising the risk that Russia and China together can out-innovate the United States, which would strain an already stressed U.S. defense budget. Some people have talked about driving a wedge between Russia and China, but that's unlikely to be effective. Instead, over the longer term, Washington needs to think about how it can change Russia's calculus such that it views some cooperation with the United States not just as possible, but also preferable to its growing subservience to Beijing.
So the United States needs to respond to the China-Russia partnership in a few key ways. The first is by monitoring and preparing for the relationship. This includes better intelligence sharing, wargaming, and we also need to be taking advantage of the fissures that exist between China and Russia going forward. At the same time, we need to be creating headwinds against the China-Russia entente, and that includes working with our allies and partners, bolstering our democracy and bolstering the resilience of democracies around the world.
The increasing cooperation between Russia and China is a challenge, but it's not an insurmountable one. I think as long as the United States is mindful and proactive and leverages its assets, things like allies and partners, that it's a challenge that the United States is well equipped to overcome.
The United States faces a challenge like no other in its history, a strategic competition with a rising China. Technology is at the center of this competition. Leaders who can harness technology for economic, political, and military power will have an outsized influence on shaping our world. America needs a national technology strategy to drive innovation, mitigate risk, and compete for security and prosperity. But America cannot compete alone. The U.S. approach to technology must involve partnering with like-minded countries. America benefits from a network of allies and partners, including the world's top technology and economic leaders, and it must capitalize on this advantage. A technology alliance is the best way for tech-leading democracies to work together on big issues such as groundbreaking research and development, securing supply chains, and defending technology norms rooted in democratic values. The core group should include the world's tech-leading democracies. These countries should engage on technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G telecommunications, semiconductors, and energy storage. And they should engage on issues including standard setting, export controls, and investment reviews. To do this well, stakeholders from industry and civil society should have a seat at the table. If tech-leading democracies fail to work together, they're unlikely to win the global competition. At stake is the ability to shape a democratic technological future. Collaborating with partners and allies matters because the countries that adopt new technologies and shape their use will write the future rules of the road. A technology alliance of democratic countries will empower citizens, compete economically, and help states protect their security, all without having to compromise shared values or national sovereignty. Tech-leading democracies need to form an alliance to ensure that the future of innovation is inclusive, prosperous, and secure. The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism. The United States faces a challenge like no other in its history, a strategic competition with a rising China. Technology is at the center of this competition. Leaders who can harness technology for economic, political, and military power will have an outsized influence on shaping our world. America needs a national technology strategy to drive innovation, mitigate risk, and compete for security and prosperity. But America cannot compete alone. The U.S. approach to technology must involve partnering with like-minded countries. America benefits from a network of allies and partners, including the world's top technology and economic leaders, and it must capitalize on this advantage. A technology alliance is the best way for tech-leading democracies to work together on big issues such as groundbreaking research and development, securing supply chains, and defending technology norms rooted in democratic values. The core group should include the world's tech-leading democracies. These countries should engage on technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G telecommunications, semiconductors, and energy storage. And they should engage on issues including standard setting, export controls, and investment reviews. To do this well, stakeholders from industry and civil society should have a seat at the table. If tech-leading democracies fail to work together, they're unlikely to win the global competition. At stake is the ability to shape a democratic technological future. Collaborating with partners and allies matters, because the countries that adopt new technologies and shape their use will write the future rules of the road. A technology alliance of democratic countries will empower citizens, compete economically, and help states protect their security, all without having to compromise shared values or national sovereignty. Tech-leading democracies need to
Good afternoon and welcome to the Center for New American Security conference session on declassification of intelligence information in connection with the current war in Ukraine. I'm Carrie Cordero, a senior fellow here at CNAS. Leading up to Russia's invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, the United States declassified and proactively released information about what was about to happen. In the days leading up to the invasion, both President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken publicly said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the information available to the U.S. government revealed in the invasion was about to happen. They also communicated that Russia was seeking a pretext, what was often described in news reports as a false flag, to justify the invasion. And just a couple days before the invasion, they communicated that Putin had in fact made a decision to go forward. These statements, an advance warning from the highest levels of the United States government, didn't have the effect of preventing the invasion and the war itself, but they certainly had the effect of putting the world on notice. It was a very high degree of transparency about what intelligence sources were revealing. And it wasn't just shared with allies and international partners, it was shared publicly with the world. A strong argument can be made that this level of transparency preempted Putin's efforts to shape the narrative surrounding the early days of the war, at least in the parts of the world that have access to uncensored news and information. To discuss these recent events and the implications for the U.S. intelligence community, international partnerships, and the role that foreign intelligence plays in protecting U.S. and allied interests around the world, I am joined by former intelligence community leaders and true experts on this issue. The first guest to join me is Lieutenant General Bob Ashley, who I will be welcoming into the conversation. We also expect to be joined by former Director of National Intelligence, Jim Clapper. We're working on some technical issues, but hopefully he'll be able to join the conversation soon. General Ashley, welcome, and I want to give the audience some background for your experience and expertise. General Ashley retired from the U.S. Army in 2020 after over 36 years of active duty service as an intelligence officer. He was the 21st director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, and formerly served as the Army Deputy Chief of Staff, G2, where he was senior advisor to the Secretary of the Army and the Army Chief of Staff for all aspects of intelligence, counterintelligence, and security. He's commanded at the company, battalion, squadron, and brigade levels, with 6 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. He also had key intelligence assignments throughout his career, including with the United States Army Joint Special Operations Command, the United States Central Command, the International Security Assistance Force and Director of Intelligence, and among others, the United States Army Intelligence Center. He serves as an adjunct senior fellow with us here at CNAS. And General Ashley, I'm delighted to have you kick off this conversation with me. given the recent events and the role that intelligence has played as the war in Ukraine has unfolded. I thought we would start out with the current events, and given your prior role as director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, I was hoping that you could help us start off by helping our audience understand how you think intelligence community leaders and administration policymakers thought through the decision to declassify information right as they were in the days and weeks leading up to the Russian invasion. What are the types of things that they would have been thinking about, and how would you have been thinking about these things back when you were in the leadership role at DIA?
Yeah, Carrie, thanks for the question, and thanks for the opportunity to be with CNAS today for this forum. You kind of gave a good stage setter or scene setter initially with your comments. As you go into these kinds of conversations about what are you going to disclose, it's not the intel community's decision. It really is senior policymakers. In this case, it's the president who's making a decision of whether or not they're going to disclose sensitive information. What you want to be able to do is to tell those senior leaders what's the risk. So you've seen lots of articles that come out after this and said, hey, we put sources and methods at risk. Well, unless you were in the room when the decision was made, you probably don't really understand what sources and methods for decision makers is. If there is risk, this is what we think it is, and that you've got to take a look at the near-term decision to disclose information juxtaposed against that placement and access further down the road. So in other words, I've got some information, I want to maybe put it in a public domain, and if that's the case, here's what you potentially lose down the road. Is losing that access to information in the future worth what you think you will gain from the disclosure? And that's kind of the equation that everybody has to go through. And there are senior people that are in these conversations that have a lot of experience. And so you're getting the best advice from some very senior counsel across government in those situations. And then ultimately the decision comes down to one person, whether or not they're willing to do that. The other part of this, and I think it's really important, is there are no absolutes in this. So some of the criticism could be, well, you disclosed information, you were hoping to deter, it didn't necessarily deter. There's a really complicated fabric in terms of, from my understanding as I'm watching this as a private citizen, of who really was the intent for the message, and whether there was an intent for deterrence or if it was really building cohesion across NATO and other allies. And so you have to really understand that aspect of it as well. Because what the IC tries to do is reduce uncertainty, because there's no exact, these are not binary kinds of actions where you have absolutes. It is about reducing uncertainty and helping senior leaders understand, mitigate, and manage risk.
Thanks for that. So that's a great way to start us off. Tell us a little bit. So in terms of our, I know folks watching, some we might have former ICers or current folks in the intelligence community, the national security community. We also might have some folks who don't have as much exposure. Can you explain a little bit from your position as former DIA director, how does DIA fit into this picture? What's the role specifically of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and how would it be informing these policymaker decisions?
So the core mission for the Defense Intelligence Agency is that we provide foundational and an understanding of the operational environment. And I kind of like to use a sports analogy when somebody says, "What's your mission?" I said, "Well, okay, let me give you a football analogy. I will tell you everything about the town in which you're going to go and play the game, and I'm going to tell you everything about the team that you're about ready to take on." And so that's kind of really DIA's role. It's a lot more complicated than that, but that's kind of the simple look at it. So we provide that foundational understanding of what that military is capable of doing. And, one of the things that's really difficult is intent. To the degree that we can, we try to make sure we are able to, provide policy advisors and senior leaders an understand of intent along with capabilities, because capabilities alone is not exactly going to be a full measure of what potentially could take place.
So the capabilities question is really interesting, and that's something that has come up more as it relates to the war in Ukraine. There was sort of the initial declassification and very proactive release of public information about the fact that the invasion was going to happen. And then now that we are several months into this war, there's been more information discussed in the public commentary regarding how the assessments were done of how the Russian forces would fight. That seems to me to probably be even more so into the DIA lane of the intelligence community role. So how would you, if you put your former director hat on, how would you be thinking about these current assessments, and what's the obligation of DIA to be informing policymakers, and is there any consideration of a role in terms of informing beyond policymakers, the world, allies, partners, about the capabilities of, in terms of especially that team aspect? Who's the team? What's the capabilities of the team that you're going to be, the Ukrainians in this case, are up against?
Yeah, so a couple of things there. One, let me go to will, because that's probably the center piece of the discussion that we've seen come out over the last couple of months, where it's one thing to enumerate pieces of equipment, but it's another thing to understand will. We have a sense from looking at the Russians that there were morale issues. We knew there were drug problems. We knew there were recruiting problems. We knew there were health issues, and we had written about this in the past, and so those were in existence. What's kind of one of those intangibles, because like I said before, you're trying to reduce uncertainty. And intelligence is both an art and a science in terms of how we put those assessments together. And so our ability to measure will is something that I think the IC is looking hard at now, and how do we do that? One of the things I think it's important is, we're a learning organization, so if there's something that we feel that we need to shore up, or, kind of look at our lessons learned, it's how do we measure will? How do we understand that? And a lot of times that's information that comes from human. And so, the most traditional and the oldest of intelligence disciplines is human intelligence, because that's the one thing that's going to be able to get you up close and have an understanding of the individuals that are behind the decisions, to understand intent, and in some cases to get a sense of will. And so I would not be surprised if the IC, if not, DIA by extension, as part of that team, is taking a hard look at how do we measure will, and how do we take will and couple it against all the capabilities are there to get a real sense of, how do we think this is going to play out? And so we have to take, the scenario that transpired on the 24th through, the first 4 or 5 days to get a sense of, okay, well, we thought, the assessments were couple of days, they're going to be in Kyiv, and the Russians would be in charge. Not exactly how that played out. So I think we have to go back and look at our own methodologies, our tradecraft, and how do we look at will, and how do we apply kind of the art behind that. But there's also, you have to look at collection, and
General Ashley, I think the mute button got pressed for a minute. We're going to pause for a quick second because I think we've lost General Ashley's audio for a moment, and we had a mic that got disconnected. So we're working. For those of you who are still with us, thank you for joining for our session on the declassification of intelligence and the war in Ukraine. We're working through a couple technical issues today, and so we are going to pause for a moment while we adjust.
Can't hear you.
General Ashley's. Now I can hear you, General Ashley. General Ashley, can you hear me okay? Okay, for those of you who are still with us, I think we've got a couple technical issues that we're working through, so please bear with us as we continue to work through them. For those of you who have joined, I know that we were looking to have General Ashley, the former DIA director, and we were also working to bring in Director of National Intelligence Jim Clapper into our conversation. And so we're working just to bring up the sound for General Ashley, and we'll see if we can bring the full picture into bring in Director Clapper as well. But we'll still work through these technical issues for just a moment, and I'll wait for my communications team to tell me whether we're going to pause for a quick minute or whether they will be back up with us in a moment.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism. The United States faces a challenge like no other in its history, a strategic competition with a rising China. Technology is at the center of this competition. Leaders who can harness technology for economic, political, and military power will have an outsized influence on shaping our world. America needs a national technology strategy to drive innovation, mitigate risk, and compete for security and prosperity. But America cannot compete alone. The U.S. approach to technology must involve partnering with like-minded countries. America benefits from a network of allies and partners, including the world's top technology and economic leaders, and it must capitalize on this advantage. A technology alliance is the best way for tech-leading democracies to work together on big issues such as groundbreaking research and development, securing supply chains, and defending technology norms rooted in democratic values. The core group should include the world's tech-leading democracies. These countries should engage on technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G telecommunications, semiconductors, and energy storage. And they should engage on issues including standard setting, export controls, and investment reviews. To do this well, stakeholders from industry and civil society should have a seat at the table. If tech-leading democracies fail to work together, they're unlikely to win the global competition. At stake is the ability to shape a democratic technological future. Collaborating with partners and allies matters, because the countries that adopt new technologies and shape their use will write the future rules of the road. A technology alliance of democratic countries will...
2, 1.
Welcome back. This is Carrie Cordero with the Center for New American Security, and I am joined by General Ashley, and we are also joined now by former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, who I'm delighted to join this conversation. If you weren't with us before, we are continuing our conversation on the role of declassifying intelligence and the role of that in the current war in Ukraine. As I was discussing before the break with General Ashley, there are a number of risks and considerations that need to go into the decision-making process of policymakers in declassifying information, particularly as it relates to this current conflict. We were also discussing General Ashley's experience as former director of the Defense Intelligence Agency and the role that DIA plays in terms of informing policymakers and leaders in the national security community regarding adversaries' abilities and capabilities on the battlefield. So I'm delighted to welcome also Jim Clapper to this conversation. I will keep introductions brief, but as our audience may know, he was the fourth and longest serving director of national intelligence, has an extremely distinguished career of approximately 40 years of service to our country in many, many senior intelligence roles, including DNI, Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, and a very long career in the armed forces, both dating from the 1960s through 1995, and then he returned to government service in senior intelligence leadership roles after the September 11th, 2001 attack. So Director Clapper, I'm delighted that you were able to join the conversation, and I think I will turn to you first. We were speaking before the break, General Ashley and I, about the considerations that go into deciding whether to declassify information as it was leading up to the days right before the Russian invasion into Ukraine. As the war progressed over the next several months, there have been additional efforts to provide greater transparency. So it wasn't just about the very first invasion. It also has been an ongoing effort on the part of the Biden administration and some of our international partners as well to be more transparent. I'll give you one example. General Nakasone, the head of U.S. Cybercom, recently confirmed that the U.S. is engaged in offensive, defensive, and information operations in support of Ukraine. So that is a very new and very specific thing that he released in a public and transparent way. I want to come to you from your vantage point as former director of national intelligence, which of course oversees the entire intelligence community. How have you been thinking about the declassifications that you've seen as it connects to the war in Ukraine, given all of the work that you put into increasing transparency about intelligence activities during your tenure?
Well, I think Bob did hear some of the previous conversation. I think Bob highlighted the consideration here. From an intelligence perspective, it's always about sources and methods. And there are other, and then you have to weigh that against the gain. And the gain could be in terms of public diplomacy, persuading allies what the facts are, diming out the adversary, and all three of those purposes were served in the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I personally am all for it. I think traditionally the intelligence community has probably been too conservative about and hasn't been as transparent as it could be. And in turn actually be more effective. So I think there's I'm all for what the current administration has done. The FAQ I get, frequently asked question, is, well, why didn't the incompetent DNI do that in 2014 when the Russians invaded the first time? Well, some things have changed. First, the Russians were a lot more subtle in 2014. They're about as subtle as a freight train this time. The technology is profoundly improved in 8 years that we have to use for to expose to the public or to allies or to adversaries for that matter. And I think there's a realization that the U.S. has to play in the information operations space a lot more aggressively than we have in the past.
So, Director Clapper, you mentioned that you have been a supporter and you have been a real facilitator of intelligence transparency, and I want to give our audience a little bit of context for how those policies changed, in particular under your tenure. So it was after the disclosures of Edward Snowden in 2013 that you directed the development of what are called principles of intelligence transparency. And so this was something new for the intelligence community because it really had the community put on paper, here's the things that we're going to consider, here's the guidelines, here's the principles that we're going to go by to make decisions about declassifying information. A lot of those principles and the way that they were implemented in the ensuing years had to do with how the intelligence community works. So legal authorities, policies, procedures, things like that. But there was one of them that talks about being proactive and clear in information publicly available, including affirmative steps to provide, and I'm reading from the principles, provide timely transparency on matters of public interest. And that's a really broad and general category. And so just coming back to you, Director Clapper, I'm curious as to your thoughts now that you're looking back on that work that you did back then and putting those policies in place. Is this current transparency, is this what you and the colleagues that you were working with at the time, is this how you guys envisioned transparency playing out? Or do you feel that the transparency we've seen surrounding the war in Ukraine is something different because it's more about what the intelligence community is actually learning? I mean, it's really the meat of what the business is.
I think your question captures that. There are actually, in my mind, at least two bins here. There is the how-to, the processes and procedures that intelligence uses. And the point there, and what motivated this, post-Snowden, was to assure the public that what the intelligence community is doing is legal, moral, and ethical. There has always been an aura of suspicion around the intelligence community. In fact, any part of the government that does things in secrecy is going to be suspect. That's just human nature. So the extent that we can, clear the air, remove some of the fog, and remove some of the mystery, it's to the better. Now, it's different, I think. The other bin is releasing or declassifying substantive information about what the Russians are going to do, or diming out a false flag operation, or whatever it may be. That's a different category, but I think the principle is the same, and it is in both cases a positive thing that the intelligence community, use a phrase, comes out of the shadows to the extent that it can safely.
Hey, Carrie, if I could add on to that real quick before we go further, is what Director Clapper talked about, that transparency. For me, there's another word that starts with a T, it's trust. And coming out of something like Snowden, you want to make sure that if you're, investing this money in this intelligence community, that there is a high level of trust. And, really for me, the value proposition behind the IC it rests on, I think, three pillars. One is that we take an oath to the Constitution. So there's that duty that we're bound to do the right thing. The second is, from a politicization standpoint, we're agnostic to the decision, right? We're presenting information, we're presenting assessments, we're providing, an understanding of reducing uncertainty. So we're not inclined to drive it, the assessment in a certain direction. We grade ourselves on that every year. Matter of fact, the DNI looks at all the publications from the various organizations to see whether or not we've been political. So we have oversight that grades ourselves. And then the third part of that is transparency. So we have tradecraft. We talk to you about sources and methods, and at the classified level, we talk about risk, we talk about confidence levels. And so those three pillars are really kind of the value proposition of the IC, but underpinning what, Director Clapper started years ago was, we've got to make sure that we never lose the trust of the American people.
So I want to come back, General Ashley, to that politicization issue in a minute. But before we do that, you both have mentioned in the discussion so far the issue of sources and methods, which obviously is the issue that from intelligence community practitioners' perspective and the traditions of the intelligence community is the things that we're trying to protect, and the risk calculation that goes on whenever there are questions of whether something should be declassified and released. But I want to focus for a minute on how the declassification decisions don't just necessarily affect. One of the calculations is sources and methods, but another might be how international partnerships and our working relationships with our foreign service partners, the United States government's foreign service partners, are affected. So Director Ashley, or General Ashley, let me start with you. While we're focusing on declassifying, can you speak to how intelligence sharing is done between nations and some of the considerations that going into that, because the decisions that the United States government is making doesn't just affect us. Obviously, we're making declassification decisions that affect the Ukrainians. We're making declassification discussions that affect NATO and other interests in the region. So can you speak to how these intelligence partnerships work in the normal course of business, which will help us understand a little bit the calculations that go into effect when we're in this crisis situation?
Yeah, so I think there's always this sense that these are really multilateral relationships. They are, but when you look at the policy and what's put in place, they're really bilateral. So, I mean, even though NATO has 30 some odd nations and you have different relationships and sharing, you have a lot of bilateral relationships. And for me, you kind of look at this as if there's something that you're looking to disclose, do you own that information? And if you don't own the information, you really have to go back to kind of the host nation that does and have a conversation. Are they willing to allow that to be disclosed? And, whether they see that as undue risk letting that information out. So these are, really bilateral relationships and conversations. It's almost like a duty to warn if you're going to put something out, because you don't want to put their sources and methods at risk, and you want to get their approval in the process of going through that decision making. And so as we look at how the decisions are made internal to the U.S. government, expand that out to multiple governments and those relationships of having those conversations. And in some cases, you may find that nations aren't as concerned or sensitive about particular pieces of information that may be disclosed, and they may be more willing or more forthcoming to allow information out. But there is an ongoing dialogue because these are national policies that we have with nations. And when information is shared with us that goes into our overall intelligence production, it comes with some caveats that we've got to stay, linked to them about what we do with that information.
Director Clapper, how do you think the current intelligence transparency with respect to the war is being received by our close intelligence sharing partners? Do you think all these declassifications are well coordinated with them in advance, or do you think the declassifications might affect those partnerships in ways that we might not be thinking about yet?
Well, in the case of the prediction about the Russians invading, I think that was done to influence partners, since there were doubting Thomases or skeptics that didn't think they would invade. So as I understand it, the administration made a decision to publicize the U.S. assessment, which was that the Russians would invade in an effort to persuade them. I think generally, to answer your question, Kerry, they're supportive. In fact, and I would cite particularly the Five Eyes members, most notably the UK. I cannot remember an instance where the director of the GCHQ, which is the UK equivalent of NSA, spoke publicly about substantive intelligence issues, which he did in the case of this invasion. So I think that's an indicative of how allies feel about using intelligence as a weapon, and that's what we're really talking about here.
General Ashley, do you share that view in terms of the way that the intelligence is being used? Director Clapper said it's being used as a weapon. How do you think about that framing in terms of the risks of politicization that you mentioned before? How can the administration sort of walk this line in terms of using the information affirmatively to affect events and affect the world's understanding of the situation without it gaining that label of being politicized?
Yeah, I think the critical point there is that the information is provided is truthful, as it exists, so that the information is not segmented, it's not piecemeal, it's not turned in such a way to kind of deceive the recipients of the actual understanding. So as long as it remains truthful to what the intelligence community has produced, I don't have any issues with that. Information is released with the intent to inform, and information, as Director Clapper spoke to, is also released with the intent to influence. And so there's a couple categories there. From an IC standpoint, this is the assessment, this is our understanding, and so that's the information that you have. Then once you get into policy, it's okay, what do you want to do with it? The key thing is that you keep the integrity of the information, the probity of what has been provided by the IC, and you do not manipulate that part of it.
And who's
I think classically, if I could add to that, Carrie, normally when you use the term politicization, that is typically in a domestic context rather than a foreign context. I suppose you could say that using intelligence as we have and publicizing or declassifying intelligence, I guess you could say that's a form of politicization in an international context. But I think there, at least in my mind, there's a distinction here between the domestic use, the domestic impact of intelligence and how it's used or misused versus internationally.
Yeah, that's a great point in terms of that's when we start thinking about things that are when intelligence is being abused in some ways, then it's being used for domestic political purposes, something like that, as opposed to this role of intelligence information informing world events and informing the decisions and the actions of both the U.S. and governments around the world to deal with a particular acute issue. Do you think that, and this is for either one of you, do you think that there is a difference in how either the administration, not necessarily this one, but a administration or the intelligence community thinks about the declassification of this kind of information that is different in wartime versus in sort of the everyday order or peacetime, if we sort of get back to that? Is there a difference in how the intelligence community or an administration should be thinking about it? Or are there sort of different considerations when it's a wartime situation versus the peacetime situation?
Well, I'll start and Bob can jump in. I think there classically has been a difference in a tactical context. In other words, in a combat situation, we've always loosened or made exceptions to the rules and been far more liberal about sharing of intelligence, and appropriately so. Now, the question one might ask is, well, why do we make an exception in wartime? Why don't we just behave that way consistently, wartime or peacetime, which is a good question. And I think that's that factor, that realization, particular experience in Iraq and especially Afghanistan, where we've, in a latter case, been operating in a coalition context, places a great premium on sharing, and we found all kinds of ways, and Bob can speak to this from personal experience, having deployed out there, all kinds of ways that we found to share intelligence on a timely basis. And I think when the impetus or the motivation is lives are at risk, that can serve to break down the bureaucratic rules.
General Ashley, how do you think about the differences in the two different scenarios, whether it's peacetime or wartime decision making?
Give me 15 seconds to go to your last question on the politicization piece. That's why transparency of the IC is important, so that we're not defending ourselves after the fact, that you understand what the IC's role is, so you realize, that it is the factual presentation of information. I think it shouldn't be different. The challenge, and Director Clapper alluded to this, if I were in Iraq and Afghanistan, I had the ability to share a lot more information in a combat zone than I did in peacetime. And I've had close partner nations after I come back, say things, and I'm paraphrasing and say, when we were in a combat zone, we had much greater sharing capability. One of my steady drumbeats is I think we've kind of had a Cold War mentality in terms of intel sharing, and is carried forward, and it really is about risk. And our Five Eyes partners, who are tremendous about reminding us of not the risk of sharing, but the risk of not sharing. So much so that Vince Stewart, when he was a director at DIA, said, I'm going to put a Commonwealth officer a two-star general as a deputy director for Commonwealth integration, so that every day I see a foreign partner walking down the hallway at DI going, are you doing everything you should to share? And kind of my steady drumbeat, it has been, why are we waiting for the first shot to be fired to develop the muscle memory that we need to put in place for how we're going to do it? And so as we move into a conflict, then I hate to say we're on the fly, and we put those processes in place, and we get the techniques, tactics, and procedures done rather quickly. But one is we're waiting for the crisis before we start putting that in place. And matter of fact, there's probably some things and some insights that we could garner through sharing with some of these partner nations that would help us maybe preclude conflict, not always, and not saying that that's the case in Ukraine, but I do know that some of the bilateral relationships we've got with some of our East European partners that I experienced are just some tremendous intelligence producers and some great professionals, not only within the Five Eyes, but actually well beyond the Five Eyes. And so I think we have to think a little more seriously about what can be shared and what can be gained through a more robust sharing relationship, as opposed to waiting for the first shot to be fired.
I could add to that, Kerry. I intentionally went public within the IC, advocating that we completely do away with the no foreign dissemination restrictions that we now have with the Five Eyes, and simply extend dual citizenship privileges and obligations whenever we're in each other's intelligence footprint. That in turn would allow another group of nations to sort of fall in what is now the space occupied by what we call the second parties, that is the Five Eyes Alliance. And there's another group of nations out there that we should, I think, have a relationship that is on a par with or parallel to what we now have with the Five Eyes. And this is just the general trend towards, I think, international sharing, the impetus for which began, I think, with the mutual recognition of terrorism as a common threat.
Mm-hmm. Well, certainly in the counterterrorism aspect, there's been the international terrorism arena for the past 20 years has been very, very close sharing. One does wonder if in this current war, if it got to the situation where the United States felt compelled, and I'm just sort of wondering out loud here, the United States felt compelled to release information about the invasion publicly, was that because information hadn't yet been shared adequately at the intelligence levels, or was it more, I think, as Director Clapper, you were describing earlier, more to be able to affect in a public way policymakers of other countries, leadership of other countries, actions? And
I don't know. I suspect the latter. I think this had more to do with public diplomacy, frankly, than because I think the capable intelligence services that were watching the situation in Ukraine probably had already concluded that. But by going public with it, by the U.S. intelligence community declassifying their assessment, I think this served to put some pressure on the policymaking community in other communities, in other countries, even though the intelligence apparatus of each of those countries had probably reached the same conclusion.
I want to ask you both about how just the nature of intelligence has changed, certainly throughout each of your careers in the intelligence business, and then since you both have left government. One of the most striking examples that's relevant to the current war is the use of open source technologies, in particular satellite information. Director Clapper, you were very involved in the development of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. General Ashley, in your capacity as DIA, certainly have experience with the technology aspects of intelligence collection. We got an audience question, and I think this is a really important issue. General Ashley, maybe I'll start with you. Do you think, with respect to open source intelligence, the information that is just out in the public domain, in particular through commercial satellites, is that really changing the way that the intelligence community needs to think about transparency? Because there's just all this information out there that is informing the media, that is informing the research community. And so in some ways, information confirmed by the US government is really, one might think it's a step behind in terms of the information that might already be out there through commercial sources. How do you think about the role that open source information, in particular the satellites, are playing in the current situation and the decisions on declassification?
I mean, I think it's driving us toward a greater degree of transparency, but it's also enabling us in the context of transparency because, think about, I think it was President Carter that, said NRO exists as an organization. That was policy when he decided to disclose that back in the 70s. So rather than having to take some of the pristine, sensitive imagery that NGA and the NRO produce, you can package up unclassified information and provide it to partners. And so the other part of that is when you're looking at that, you look at the information, obviously the picture, the veracity of that, you probably have classified holdings that tell you that this in fact is what's transpired. And you have an understanding based on really a more wholesome, all-sourced understanding in the classified realm. So it allows you to kind of couple the two of those and put out more at the unclassified level, to the public, to partner nations that you may not have a very robust sharing relationship with. So I think it's a huge enabler. Matter of fact, I think NGA is probably the best example, and because it's a very specific discipline, I think it's a little bit easier to do, but I know Admiral Sharp and Trey Whitworth, now the current director, have really embraced this. Matter of fact, what Bob Sharp did was he kind of extended to the commercial industry tasking. So he brought them into the tasking and the production piece of this. So it allows us to get more information out, not only for public consumption, but to share with partners. And it's something we're going to have to embrace. Complexity lies in some of the broader open source stuff, from an all-source standpoint, and how we ensure the confidence levels in it. And we think about tradecraft, but there's an integration and relationship that we're just going to have to build on because there's just so much of it out there. We need to leverage it.
The use of the open source actually makes it safer and less risky for the declassification of classified information. You have that umbrella, if you will, of literally and figuratively, classified overhead reconnaissance or unclassified commercial imagery. That's a great umbrella, if you will, or protection, for the declassification of classified information.
So we've been talking a lot about the benefits of transparency and the ways that the U.S. intelligence community is moving forward to be more transparent. Some of this open source information, in particular the satellites, playing a role in that. But there are downsides. And so I want to take a minute for us to explore a little bit what that might look like. There was one report that came out, there has been a report, that has come out, one in particular that was from the New York Times, that was alleging that U.S. intelligence was, and I'm quoting the New York Times report, helping Ukraine kill Russian generals, unquote. When I saw this report as a national security lawyer, this did not look to me like part of what I think in terms of strategic decision-making to make declassification decisions consistent with the principles of intelligence transparency. This particular report, when it's talking about how U.S. intelligence would be helping in that very specific way, looked different and did not look like it was sort of part of the administration's plan to proactively and deliberately and thoughtfully release intelligence information. What guardrails are in place or should be in place to make sure that the intelligence information that is released, particularly when we're in the world is in the middle of an acute crisis, Ukraine in particular is in the middle of an acute crisis, what guardrails are in place to make sure that the transparency of the United States or our allies is productive and not counterproductive or damaging?
Well, I think first point is you have to think of intelligence in a combat situation as a weapon system. So when we give the Ukrainians Stingers, or we give them javelins, we give them long-range artillery, we give them counter battery or counter-fire radars, the Ukrainians don't have to come back and do mother may I's on, hey, is it okay if I fire this Stinger at this aircraft or fire this javelin at this Russian tank? Well, so it is with intelligence. Once you've made the policy decision, you're going to share intelligence, particularly with someone who's in active combat, then you don't get to chaperone how they use it. Now, the particular New York Times article was a leak. It wasn't declassified. I really question it because, and subsequently in the first place, because I suspect that if, to the extent that the Ukrainians have been able to nail Russian generals, they've done that on their own. And primarily, I'm guessing, because the Russian generals were using their own private cell phones, you know, finding friends sort of stuff. So in a general way, I suppose U.S. intelligence, as it was shared with the Ukrainians, could have contributed to that because generals hang around headquarters buildings or facilities. But it's really tough to say, well, we're going to share this intelligence with you, but don't use it to sink ships or kill generals.
General Ashley, how do you think about the downsides? What are the risks involved, either in this particular report or more generally?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some, it's kind of a sensationalized reporting to a degree. It looks inflammatory. It makes for good press. I'll kind of leave it at that. But when you're in those inner circles that Director Clapper's been in the past, you have to kind of lay out the possibilities, and he's exactly right in that you cannot account for every utilization of that information to say, well, you can use it for this, but you can't use it for that. And you have to realize how dynamic things are in combat and on these various battlefields. And I think John Kirby, when he made the comments with regards to those accusations that we provided the information to be defensive in nature, to allow the Ukrainians to be able to defend themselves, and part of that defensive approach is that they understand where Russian forces are. Now, whether there's going to be a general officer at a headquarters, there's a high probability that there probably will be. That's kind of how they operate. But you can't over-engineer the release of the information. You've got to do it with the intent that it's going to be defensive in nature, and it allows them to protect their forces, and that at some point that's about as far as you potentially can carry that.
So we're going to start to wind down our conversation, and I appreciate both of you sticking with us, and I appreciate our audience sticking with us through this conversation. One of the bigger pictures in terms of the intelligence community's ability to function going forward that I just want to get both of your thoughts on is in order to be able to do this work, in order to be able to have information to be transparent about, in order to be able to have the kind of effect that intelligence can play that we've been talking about, the intelligence community needs authorities, legal authorities, to be able to collect it in the first place. And it needs to be resourced, and it needs its workforce to be resourced and trained. For many years, I would think probably for most of your careers and for the early part of mine when I was in government, there was somewhat of a bipartisan consensus in terms of support for intelligence community work, support for national security community in general. And I observe, and feel free to disagree with me, or I welcome your comments, but I observe that in the last few years, that bipartisan consensus seems to be eroding some, particularly as it has related to the surveillance debates and surveillance authorities. My question for you is, it seems to me that the information the intelligence community the U.S. intelligence community has been able to provide as this war has unfolded in Ukraine has really demonstrated the incredible value that U.S. intelligence provides. The work that the intelligence community workforce is doing has a real impact and is valuable. How do, Director Clapper, I'll start with you and then I'll go to General Ashley, but what is this recent experience in terms of how the U.S. has been able to share information publicly, how it's been able to declassify information? Director Clapper, what does that say to you about the value of the intelligence community writ large? Do you think that is it fair to draw the connection between the information that's been declassified, the information that has been revealed to the world to help better inform its understanding of Russia's aggression against Ukraine? How do you assess that demonstrates just the important role that the U.S. intelligence community plays in the work that folks are doing?
Well, I think it amplifies the importance. The very thing we're talking about, to the extent that U.S. intelligence contributed to the sinking of the Moskva or getting rid of generals, I think in the minds of many people that shows the utility of U.S. intelligence and what it's doing to help the Ukrainians. I was fortunate enough to get invited in last week for an update on all this, and it to me is eye-watering what the U.S. is sharing on a timely basis with the Ukrainians, and just to help them in their day-to-day combat activities, and that's all to the good. And I think we can talk about, that's another subject, but there's a bigger battle here than just Russians invading Ukraine. It's larger than that. And so I think this shows the utility, and polling information I've seen reflects that. The United States spends a lot of money on intelligence, a lot of taxpayer money. So to the extent that taxpayers can be assured and be shown the value of intelligence and its utility, that's all to the good, and it certainly imbues trust and confidence, as Bob alluded earlier, which is all important.
General Ashley, how do you think about the current situation in respect to how it demonstrates the value of the intelligence community workforce and the importance of that work continues and is resourced and is given legal authorities that it needs to do its job?
I think it does validate it. Everything Director Clapper talked about, and having been part of this community for over 3 decades, for Director Clapper for 5 decades, when you have the perturbations of a Snowden or something along those lines, and people question, the surveillance and other things that are ongoing, the people that are part of the IC or your brothers, your sisters, your friends, your aunts, your uncles, and every day they go in, and the responsibility and the lift that they take on for your own national security is incredible. So this is just an incredible community of patriots that work very, very hard to help senior leaders reduce uncertainty and make decisions. And so it's incredible what they do. I have always felt that we've had good support from the oversight committees. They hold us to task, as they should. If you go back and you look at what took place in the 70s and why we have the oversight committees, but that relationship and the dialogue is one that's been important and it's ongoing. The other thing that I would highlight, and it made me think about it when Director Clapper talked about he got a kind of behind closed doors update recently, is as much as we've talked about, well, we're disclosing this information, we're releasing information, we're declassifying. I would say probably what's been released or shared or declassified is in the single-digit percentage, and it's probably less than 5. It's probably more like 1 or 2. And then that other 96, 97, 98% of the information that is helping drive operations and helping understand what's taking place and working with our allies and partners is not going to be disclosed. And so this is just a fraction of the information that's coming out because it serves a purpose, and the politicians of the world, and it serves an operational purpose for what we're able to do to help our Ukrainian partners, and that's done in conjunction with allies. And so there's still it's like the iceberg. There is so much underneath the water in terms of intelligence and what's been going on between nations to help the Ukrainians and to help other partners globally across all the combatant commands in terms of what we think about when it's in the context of great power competition. As General Milley said, he said the pipeline has been turned on to the Ukrainians. I think there are lessons to be pulled out of this as we think of the larger kind of the geopolitical global issues and how we work with partners moving forward as we get into competition with China and Russia, because most of that competition is going to take place well before the first shot is fired.
Lending your many years of expertise and service to this conversation. For those of you who joined us for the conversation, thank you for sticking with us, which is on U.S. China policy in the balance. And that panel will begin at 3:30. Thanks so much for joining us. And again, Director Clapper and General Ashley, thank you so much for your time today.
The United States is set for a prolonged period of competition with Russia, but especially China. The two countries are increasingly aligned, especially in their desire to counter the United States, and that will create challenges that the United States is going to have to navigate.
The Russia-China partnership is most problematic in the areas in which it amplifies the challenge that China poses to the United States, particularly in two domains, democracy and human rights, and in the defense realm. China and Russia are aligned in weakening and interfering in democracies around the world, and they're also bolstering autocrats, providing them the training and the technology to better muzzle their own citizens. At the same time, at the international level, they are weakening human rights protections and also proposing new norms in emerging areas such as internet sovereignty and cyber.
In the defense domain, Russia is amplifying China's military capabilities, basically making it easier for China to keep the United States out of its backyard. And in the technology domain, too, the two countries are increasingly working together, raising the risk that Russia and China together can out-innovate the United States, which would strain an already stressed U.S. defense budget. Some people have talked about driving a wedge between Russia and China, but that's unlikely to be effective. Instead, over the longer term, Washington needs to think about how it can change Russia's calculus such that it views some cooperation with the United States not just as possible, but also preferable to its growing subservience to Beijing.
So the United States needs to respond to the China-Russia partnership in a few key ways. The first is by monitoring and preparing for the relationship. This includes better intelligence sharing, wargaming, and we also need to be taking advantage of the fissures that exist between China and Russia going forward. At the same time, we need to be creating headwinds against the China-Russia entente, and that includes working with our allies and partners, bolstering our democracy and bolstering the resilience of democracies around the world.
The increasing cooperation between Russia and China is a challenge, but it's not an insurmountable one. think as long as the United States is mindful and proactive and leverages its assets, things like allies and partners, that it's a challenge that the United States is well equipped to overcome.
The United States faces a challenge like no other in its history, a strategic competition with a rising China. Technology is at the center of this competition. Leaders who can harness technology for economic, political, and military power will have an outsized influence on shaping our world. America needs a national technology strategy to drive innovation, mitigate risk, and compete for security and prosperity. But America cannot compete alone. The U.S. approach to technology must involve partnering with like-minded countries. America benefits from a network of allies and partners, including the world's top technology and economic leaders, and it must capitalize on this advantage. A technology alliance is the best way for tech-leading democracies to work together on big issues such as groundbreaking research and development, securing supply chains, and defending technology norms rooted in democratic values. The core group should include the world's tech-leading democracies. These countries should engage on technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G telecommunications, semiconductors, and energy storage. And they should engage on issues including standard setting, export controls, and investment reviews. To do this well, stakeholders from industry and civil society should have a seat at the table. If tech-leading democracies fail to work together, they're unlikely to win the global competition. At stake is the ability to shape a democratic technological future. Collaborating with partners and allies matters because the countries that adopt new technologies and shape their use will write the future rules of the road. A technology alliance of democratic countries will empower citizens, compete economically, and help states protect their security, all without having to compromise shared values or national sovereignty. Tech-leading democracies need to form an alliance to ensure that the future of innovation is inclusive, prosperous, and secure.
Hello and good afternoon to everyone watching. My name is Jake Stokes. I'm a fellow in the Indo-Pacific Security Program here at CNAS, where I lead our work on China and East Asian security issues. Welcome to everyone in the audience tuning in from around the world. We're glad to have you here with us on the first day of the CNAS annual conference. This is our final session of the day, and we're set to go out on a very high note with a discussion about China, a topic that's on the minds of almost everyone in the foreign policy and national security community these days. American policy toward China has undergone a reckoning, even a revolution in recent years. In response to Beijing's growing assertiveness abroad and repression at home, Washington's approach started to shift late in the Obama administration, accelerated quickly during the Trump administration, and has carried through to the Biden administration. A consensus now holds that the period in U.S. China policy that was broadly known as engagement, which lasted more than 4 decades, has ended. It's been replaced by a framework of strategic competition with China. Despite shared perceptions about the China challenge, however, Washington has not yet resolved many of the policy dilemmas that this new era presents. It's exactly those dilemmas that we'll grapple with today. This panel will explore the most pressing challenges and trade-offs facing U.S. China policy and draw out different schools of thought on how to approach them. To do that, we have with us a truly distinguished group of speakers. I'll introduce each of them soon. Before I do, though, I'd like to invite everyone to engage with the session. Follow us on Twitter at CNASDC and tweet using the hashtag CNAS2022. You may also join the conversation and submit audience questions by using the chat box on the official conference website, conference.cnas.org. And now for our speakers. First off, we have Senator Brian Schatz, who is the senior senator from the great state of Hawaii. Since joining the Senate in 2012, he's focused his work on helping workers, veterans, and families, and has led key legislation on healthcare, climate change, and technology. Senator Schatz chairs the Indian Affairs Committee and serves on the Appropriations Committee, the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, the Foreign Relations Committee, including the Subcommittee on East Asia, and the Select Committee on Ethics. He also serves on the Senate Democratic Caucus's leadership team as the Chief Deputy Whip. Prior to his service in Congress, Senator Schatz was Hawaii's lieutenant governor and served for 8 years in the Hawaii State House of Representatives. Senator Schatz grew up in Honolulu and received his bachelor's degree from Pomona College. Welcome, Senator.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. Next, we have Ambassador Paula J. Dobriansky. Ambassador Dobriansky is a senior fellow at Harvard University's John F. Kennedy Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs and vice chair of the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. From 2001 through 2009, she served as Undersecretary of State for Global Affairs and established and led the U.S. India, U.S. China, and U.S. Brazil Global Issues Fora, which advanced crucial work and international cooperation on environment, energy, health, development, and humanitarian issues. Additionally, she was head of delegation and lead negotiator on U.S. climate change policy. She serves on the Exim Bank's Chairman's Council on China Competition, or C4, and was chair of C4 from 2020 through 2021. Ambassador Dobriansky is a member of CNAS's Board of Advisors as well. Welcome, Ambassador. And finally, we have Dr. Elizabeth Economy.
Thank you.
Dr. Economy is a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. She's currently on leave to serve as senior advisor for China to the Secretary of Commerce. For most of her career, she was the CV Star Senior Fellow and Director for Asia Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. An award-winning author of 4 books, Dr. Economy is an expert on China and U.S. China relations. Her most recent book is The World According to China. She's a frequent guest on national television and radio and has published opinion pieces in the New York Times, Washington Post, and Wall Street Journal, and articles in policy journals such as Foreign Affairs, Foreign Policy, and the Harvard Business Review. She's a member of the Aspen Strategy Group and the Board of Managers of Swarthmore College. Dr. Economy, welcome.
Thanks so much, Jake. Great to be here.
All right. Well, it's great to have everyone, and let's dive right into it. Senator Schatz, if I would like to start with you. So several commentators have used the metaphor of a foot race to describe strategic competition with China. They say certain policy actions can have the effect of slowing China down, while others can improve America's ability to run faster, so to speak. How do you think about balancing those two categories, and how do you see that conversation evolving in the U.S. Congress as a whole?
Well, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with such a distinguished panel. I guess what I would say to that is that I'm not sure I love the metaphor because it forces me to choose either running faster or slowing our competitor down. And the truth is that I think most of the things that we need to do will accomplish both. I think what we've seen over the last at least decade is not that China suddenly has a higher tolerance for risk. It's that they have assessed that some of the things that they were not doing previously were not all that risky at all. Increasing aggression in the South and East China Sea, the Spratlys, everything that they're doing as it relates to Taiwan and Hong Kong
has to do with our absence. And so I don't know, sort of how you turn that back into a metaphor, but I would say the most important thing for the United States to do is to show up. I'm wary of sort of new unifying theories in either foreign or domestic policy, but I would say that we have to be there physically, we have to be in the region, and we have to view our relationship with our potential partners and adversaries and other countries in the Indo-Pacific region as not merely instrumental to the question of China, but important in their own right. And that's where I think we can distinguish ourselves from our strategic competitor, because if we give respect to the sovereigns and we start to interact with them as though they are sovereigns, as though they matter, as though they are worthy of a bilateral meeting, as though they are worthy of not being treated as a colony or an afterthought or a client state, that will accrue to our benefit over the long run. But none of that sort of philosophy works if we're physically nowhere. Either our Coast Guard, our State Department, our aid agencies, or our military. And so the first step is to show up, and the next step is to listen.
Thank you, Senator Schatz. Ambassador Dobriansky, you have deep experience as a diplomatic practitioner working at the highest levels. What do you see as the role of coalition building in strategic competition with China? I'm sorry, I'm getting some feedback. Am I coming through okay? All right, apologies. What do you see as the role of coalition building in strategic competition with China, whether with allies, partners, or countries that want to avoid taking sides? In particular, how should we approach relations with states whose views on China might differ from our own, or who are worried about getting embroiled in a so-called new Cold War?
Great questions, and let me also say how delighted I am to be here with this distinguished panel, and also congratulations to CNAS on a terrific flagship conference that you hold annually. Coalition building, I think, does really matter greatly in terms of strategic competition, and let me give several very precise examples. First is the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue put forth by Japan back in 2007. It's had a number of ebbs and flows, but it was basically formed around the Malabar exercises and bringing in India, Australia, us, and Japan. And it was very much focused on the kind of military buildup. So we were galvanized around a single, I would say, objective at the time. But we also saw how over the years that's had its ebbs and flows. There was a period where Australia had taken a different position vis-a-vis its relationship towards China. And so the kind of closeness shifted. They didn't participate, for example, in the Malabar exercises. But now we've seen where it's come back. The Biden administration has taken that coalition, if you will, and has elevated it and has also even set an agenda for it. And then I'd even add in the mix, we saw during the pandemic where actually there was, some people use the term Quad Plus, where you had the four that were participants or are participants in the Malabar exercises, but at the same time bringing in Vietnam, a socialist country, South Korea, as well as New Zealand. And why? The issue was focused on supply chains and how to get beyond what had occurred during the pandemic, a lack of transparency, a lack of free flow of goods and, at the time, and particularly in the health services area. And I think it was demonstrative of how a kind of coalition like that could really add value, and in which all these countries were collaborating together, and again, with a very targeted outlook. Let me give just another example. Also, the United States and the EU have had some different positions on how to deal with China on trade-related matters. The Biden administration at the very beginning reached out to the European countries and said, look, let's have a conversation before you go forward with that investment agreement. And I think the good news there, initially it seemed like they were moving forward, but then I think there was the pullback. Why I think it was good here, this is an example where there have been some differences. Countries like Italy have taken the path of One Belt, One Road. But yet, by the way, we also collaborate very closely with a country like Italy, as part of the NATO Defensive Military Alliance that actually has come out and said, look, we need to look at what's happening with our strategic competitors and even including China. So in short, yes, coalition building matters. It provides agility, flexibility. It galvanizes countries around maybe certain single objectives at the same
Thank you, Ambassador. It's very useful in thinking about, how we can go about
Then to quote Secretary Blinken's speech from a few weeks back, his major China speech that he delivered at GW. And I think he really did articulate U.S. objectives with regard to China. And it was said in the context of, bolstering a world in which, and here I'll quote him, technology is used to lift people up, not suppress them, where trade and commerce support workers, raise incomes, create opportunity, where universal human rights are respected, countries are secure from coercion and aggression, people, ideas, goods, and capital move freely, and where nations can both forge their own paths and work together effectively in common cause. I think what's interesting about this is that it's really an articulation of America's vision for the international system. But I think in the context of China, that's appropriate because our competition actually is not defined by simply one domain, but is global in nature. So I think that the administration has, in fact, sort of set out its objectives with regard to its competition with China, but maybe there's just a failure to appreciate the degree to which it's not simply targeted in some form of a bilateral technological competition with China, but this really is a systems-based challenge. In practical terms, what does this translate into in terms of U.S. policy? I think here too, Secretary Blinken really, laid it out fairly clearly, and it's along the lines of invest, align, compete, and then it's kind of 3 pillars and a half, right? Because that fourth pillar, the one that we would look for, cooperate, is probably a little bit diminished right now in the overall context of the bilateral relationship. It could use some bolstering of its own. But I'd say there are sort of 3 to 4 pillars. And, first, of course, is investment, right? We have to rebuild. If we're going to be competitive, we have to rebuild the social and economic fabric of our country. And sitting at Commerce, but still speaking in my individual personal capacity, I would say this speaks very directly to the kind of work that the Commerce Department does, whether it's, investing in skills training, for our, lowest income workers, or it's the broadband initiative, certainly the CHIPS Act, which hopefully the senator is going to help move through in all haste, which will, bring, workforce training and R&D and manufacturing in the sort of a core critical technology and semiconductors back to the United States and contribute to help us, continue to lead on the innovation side, but also to recapture some of what we've lost in terms of advanced manufacturing. So investing in ourselves is number one, right? We can't do much if we're not strong ourselves. Aligning, and here I think Ambassador Dobryansky really outlined, I think quite well, the importance of our allies and partners and the coalitions that we're building, whether it's the U.S. and EU Trade and Technology Council or the Quad Emerging Critical Technologies Working Group, although I think the name has changed to match that of the TTC. So it's now the Quad Technology and Trade Council too, or Technology and Trade Council. And of course, the new initiative that's just come out, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. So all of these things, are directed toward working together with our allies, in order to ensure that our policies are aligned on supply chains or export controls. One of I think the great triumphs of just the past few months was, the degree to which the TTC, our European group, worked together so effectively to coordinate and implement the sanctions on Russia. So I think the power of this kind of alignment of this grouping can be seen very directly, and I think it is important. Our China policy, we can't go it alone. Right? It requires our partners and allies to be on board. And frankly, to the senator's point, and I think this is where he was going, at least in part, and I completely agree, is that we have to engage more broadly than our traditional partners and allies, right? We have to reach out to still emerging economies in the global south, and the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework does that. But I think even more in Africa and Latin America, still even in our own backyard, we need to do a better job of engaging countries, bringing them to the table, to be part of the discussion, to be part of, the setting of the norms and rules of the future international order. I think that's absolutely critical. And then finally, I'll finish up quickly, just, competing. I think certainly there's an effort to modernize, to innovate our institutions to make sure that they are keeping up with the challenge that China presents. And this is both, for example, on inbound and outbound investment. How should we think about that? Those issues. How do we modernize our institutions? We want to make sure that what we're doing in terms of our trade and investment with China is not going to come back to undermine our economic and national security or somehow our democratic values. And I think that's a really important effort that's underway right now. And then finally, as I said, that fourth pillar, or that half pillar of cooperation with China. And I think, obviously on issues like climate change and health, China is an enormous player. And if we're not back in the 1990s where we're trying to think about, how can we transfer, clean tech to this emerging economy of China, right, to get it to do the right thing on climate change. We are dealing with a major innovation powerhouse who is the leading emitter of greenhouse gases, of carbon dioxide. And how do we get China to pursue a policy that will be conducive, right, to really constraining the warming of our planet, and so that's a different proposition than where they were still growing and emerging, and we were sort of the developed country. So how do we work with China in new ways to ensure that it is committing to do the right thing, and that we are aligning our policies at the very least? And then finally, I do have to give a plug for trade and investment with China because, again, we don't want it to impinge negatively on our security or on our democratic values. But I think certainly I want Starbucks selling lattes. I want Nike selling sneakers and, athletic wear. I want McDonald's and Burger King being the number one and two fast food restaurants in China. I think this is all to the benefit, of the United States. And they're important not only in terms of the revenues that they provide, but also in terms of the soft power and the sort of the message they send about American innovation and creativity and openness. So I think the strategy is there. I think the objectives are actually quite clear, but it's different from what's come before. This is a global competition. It's not simply a bilateral competition.
Thank you, Dr. Economy. That was very comprehensive and fascinating. You mentioned just now the global competition and working across the region, especially in the Indo-Pacific. I want to zoom in, if I can, and ask Senator Schatz a specific island or a specific question about the Pacific Islands. Of course, you represent the state of Hawaii, so you have special insights on the role of the Pacific Ocean and the Pacific Island countries. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how you see the importance of the Pacific Island countries, especially in this context of strategic competition with China, and especially as we've seen moves from China lately to deepen its presence and engagement in the region, sometimes with mixed success, but certainly more success than we would prefer. So can you talk a little bit about how you see the situation in that region?
Sure. And Jacob, I just want to respond to one thing that you said, because I find it to be a kind of foundational question, which is, are we in a new Cold War? My judgment is that that's not the most helpful framing, because we're we're post-globalization, and it's hard to understand the world in terms of poles, right? And sort of a binary alignment. And lots of our allies are also going to have relationships with China that are impossible to untangle. And so whatever strategic competition looks like, I just hope that the foreign policy establishment, my colleagues on the Foreign Relations Committee, don't sort of lock back into a kind of mental model that doesn't really apply anymore. I know that's not the main thing, but it was just kind of bouncing around in my head. On the Pacific Islands, I mean, it goes back to the first thing I said, which is we really were nowhere. Kurt Campbell's pivot, and I know we don't call it that anymore, was the sort of first marker that we ought to pay attention to the Asia-Pacific region. And we've made some progress, but I think in the last 2 or so years, it's been the first time that I've seen real resources behind the kind of rhetorical pivot. It started with the Defense Department, and it's being followed on by the Department of State, and then the related sort of NGO universe and aid agencies. But I guess I hearken back to the kind of way I look at island culture, which is the way Barbara Mikulski, the great senator from the state of Maryland, used to say, "Nothing about me without me." And when Tony Blinken went to the Pacific and didn't just fly over the Pacific to deal with the so-called bigger countries, that was an important marker. When Barack Obama at COP23 met with global island leaders to essentially endorse the High Ambition Coalition around 1.5 degrees of warming, those were important moments. But now we have to demonstrate that our presence is enduring, that it doesn't depend on who is president of the United States, and that our relationship with these sovereigns is exactly that, a relationship sovereign to sovereign, not sovereign to colony, not sovereign to client state. It may be relevant in the background how big we are versus how small they are, but some of this is about just on a more human level, respecting heads of state and giving them the dignity that they deserve in these bilateral conversations. Now, on a more mundane level, we have DoD assets that we need access to. We need to be more forward in the region from a military standpoint. And of course, we need to renegotiate and then ratify the Compact of Free Association. We've got FSM and MRI expiring in 23 and Palau in 24. I'm very confident in Ambassador Joe Yun and his ability to kind of work all of this, but we're dealing with lots of different island nations, and they are not that similar, except to the extent that they are in the Pacific and they are small. But that's one thing that we have to kind of understand. As I talk to my colleagues on the Foreign Relations Committee, they've got incredible fidelity. Who used to be the leader of an individual Middle Eastern country? Who is the opposition leader? Who are the civil society leaders? And when you try to ask them to find Palau on a map, you may struggle. And so building up that capacity is important for our own reasons, but it's also just a sign of respect that we want to understand what their individual needs are and not just treat them as instrumental to our strategic competition goals.
Thank you, Senator. I think that's a series of great points, including about building up the knowledge base, across the U.S. government on the details, the deep details of these issues, and seeing that as a platform for engagement. I want to kind of move to perhaps one of the most challenging pieces in competition with China and ask Ambassador Dobryansky. Certainly in recent years, we've seen China act assertively and even aggressively using military tools and paramilitary forces around its periphery, including in the South China Sea, East China Sea, towards Taiwan, and on the border with India. So how should we go about deterring future aggression by China? And is there any role for steps designed to reassure? And how do you kind of see the dynamic there?
Well, the answer is absolutely. First, I think one of the most significant deterrence is our presence in the Indo-Pacific. The fact that we do have military assets in the region, which does provide not only a kind of reassurance to our allies, partners, friends in the Pacific, but it does also provide, to some extent, a deterrent against some of China's aggressive actions. That's the first, I'd say. Secondly, the fact I referenced earlier about the annual Malabar exercises, that in of itself does send a kind of signal, a unity of purpose, a show of force, if you will. It has been criticized by Beijing, and because of what it does demonstrate, a unity of purpose, and that does have deterrent value, certainly. I'd also say when I think back, I think almost every Secretary of Defense, no matter what the administration, has always been exceedingly forthright, particularly when there have been maritime transgressions, and literally laying down very clearly and assertively markers about the maritime rules and lanes, which should not be passed over or violated, which also I think has been crucial and demonstrating a readiness on the part of the United States for being assertive on behalf of that not only unity of purpose, but also what we all stand for. I'd also say something that we shouldn't forget. All of our academies, and in particular, at least one that I'm very familiar with, which is the Naval War College, brings in actually many from the Indo-Pacific to come in, just not only for discussion, training, but that too actually I think is crucial in the context of providing a kind of reassurance of a collaborative approach. This is on that side of the ledger. And then finally, something that also I think is important here, it's not just only the military assets, the exercises, the kind of training, exchanges, but there's also certain political manifestations that also are crucial to the region at large. At the beginning of the Biden administration, I think it was important when the president sent former Senator Dodd and a delegation to Taiwan. It sent an important signal about the importance of Taiwan to the United States, and it certainly also sent an important signal to Beijing. And I'll end on this note. I would say, although it's in another part of the world, what happens in Ukraine, certainly, and how we handle Ukraine has definite ramifications for a deterrent value for China and Taiwan. I think here it's been very crucial, the giving of the very modern and heavy artillery equipment into Ukraine. I think that show of support for as we know, the unprovoked and outright brutal aggression from Russia has to be countered. And what we do there, the Chinese are watching very, very closely. So I would add that also in the mix as a really important and crucial deterrent. What we do there will also, I think, impact their own actions in the future.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think that's a very, very critical point. And I hear echoes in your answer of, some of how we've seen the administration talk about integrated deterrence, that it's both a military but also political, also allies and partners pieces working in unison. Speaking of working across a number of different areas, I wonder, Dr. Economy, if I can go to you now. In recent years, we've seen a greater focus on technology in the competition between Washington and Beijing. How do China's leaders see the geopolitical and maybe just as important, geoeconomic importance of technology broadly? And what should that tell us, or how should we, how should that inform the U.S. response?
Sure. I think technology is really at the heart of Xi Jinping's plan, of his desire for the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. I think there's probably not a topic, if you look back through his 3 books of speeches now that he's published, thousands of pages of speeches, next to sort of party theory and the Communist Party, sort of the importance of the Communist Party, there's probably not a topic that he talks about more and with greater fervor than that of technology and the importance to the future of China's rejuvenation. In terms of how we should understand it and how they approach it, I think for me what's important to understand, sitting in the United States or in any other country, is just the multidimensional nature of China's approach to technology. So, it begins at home, right, with a sort of a demand-driven model for R&D that's still very much focused on applied research. So there is growing interest in basic research, but still China focuses overwhelmingly on applied research and on manufacturing. So things that have very practical applications. Obviously, the government provides, significant financial support for Chinese companies and universities, but there is increasing private money that is going into Chinese companies, including money from, United States venture and private equity firms. Obviously, the government protects its firms, and you can see that through the importance of projects like Made in China 2025, which was all about basically protecting or encouraging, Chinese companies' dominance in the manufacturing of technologies and sort of 10 critical areas of technology, things like, AI, new materials, new energy vehicles. And now we have dual circulation, which basically says, China can innovate, manufacture, and consume largely within itself and only really, engage the international community for exports, but also to encourage a kind of dependence by foreign companies in China as part of their supply chains, so that China has the ability to exert a form of political leverage over the country. So that's the kind of model of technology at home that China is developing, how it views sort of at least one part of its engagement. I think another critical aspect is the issue of military-civil fusion, and that China does place a primacy on technology that is dual use. So things like quantum computing and big data, semiconductors, 5G, et cetera. And I think that also has to inform us as we're thinking about how we modernize our institutions and think about how do we ensure that technology that we may be thinking that we're selling to a commercial entity in China actually is going to be diverted for military application. I think that's a huge issue that we need to confront. But beyond what it's doing at home, I think, a sort of second set of challenges is the export of Chinese technology abroad, right? And China subsidizes its technology to become extremely competitive globally, especially in emerging economies through its digital Silk Road. It's no longer just the hard infrastructure of ports and railroads and highways, but it's subsea cables and e-commerce and satellite systems. I mean, China, Huawei Marine, which is the, undersea cable part of Huawei, has gone from, a 2% market share, a decade ago to, about 20%, at this point. So, very rapid expansion of and deployment of Chinese technology, which, has both, there's an economic competitive element to it, of course, but also there's a security element. And I think we need to be very aware of that and how we're going to push back against that, when it comes to things like 5G. And then finally, you see China becoming far more active in standard setting bodies, right? And that's sort of the third tier of their competitive strategy when it comes to technology, right? Trying to cement Chinese technology through the setting of standards. And I'm sure everybody who's watching this is familiar with the very, the Chinese saying that third tier companies manufacture, second tier innovate, and first tier set standards. So that is very much the mindset of China. So how do we think about it? How do we respond? I think the most important thing to my mind is just to be aware of China's intentions, how it goes about things, this multi-level strategy, the military-civil fusion. Our strategy has to be multi-level, right? We have to think about more, I think, in terms of public-private partnership, right? Just the free market, isn't enough to sustain us in our competition. So things, again, like the CHIPS Act, that can support our domestic R&D and our manufacturing and our workforce training, those are enormously important. They are, I think, going to be an increasingly important part of our technology competition with China. And then when it comes to the dual-use technologies, I think going back again to this issue of aligning with our partners and allies and others, we have to make sure that our policies on inbound and outbound investment and as well as export controls are aligned. Because taking a unilateral action in one of those areas on a certain technology or set of technologies will effectively be meaningless if everything is backfilled by our European or Asian allies and partners. So it's a big and complicated issue, and I think it's one of the ones that's going to define the relationship over the course of the decades to come.
That's great. Thank you, Dr. Economy. That was really useful in getting a sense of how critical the Chinese leadership sees technology, but also a little bit about how they're going about implementing that vision. Senator Schatz, I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond, if you'd like, to any of the topics we've talked about earlier about deterring China, about some of the governance questions, but also ask something broader. At the most fundamental level, strategic competition with China is really a contest of systems, of governing systems. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what you see as the core advantages of the U.S. system in this context, what we can maybe do to sharpen those advantages, and what we should avoid doing to make sure we don't squander our competitive edge in a broad sense.
Well, I think you're right that this is a contest of systems. This is a contest of political philosophies. And the first thing that we need to do has very little to do with China. It has incredible implications globally for democracy going forward, but it is about stabilizing our own democratic republic. And we could pass the CHIPS bill, we could double the defense budget, we could triple the State Department's budget, we could deploy all the soft and hard power into the Indo-Pacific region that we could muster. But if we allow our democracy to fray, then the power of our example starts to work against us. And, I didn't intend to sort of pivot to this question, but I think it's really important that one of the most important things that we need to do, in addition to domestic manufacturing capacity, lower and higher education, physical infrastructure, tech infrastructure, all of that is incredibly important. But if you don't have the infrastructure of democracy, if you can't demonstrate to the world that our system actually is better for people, then we've lost the battle, and there's no amount of resources we can throw at persuading people that they're wrong. And so part of our geopolitical strategy has to be to get our own house in order. Now, assuming we can do that concurrently with other things, and we're going to have to, we have to do some mundane things like fund the Development Finance Corp, U.S. aid, DOD, NOAA, the Coast Guard, all of our science agencies, so that we can be physically present in the region, and so that we can talk about our values, press freedom, and the value and importance of democracies. But none of that is going to sound really tinny if we're collapsing ourselves. I'm not suggesting we are. I am suggesting that January 6th correctly looms large globally, and we're going to have to work hard on a bipartisan basis to make sure nothing like that ever happens again.
Thank you, Senator. I think that's very, very well put and really critical to this question of a contest of systems. I want to invite the audience now to submit questions for the panelists, and I'll take those as we move through sort of the next round. Ambassador Dobriansky, I'd like to go back to you. So as we've discussed, even while the United States and China are engaged in an intense competition, both countries have overlapping interests on issues that matter for the world. Dr. Economy sort of referenced this earlier. You have deep experience in this area. You helped set up the U.S. China Global Issues Forum back in 2005. Can you talk a little bit or reflect a little bit about how the agenda for cooperation with Beijing has changed since that time, and how it fits into the other parts of U.S. China relations, the competitive parts, and even the potentially adversarial parts?
Okay. Before I answer the question, if I may, Jake, I just wanted to comment on what the senator said, because I agree 100% with the concept of how our assertion of values, our speaking to what we represent, democracy, is absolutely crucial. He is really quite right about that. Because I can think of so many fora, of which a number of us have been part, where we are positioned next to the Chinese and they articulate how, well, democracy doesn't deliver. Or they'll say, oh, well, people don't really care about their political freedoms, that it's actually their welfare and the economy. And I think I wanted to underscore it because I do think it's an important part of this competition. It's not just only the military challenges, the economic challenges, but also it is that moral narrative, and it is ideological here. And we are actually very much targeted in many different ways, but also not just only about the issue of home, but also the issue of, well, democracy just doesn't deliver. I always hear that phrase. So I did want to underscore that, and thank you for letting me give that footnote there before answering your question. So in answering your question, let me first say the issues that we reached out to and engaged the Chinese on, it's worth noting that we agreed on the agenda. We had a discussion about what made sense for collaboration. And here the issues were, in fact, issues like health, like refugees. Here, refugees meaning particularly refugees coming out of North Korea into China and how to deal with those refugees, environmental issues, climate change in particular, and then also how we can collaborate on humanitarian type issues when there are crises that take place in other parts of the globe and what we both, can bring to bear. I might just add, we also had separate from the Global Issues Fora, by the way, we launched a human rights discussion with the Chinese. And that went along for a number of years, but then quite candidly, we shut it down. And the reason why we shut it down is because we began to feel it was being showcased by Beijing, but there were no results. And it was more, well, we've come, we've met, see, we're willing to talk about these issues. But there was no traction, and Dr. Economy is smiling at that, but there was no traction. I mean, whether it was on Tibet, whether it was on the Uyghurs or other, well-known cases. So we shut it down. In the other area, I think we had some really good traction, and so much so that actually that Global Issues Forum got integrated into what became known as, the U.S. China Strategic Economic Dialogue, which really became rather expansive and rather detailed and deep. So forgive me, I had to give just a little bit of that backdrop. So where are we now? I would say that when I look at each of these issues, all right, I would let me start with climate change. I know that Secretary Kerry has really strived to engage, and there has been a very strong effort in that regard. And I think that maybe that's one of the areas maybe where there's been some back and forth, but it's far and few in between. In terms of refugees, I'm not aware that there's any discourse that exists, especially in terms of North Korea, because that was the focus. How could China really help in this case and not return these poor refugees back into North Korean hands? On health, well, the biggest and humanitarian, the biggest focus is the pandemic. And I'd say here there is an absolute divide. I might just add, and actually by background, during my time we dealt with avian influenza. And China was actually one of the very few countries that would not let the United Nations in to actually inspect the bird flu. So it didn't actually surprise me in this case that there was great resistance of having an inspection team come in at the outset and to actually take stock of what took place. But it went beyond that. I would actually, because you've raised, Jake, competitiveness, actually it became competitive. I mean, in the sense where China actually going to Africa, Latin America, many countries striving to give masks, in the context of the pandemic. But also it backfired in a number of cases because with Russia, with China, some of the masks that were provided and some of the equipment that provided happened to be faulty. And it wasn't a collaborative approach, which it should be, and an area that affects us all, and a transparent approach. So it's very much contrasted, but not completely, because as I mentioned, the before in the area of avian influenza, there wasn't such collaboration. Let me go to a last point, and that is, one area where, there really should be collaboration. And there have been many attempts to engage the Chinese, and that is in the area of Ukraine, going back to Ukraine. And I mention that because, interestingly enough, I know the State Department, certainly Secretary Blinken, and also the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, with their counterparts, there have been, discussions about, how does one deal with the kind of brutal aggression? And the Chinese wanted to mediate. That's not the path that one is going in. But there's a different question is, how can China be constructive in actually, persuading Russia to stand down and to stop the kind of brutality? And I'll end on this note. It was striking to me, I was out in Davos, and the Ukrainian foreign minister was speaking to an audience, and I had the chance to ask the question. He actually, and the Ukrainians reached out to the Chinese, and it was put in Chinese press. Actually, it was published in Chinese press. And the context in which they reached out to them was, please, engage, engage, engage. You can have a constructive role and an important role here. But we haven't, seen that bear fruit. So there's a real change. Some of the areas where there was closer collaboration no longer exist. Some, like the environmental, I think sustain itself, but other areas are just absolutely cut off.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. That's such a detailed answer and really useful in trying to think about, in practical terms, how we go about pursuing this agenda and how it relates to the other pieces of U.S. China relations and in our broader foreign policy. Dr. Economy, I wonder if I could go to you. I know we in the China community sort of have a debate about how much is the PRC system, the CCP system, and what exactly is the role of Xi Jinping? If certainly there's the 20th Party Congress coming up this fall, where Xi Jinping is likely to get a third term and potentially set himself up to govern for life. How much is the kind of assertiveness that we've seen from the Chinese system coming from Xi himself versus the system more broadly?
I mean, that's a difficult question to answer, but, and you're right, there is a debate certainly around whether somehow China, because of its, Marxism, Leninism, theoretical framing and common Leninist system is, no matter like who leads, you're going to end up with the same result, or whether Xi Jinping is determinative. I have certainly come out on the side that Xi Jinping is determinative. And in part, I don't find it a difficult question to answer in many respects, because I think you can look back to the period immediately preceding Xi Jinping's tenure and look at what China looked like at that point in time, and then look at China today. And you can see the degree to which he has transformed the country, both at home and in terms of its foreign policy. And frankly speaking, if you talk to, I think, virtually any Chinese citizen, whether the person is in, the, academic realm or in business, they too will say that he has had a transformative impact. And, in many respects, I think, his great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, that narrative, right, his desire to make China strong again, to make it central on the global stage, is something I think that the vast majority of Chinese citizens could respect and indeed, found very attractive, right? Making China strong again, I think, is an attractive narrative. On the other hand, the political repression and the polarization domestically that has ensued from his policies, I think, has not been especially welcome. And so, I think if you look across, the domestic political landscape in China today, you'll see that whether you're talking about, divisions along ethnic lines, right? So Uyghurs, Tibetans, Inner Mongolians have suffered enormously, over the past decade since Xi Jinping came to power. Women, I think, Ambassador Dobriansky mentioned Davos. The World Economic Forum does an annual ranking of women's access to the health system, education, the economy, and the political system. And China's ranking under Xi Jinping, so even as the Chinese economy has grown, the access for women to sort of that suite of issues, China's ranking has dropped from 69th to 107th over the past 10 years in global rankings. So women have suffered a huge amount of online hate directed against women. The creative class, right? So, anybody whose work depends on coloring outside the lines, whether, again, you're an entrepreneur or you're an intellectual, right? Life under Xi Jinping pretty much, I would say, sucks, but that's not really an appropriate word. So let's just say has become much more difficult. And then, of course, there's the inequality. And much as Xi Jinping, claimed he's lifted 80 million people out of absolute poverty, there's still 600 million people living on $150 a month at the same time as China has more billionaires than any other country in the world. So I think, I look across and I see, a China that in 2010, 2011 was politically vibrant. The internet was, a scene of enormous political engagement, calls for political reform. You had, environmental activism, both on the internet and on the streets. I think it was a radically different society. And so for me, I don't think there is a debate. I think that to be had about the impact of Xi Jinping, certainly at home and obviously on the global stage, just the incredible transformation we've seen into this much more assertive China. Some of those things were in play already, but he accelerated them and magnified and amplified things like, China's disruptive policies in the South China Sea, for example. So I'll stop there, but, you're right, it is a source of debate, but, and again, it's a complicated issue, but for me, I think the answer is clear once you look at what China looked like on the ground in 2010, 2011, and what happened post-2012.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Economy. I think that's exactly right. It's hard to imagine China looking and acting the way it does if Xi Jinping is not the person holding the reins. We're almost out of time, but Senator Schatz, I wanted to give you the last word and ask a question about sort of about the politics of foreign policy, but especially as it relates to China. Some have kind of put forward the idea that one of the ways to restore a kind of centrist consensus on foreign policy that we had during the Cold War is this kind of response to China, and that this can create a sort of set of issues on which bipartisanship is still possible and beneficial to U.S. policy. I wonder if you could just kind of reflect on that idea, given what you see day to day and your experience working with your colleagues.
I think that's right. I think it is an opportunity for both parties to work together. Obviously, we haven't enacted the CHIPS bill, but it's gotten big bipartisan votes so far, and it's in conference committee. I think there are 130 members of Congress who are actually on the conference committee. I'm not even sure where they can physically meet. But there's a lot of enthusiasm for enacting this bill, and it's important for its own reasons, for our supply chain reasons and our economic and strategic imperatives, but it's also important to demonstrate that we're capable of working together on a bipartisan basis. As it relates to the policy in the South China Sea, as it relates to Taiwan, as it relates to Hong Kong, you are not seeing a lot of daylight, both between executive or legislative or between Republican and Democrat. So sure, there are going to be opportunities for us to disagree, and that's the nature of our system. It is, as Secretary Albright used to say, an invitation to struggle. But we are struggling together right now to confront this challenge.
Well, thank you, Senator. So we'll have to wrap there. This has really been a fantastic and enlightening discussion. A big thanks to Senator Schatz, Ambassador Dobriansky, and Dr. Economy for joining us today to share your insights. And thank you to everyone who joined us at the Center for New American Security for the first day of our 2022 National Security Conference. Please tune in tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Time as we begin the second day with the opening session, Managing Talent to Secure America's Future, which will showcase both civilian and military efforts at talent management to ensure American competitiveness in the military and national security communities. We hope to see everyone then. Goodbye for now.